the most important matches for us.
This is the main reason why we made the team in the first place.
You can't underestimate any amateur team.
One best-of-5 series can just change my life.
Does manage to get the kick. No, he got it on two. He goes in towards it. He gets the first blood. Kick is with a great start.
But that's actually a 2-for-1 in favour of the Super Hard Crew. It's a double kill. And now Forgiven gonna net into the rest of the team. Has he got the damage? Double kill for Unlimited.
The relegation tournament is definitely gonna take everything from every team.
If you think about it too much, you will maybe lose. You gotta think that you will win.
There's Tibbers, the Cocoon lands as well. Perfect coming out there for Cloud9. That's 2 for nothing.
I really hope we just perform on the day and play our best.
I think we're ready to go pro.
We are stronger than we were in the playoffs.
Everything is on the line now, and we're here to stay.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second day of the European Summer Promotion Tournament, coming to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lydia Man Smith, and alongside me once again is Trevor Quickshot Henry after his little jaunt to North America. Today, 4 teams will battle it out for a chance to join or rejoin the LCS and compete in the upcoming Summer Split.
Yeah, yesterday we seen Millennium defeat the Ninjas in Pajamas in a series that went all the way. That secured their own spot in the league, but we expect it to be some fierce competition for the last 2 spots here today.
Yeah, now let's talk about some league action from earlier today. Over in Korea, OGN, they are almost down to the final 4 teams. The 5th blind pick game between KT Bullets and Najin Whiteshield is just wrapping up to decide who will be that 4th and final team to qualify for the semi-finals.
Yeah, so Ozone and SKT T1K did battle last week, and not surprisingly, it was Ozone that beat the world champions 3-1. SKT T1K have been underperforming in recent weeks. Samsung Blue, they impressed many by outing CJ Enter's Frost 3-1, and Blaze was able to hold their own against the high-risk, high-reward style of KT Arrows long enough to take another 3-1 victory. So getting close to rounding out the playoffs.
And of course, SKT1K got knocked out of the OGN Spring, but we will see them competing with the former world champions, the Taipei Assassins from Season 2, and Fnatic from Season 1, and of course alongside them will be OMG and Cloud9, all at the All-Star Invitational, which begins on May 8th in Paris, France.
Yeah, and I'm obviously extremely excited about the international competition, but I'm also really looking forward to the multi-region All-Star Challenge teams playing a different game mode at the start of every day. You guys voted in former pros Toys and Messiah to join those teams for a Hexakill game, and it's great to see them dueling on the Rift in a little more less pressure situation.
I'd love to see Jat still there, nevertheless. Now, though, let's bring things back over to here in Europe and talk about yesterday's promotion series. Congratulations goes to Millennium, who requalified for the LCS after an incredibly lengthy and tense match against Ninjas in Pajamas. That went to all 5 matches, and it was a lengthy affair, that's for sure.
It was, and you could definitely argue that both teams made plenty of mistakes over the course of the brawls and all 5 games. They both played very calculated in a very patient fashion, and in the end, it was Millennium who came out ahead. They took command of the 5th and final game of the series. They secured their spot for the summer split of the LCS, and they'll be back to try and challenge for Worlds.
And of course, during the 4th match of that series, there were 2 hashtag LCS big plays that had you guys buzzing. First up, it is Kevin's Jax 5-man Counter-Strike. This came in from @DanielHorn94, and he said, "Holy Jax, that Pentastun. This was your 2nd most talked about play."
Who's going to get the better of this one? The culling goes out. There is a solar flare used as well. Kevin is actually still over there by the dragon as Minty's gone very, very deep. Gets himself locked up. It's Kevin right to the middle. He manages to stun the entire team. And now 0-0 with no ultimate's going to go down. That's a double kill for Jax.
Well, D-Man, that was stunning indeed. And from that same game, we have the incredible Kale Quadra kill from NukeDuck. This came from @DavidCR1996. The Quadra Duck with the Sheen Kale was so impressive. This was your most talked about play.
Dominic's actually taking a lot of damage here. He's going to use his ultimate, and there is NukeDuck from the backside. That is a ton of damage coming in, and they managed to lock up all 3 of them. Can they wipe them out? Creator will fall as well, and it's only J Reed to try and walk away from this one, and he will once again locked up. And NukeDuck is coming in. This is a quadra kill for NukeDuck.
Certainly a very entertaining match, that one, the Game 4. Remember to send us your favorite plays from the games today by tweeting them to @LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCSBigPlays. So let's take a quick look at the standings so far. We mentioned the Millennium won their series yesterday, which moves them into the Summer Split, while Ninjas in Pajamas, well, they're going to be heading to the Summer Challenger Series.
Yeah, and that brings us to today's games. First up will be the Super Hot Crew versus Cloud9 Eclipse, and then the Copenhagen Wolves will face Denial Esports. Both of those are a best of 5, so strap yourselves in. We are in for a whole heap of action and many more hours of League.
Absolutely. You can keep track of these matches with stats, VODs, articles, and much more over at lolesports.com. You'll also find the schedule for all of the upcoming games, which now include the full listing for the All-Star event. That's also where you can tell us who you think will win today's matches.
Yeah, just click on the team you believe will win their series, and we'll check in before the first game in each to see how you voted. And while you're voting, on the website, of course, head over to vote.lolesports.com to pick one champion that will be played by both teams during the special Earth match at the All-Star Challenge in Paris.
Yeah, the Fire and Ice Challenge teams will face off in this OP mode on May 8th. And one champion will be the same on both sides. You'll find a full list of available choices along with a list of the banned champions on the site.
Yeah, get your votes in and imagine what could happen when two Zeds go face-to-face in ultra rapid fire mode at that level of play. It's mind-boggling.
Well, seeing two LeBlancs right now in OGN is pretty mind-boggling. Of course, if you are in one of those seats right here or anywhere else in the world, we'd also like to hear from you. So send us a tweet and tell us which team has the psychological advantage in the promotion series and why.
Yeah, so after watching yesterday's series that went to all 5 games, we want to know who you think will be able to handle their nerves and play to the best of their ability today. This is based on mindset and psychological advantage coming into today's best of 5s. Consider the LCS teams fighting for their jobs or the challenger teams looking to secure a spot in the LCS. Be sure to send those to us at LOL Esports along with the hashtag LCS, and we'll check your responses, and Shox will read some of our favorites on air later in the day.
And of course, we'll actually check in with Shox right now, who is standing by with Deficio and our guest analyst, Dexter.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Indeed, I am EFU Shock supporter, joined by Martin, Deficio, Lunge, and Dexter. Once again, will providing us with his expert analysis throughout the day. Guys, yesterday, Millennium making it through after a very thrilling best of 5 versus NIP. Today, 2 best of 5s. Very first game up is the Super Hot Crew as they take on Cloud9 Eclipse. Dexter, is there one of the 2 teams that has a clear edge for you?
I don't think so. I think it can go either way. It just depends on who's prepared, and yeah. I think Super Hot has the advantage maybe because they had played in LCS and have experience, but yeah, I can't really predict how this game goes. But
so Deficio, in the video they said that Impaler would be very important for the Super Hot Crew, but we have also mentioned Mr. Raleigh as being so important if he is good today, because there's a lot of nerves on him.
Yeah, well, the dual lane for Super Hot Crew has been one of the best, actually. When you take a lot of the games during the season, they always do well in lane, always farm well. And Mr. Riley's, of course, shown if he gets a few kills early on, he can actually carry a game. Could be a big deal for Super Hot Crew. I still think jungler, the 2 junglers, is going to be the big deal here. The new jungler for Cloud9, of course, coming in here. Nerves is there. Impaler, who played the entire season and just got better and better. I feel like the edge is on for Impaler and Super Hot Crew, but it could definitely go 5 games.
All right, and then the second best of 5 is going to be the Copenhagen Wolves as they take on Denial. Dexter, Copenhagen Wolves, of course, an LCS team, and Denial really good in the challenger scene, so it could be a close matchup as well.
No offense, but I think it will be 3-0 for Copenhagen Wolves. I think they're really good, actually. So yeah.
Do you have anything to back that up, or is it just very clear?
I think Forgiven is like probably the best AD carry in Europe right now. Like, even Reckless said it for himself that he's really, really good and he respects him a lot. And yeah, I think Amazing is like the best jungler too. It's like they have incredibly talented people. And yeah, they actually have like a good gameplay, I think, from what I saw. And I think they have the advantage in that game pretty much.
And that's the good thing about it, because for Denial, Kikis is very important, the jungler. Obviously, going against Amazing can be very hard for him. And I don't see the solo laners from Denial actually killing Youngbok and Kautat one by one. And it's normally when you want to beat Copenhagen Wolves, you kill the Youngbok or Kautat, shut them down early because they are the weaker ones on the team. I don't think Denial can do it. And therefore, as he said himself, Forgiven and Amazing can come in there and just carry the whole thing.
So you guys are calling it for Copenhagen Wolves for the second one. First one?
I would go with Super Hot Crew because they have Mr. Ellis too. I think Mr. Ellis is really good for himself, and yeah.
All right, Deficio?
Yeah, I think support crew as well, but I think it's going to be 5 games.
I think it's going to be 5 games. Well, we sure hope so. We're going to take a short break to get things ready for this first best of 5. But before we head in, let's take a closer look at Cloud9 Eclipse and their new jungle, Centrin.
Cloud9 lost their best player from the jungle, Ku, because he is underage and will be unable to participate in the promotion tournament.
Without Ko, they have never won anything.
A couple of months ago, we substituted Kao with another jungler, and we got beaten by Denial Esports. So I guess that's what they're thinking, that we're gonna be as weak as before.
He's like probably top 3 junglers in EU, I think. And yeah, I'm glad to not play against Ku.
He's so annoying to play against. He's always there when you don't expect it.
And then we see him go over the top, but Ko is going to run in towards Kikis. Babunia goes low, and there is the first blood coming out for Ko.
Kikis once again caught up by Ko.
This is a lot of damage coming in. There's a wild growth, flashes away.
Ko was a really good shot caller, but he also sometimes made really bad calls, and our scrims weren't the best. Now we have to simply get our decision making and calls back into line. Centrin was like a really good solo queue player, and many like LCS players said that if you want to get some good jungler, you should maybe go for Centrin because he's performing really good.
I was only playing solo queue because I wanted the really good teams to notice me. Well, luckily Ku was underage, so Cloud9 needed a new jungler.
Basically, after the last challenge scene series that we won against NIP, we just started to play with him ASAP.
Centrin was really motivated to join the team.
I feel really comfortable because I've always thought that I was just as good as the others.
He's filling Kao's role very well. I think we're gonna do better with Centrin than Kao.
The start wasn't the best, but he picked up really fast, and I think our scrims are looking really good.
Impaler, with the experience, I definitely think will have the edge going into these games.
If you base the facts around this, everyone has more experience than our team. Since they have LCS seasons behind them, we're just an amateur team.
But I think Centaurian is a better mechanically jungler than Impaler. But of course it all depends on the team.
Yeah, I think he was the rank 1 jungler in solo queue. I started spamming solo queue as well to get my mechanics as good as his, or probably better now.
I think Centrin can apply decent pressure against Impaler so that he doesn't get outclassed.
I think Impaler have grown a lot as a player because in the start when he joined LCS, I saw him as one of the weaker LCS junglers, but throughout the year he have really gotten some skill level, I would say.
Santorin, he's got a very not similar playstyle, but he's considered like the wild card. He's only just turned 17, so I think it's going to decide like not who can place the most aggression on the map, but who can place pressure in the right places on the map.
Assuming Impaler plays well, he will be the key to Super Hot Crew confirming their spot in the summer split.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Summer Promotion Series. It is almost time to get Game 1 underway, but first I want to quickly mention Najin White Shield have just taken down KT Bullets 3-2 in the final blind pick game. Crazy, crazy stuff. So, thank you very much for joining us. It is time to get into Game 1 of the series between the Super Hot Crew and Cloud9 Eclipse. Super Hot Crew had a very tough season after qualifying for the Spring Split just 2 days before it began. It seemed like they were always facing an uphill struggle.
Yeah, and at the end of the season, they had secured 10 wins and 18 losses, but recorded some very impressive victories, scoring at least 1 win over every team in the LCS. I feel that the experience gained over the season is enough to make them the favorites coming into this series.
Yeah, they finished 7th in the regular season, which means they had the choice between Cloud9 Eclipse and the Ninjas in Pajamas. If you look at the most recent results from the Copenhagen Games, Ninjas in Pajamas managed to defeat Cloud9 Eclipse, but yesterday, NIP lost to Millennium after a very close series.
Yeah, it was very close. Maybe it'll bode well for the Super Hot Crew. The star in my mind for the Super Hot Crew is Mr. Rawls. I think over the course of the Spring Split of 28 games, which included 18 losses, his stats are fantastic. A 4.13 KDA with that many losses, sitting in 3rd place at average CS at 10 minutes, and 2nd for average gold at 10 minutes is phenomenal. And Super Hot Crew will be looking for him to deliver. Somebody else who also needs to step up is Selfie. He was known for his LeBlanc coming into the LCS, but it didn't really prove to be a game changer for the team. He had flashes of brilliance, but his champion pool definitely left me wanting, and I want to see how he's adapted to 4.5.
You'll have to see if his Yasuo sneaks through as well. That's been banned out against him every single game. It has been a hard-fought Springs Challenger series, though, for Cloud9 Eclipse, as they managed to win the first series over Ninja in Pajamas 2-0. But only went as far as the quarterfinals in the second series. They came back strong in the Spring Challenger playoffs by beating NIP once again 3-1. However, you can track all of their victories and defeats by when their former jungler, Ko, was on the team.
Yeah, and when watching Cloud9 Eclipse across all of their tournament wins, Ko was an integral part of their victories and more often than not found early kills, which helped snowball his lanes, team's lanes rather. So without the early pressure, Cloud9 have not looked anywhere near as threatening. Unfortunately, because Ko is too young to compete, Cloud9 Eclipse have needed to find a replacement jungler, and their replacement is Santorin. He has some very, very big boots to fill. And even though he did compete with Cloud9 at the Copenhagen Games, this stage is bigger and there is much more on the line. So we'll need to see if he can fill those boots and deliver.
Well, after only a week to practice as a team, Cloud9's success will hinge on how well they can perform with their new jungler Santorin, and of course their ability to adapt against the experienced Super Hot Crew.
I think Cloud9 are pretty similar to us. Like, they've got really strong laners and then they struggle a bit coming into the mid to late game, so on that sense we're similar, but we've just got a lot more experience than them.
It's 2 solo queue teams, and if we can just somehow manage to play as a team a little bit, then I think we'll win.
Yeah, we probably have to play a lane swap game, I guess, and make them play with strategies and not just individual skill.
I think Super Hot Crew shows us because we lost our main jungler.
They lost their best player, Ku, and got a new player, Santorin, who haven't really played that much competitive.
The key factors, that's probably how I perform and how the synergy with me and my team is, because we haven't only played for a week together, whereas Super Crew, they played for over a year together, so they have more team synergy.
I used to play with Strawless and Mimer, so I know like what are the mistakes and what they like to play, so I can abuse it.
It's kind of funny, but I think Voidal is kind of the same style as Mixer. He's that guy who would always go and flash hook you and stuff like that, and make plays all the time. But he will also get caught a lot.
We've got plans ready, and a lot of them's pretty dependent on the first game, and then based on that first game we decide what we do for the rest. So depending on how the first game goes, I think that will probably decide the series.
Interesting, we hear Impaler saying about that first game. It's an all-important game. We're discussing the same thing with Millennium NIP yesterday, how important that first game would be.
One thing I want to say is the top laners have been very unceremoniously ignored.
Yes.
We've been talking about every other position with the exception of Odoamne and Mimer in that top lane. We'll see how they adapt and who can carry harder.
Well, speaking of the players, let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is the Super Hot Crew. That means Mimer's in the top, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Rallis as AD carry, and Mixer on support.
And on the red side, it is Cloud9 Eclipse with Odoamne in the top lane, Santorin in the jungle, Febivin in the mid lane, Hyanin on AD carry, and Voidal as your support.
So the game is about to get underway in just a moment. Picks and bans will be starting. What do we expect between these two teams? They will, of course, research each other a hell of a lot. I'm expecting a pretty quick pick and ban phase in the first game.
I completely agree. I think priorities for both of these teams can differ. If you were sitting in Cloud9's shoes, you can either decide to try and target Mr. Rawls, force him onto something uncomfortable, but he has a very big champion pool, so it's going to be difficult. Alternatively, take away those assassins you mentioned, Yasuo, LeBlanc, and maybe put Selfie on an Orianna, which is what you're looking for.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Picks and bans on the way for game 1. Bans are coming in already, and the first one to come out will be there in just a moment. I'm waiting for it to show. They're keeping us on the edge. I know it's gone through. Is it going to show me? Is it going to show me? No, doesn't seem so. I know where it is anyway, because I can cheat, because I can see it. There's Aurelia. There she is. She suddenly shows herself. And Yasuo. This is the ban I was expecting. Poor Selfie. He's never got to play it since he's been in the LCS, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stay that way in promotion.
No, he won't get the chances on it. I actually think targeting Selfie is a smart decision. He did not have very good impact champions once his priority picks were taken away, once they were unavailable to him. We do need to see how the rest of this pick and ban phase does play out. For the time being, the Morgana is the second ban from Super Hard Crew, so forcing Voidal into something else. But Voidal has played a large amount of Leona in recent weeks, so I want to see if he's going to pick something up like that.
We'll see how it goes for him. There is the Nidalee ban now coming through. So Cloud9 Eclipse, that's a standard ban, I would say. Nidalee's been very strong. Aurelia also, one of those very strong champions. We saw him playing a big part in the best of 5 series between Millennium and NIP yesterday.
It's interesting that Cloud9 Eclipse banned Nidalee away, considering Febiven has such great stats on it. He's 4 games played, 4 victories secured, and a 17 KDA. So it's telling you that Selfie's probably been playing it, and it is actually first pick worthy on the side of Super Hot Crew. So it's quite smart play, and we're still sticking to the trend of denying champions for Selfie. That's 2 mid lane bans. I wouldn't be surprised to see a LeBlanc as the 3rd and final ban.
Well, Jax, like you mentioned, was taken, so top laners focused a fair bit. They are the 2 most favored top laners so far, and of course the final ban, there it is, Rise. That's another top laner, or could be mid laner. Selfie's played it in the mid as well, so that's technically 3 centered mid lane bans from Cloud9 Eclipse. This is what we thought. Selfie is going to get focused.
Yeah, I think it's the most successful strategy when you consider Impaler's got a wide champion pool. He's added a lot of junglers that he can do well with. Kha'Zix, for example, as well as the likes of his Pantheon and his Vi, which he can fall back to. What I do want to see is how the Super Hot Crew build their team composition. We've seen Mr. Rawls running Draven in the past. The only reason I highlight that fact is if they leave the AD carry role to later, not locking an early Lucian, maybe Mr. Rawls is going to be confident. Maybe he wants to try and pull it out, you know, get some bank from a passive and try snowball the game.
Well, Mixer was fairly proud of his record for most deaths in the LCS. He has locked in Leona, so that is an all-in champion. We'll hope that that doesn't continue, but we also see LeBlanc and Kha'Zix getting locked in for Eclipse.
So Mixer's never won a game on Leona, 4 times played, 0 victories with that champion. We'll see if he's going to break that trend today. Touching on the Kha'Zix and the LeBlanc, you've got mobility and assassination. Cloud9 have already got the makings of a strong pick composition, and we'll need to see how they round out like their tanky top laner. You still have Dr. Mundo in the pool, who is very strong on 4.5 with the likes of Teleport Heal or something like that, and we'll need to see if Mima or Odoamne want to play it.
We're waiting to see what Super Hot Crew lock in. Well, no surprises there. They're making sure Mr. Rales is safe on a comfortable champion. He is very nervous coming to this one. We managed to speak to him before this game, so he's very nervous about this. And as you'd expect all of these players to be, but it is going to be Lucian for him. We're waiting to see whether that Lulu is going to get locked in. It is. Now, the question is this Mima, who has been practicing it, or is this Selfie? Because a lot of his champions have been banned away from it.
A lot of the champions have. Considering how Mima likes to play the tanky champions more so, Renekton is his most played, then Shyvana, then Dr. Mundo at 11, 6, and 6. I'm more expecting Mima to go for a beefy tank and Selfie to grab that Lulu in the mid lane. So there are 2 picks to come in, and it does look like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, we'll see whether that one gets locked in. Karma has been picked. That is going to be a support Karma. Of course, you've all seen Bjergsen playing it in that mid lane over in the playoffs, but with LeBlanc in there, it's almost certainly going to be a support. Could have a LeBlanc support, you never know. But this is the interesting one. Graves. Graves has been locked in over in the North American scene and the Korean scene recently. We haven't seen it in Europe just yet, but here it is. And it's really all about the bullying against Lucian.
Yes, and he's a brawler. So he can trade with damage with Lucian if you are up close. Get the buckshot down, especially when you're dealing with, when you have the support of the poke of your Karma. But part of the reason Graves has risen in popularity in recent weeks is his passive True Grit gives him a lot of armor and magic resistance. So when you're dealing with champions that want to get in your face, like a Lulu, a Renekton, a Leona, anybody's going to be diving at you. You get all of those free bonus stats. When you have the shields coming in from Karma, those bonus stats apply to the shield, which makes you even more tanky and more difficult in conjunction with the power of heal. So it's a smart brawler pick. What I also like is the power of Karma to speed up and boost the assassins that are already on Cloud9's team. The problem Cloud9 have, if they don't find those picks early on, you're going to be in this position where they've got these pick champions that can't blow people up. Renekton, Xin, Leona, and a Lulu Wild Growth are going to be very difficult to blow up. I feel like Superhot Crew, if they play their composition correctly, can avoid the burst damage of Cloud9 Eclipse, and we need to see how they handle themselves in the early to mid game.
Yeah, well, as you mentioned, that Renekton had been locked in, so it is going to be Mimir in that top lane, sticking with what he knows. Those big brawlers, and Impaler, he's also gone back to a comfortable champion, which is that Xin Zhao. It seems the Cloud9 Eclipse are considering the final pick. At the moment, they are sitting on a Warwick. We'll see whether that one goes through.
So I very briefly want to touch on the Renekton and Xin Zhao. Renekton is Mimer's most played champion. Out of 28 games, he played it 11 times in the split. Got a lot of experience on that. Big bully, and also does scale a little better into the late game with some changes to his dominance. Impaler and Xin Zhao has not played that in many weeks. I distinctly remember a 0-8-4 game in week 2 or week 3 of the LCS where he struggled. He did not have the impact. This is the Feral Flare patch, so he is going to have a boost. He's going to be arguably better at doing his job, but Impaler needs to ensure he improves upon his previous Xin performances because they were not particularly strong.
Well, the final lock-in was Odoamne having Trundle in the top lane. We'll see how that works out for them. How do we compare these two teams then? This is the first game of a best of 5. Who has got the advantage early on?
I feel like Superhot Crew have got a very good composition to deal with Cloud9 Eclipse on the condition they don't give up kills early. There's a lot of abilities to get rid of the assassins and knock Cloud9 Eclipse away. Wild Growth is going to save you. Solar Flare can save you. Dominus can bring you back to life. If Cloud9 get ahead, I just want to say the Cloud9 Eclipse composition is a next to exact comp that Cloud9 North America, the actual LCS team, has run. Myself and St. Vicious were talking about the Trundle with the assassins and saying, how does it really work? And the theory is that Trundle is going to hold people in place with his pillar, buy time for Kha'Zix and LeBlanc to execute somebody. And assuming they do that properly, then Kha'Zix will have the resets and Distortion can carry on chasing.
And carry on running through the teams. We'll see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen, with the first match ready to go. Let's see who you think will win this series and enter the LCS. According to LCSesports.com, you've picked Cloud9 Eclipse by 74%. That is a big vote for the Challenger Series team.
It is very big, and I would say I would agree with it had Ko been on the roster. I think with Santorin in there, and considering they lost to Ninjas in Pajamas last week at the Copenhagen Games, I think it's probably closer to 60-40 in favor of Superhot Crew, but we'll have to keep tabs on the Twitter voting as we get to it.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting game 1 underway of this promotion series. The Superhot Crew fighting to retain their spot in the League of Legends Championship Series. Meanwhile, Cloud9 Eclipse on the red team are looking to get themselves in there and maybe fight for one of those world champion spots, which of course the summer is all about. So, level 1 play. What do we see from this one? Of course, I would give early advantages. Actually, no, it's pretty even, I would say, level 1.
Yeah, there is a fair amount of crowd control. Voidal is very aggressive. I think he's moving into the jungle and gets away with a flash.
Yeah, just a bit of poke, bit of flash, but that summoner spell used already, and that may give a visit for Impaler. He must see whether he decides to go down there. More importantly, whether they're going to stick with their standard meta, whether they're going to go that 4-0 split push, which we've seen so many teams running.
Superhot Crew are less likely to do that, I think, because they don't have a teleport on Mimir. If you look, Odoamne is running teleport on that Trundle, so if they want to go for the lane swaps and the shenanigans, it's immediately going to put Cloud9 Eclipse in a more advantageous position. On the rest of the summoner spells, that's 3 summoner heals for Superhot Crew. They want extended, prolonged team fights because Lulu's going to do great the more glitter lances you can get off. Renekton, the more time he has to bully a team fight with all of those summoner heals will be great. So assuming Super Hot Crew don't mess up those summoner spells, they should actually come away from this laning phase in a pretty good position.
Clearly debating about this late invade. They're not sure which way they want to go. Looks like it's going to be the bottom way in towards there. We can see Mixer and Mr. Rales are down in this bottom half. Mr. Mixer is sticking around in that bush, although he's just moved away. They won't have vision of this right now with Cloud9 moving in.
No, there's no wards down for the Super Hot Crew. They have some vision near the top half of the jungle to ensure that Impaler did not get invaded upon. But Santorin with an early advantage, going to grab himself that red buff.
He's backing away. He's not going to go towards the enemy red buff. It looks like he's going to move towards it. It looks like Cloud9 may have stolen advantage early on here. Let's see. We'll make sure the route of Cloud9, whether Impaler decides to move in towards Cloud9's jungle. It doesn't look like he is. He's going to head back towards the walls and towards his own red buff. He is going to be very upset when he gets around there.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that when you get those buffs, yes, it is good for your team, but it's slightly more about denying the objective from Impaler. So Impaler's going to be one buff down, and he's got the Hunter's Machete, so it's already started stacking up towards the Feral Flare. And Mixer is looking to get some engages, but this is a lane matchup that Leona's going to have a difficult time in until he hits level 6.
Well, you can see Impaler's realize the problem. He's coming straight around, but you can see already Santorin is there. He's taking away that red buff. He's actually being taken fairly low, but he's already taken the double red buff. Impaler's coming around. He's just going to be finding himself 2 little lizards. And Santorin's like, if you want to clear my camp out, I'm fine with that. But you can step away as Impaler passes by that ward. Good start from Cloud9 Eclipse.
Yeah, very intelligent play. It was very risk-free. Cloud9 had all the numbers on their side, so had Impaler gone for a delayed invade, he would have run the risk of being collapsed on by Oruamne and Febivin. So at the end of the day, he has lost a lot of time because he ran from the bottom half of the map to the top half of the map, and he's lost his red buff. So we'll see how Impaler does. Going to be counting his stacks once he gets that Wriggles Lantern and keeping track of how quickly he can get Feral Flare. Remember, it is 4.5, so it's 25 stacks to upgrade, not 30, which is currently on live.
Impaler is being read like a book as he passes by yet another ward. They know that he's potentially in this lower half of the jungle, which is why we see Cloud9 Eclipse just stepping away ever so slightly. Top lane, we haven't had a chance to talk about that too much. Mima has a fairly sizable advantage. Oruamne will happily farm on his turret though, so he'll keep that in his favor, and honestly, he's playing very safe right now.
Yeah, you have to. This is a matchup that Mima should start bullying Trundle. We'll see how aggressive he plays it, but you know, it's something we see over and over. We'll get to that in a second as Impaler is coming in the bottom lane. Oh, that's aggressive!
Flash Zenith Blade onto Voidler. I'm not sure if Impaler's going to get involved in this one. There's the exhaust. He does get the dash on towards him. 3 talent strike. Is he going to land enough? I think he wanted to bounce Yanan. Meanwhile, Selfie in the mid lane. He gets pounced on. Febivin does take him down with Santorin. A fantastic back and forth action and a 1-for-1.
And we talked about in the pregame how important Mr. Riles was going to be for Super Hot Crew. The first gank from Impaler is on the duo lane, ensuring Mr. Riles gets first blood, gets the kill credit. You go back to pick some bans. Cloud9 Eclipse banned up 3 mid laners. Selfie plays Rise. Cloud9 gank their mid lane to get Febivin a kill early on. So it's a very clear strategy from both of these teams. And the question for Super Hot Crew is, can they ensure they don't give Febivin more kills? Because if Febivin on LeBlanc is finding those picks, he's going to create a very difficult situation for the Super Hot Crew.
Well, Mima might find himself getting paid a visit by the flying Kazakhs. At the moment, Santorin is ready and waiting to pounce in there. Oruamne happy to pull him closer and closer towards that turret, which is happening. He has got the pillar, remember, to slow his pace down. He's just waiting to pounce in towards him.
Yeah, we're going to see coming in. Look, there's red buff as well. Mima's in trouble.
Comes around, there's the pillar of ice. Does manage to get the unseen thrown on him as well. Another hit, but he uses a good slice and dice across the minions and flashes to make sure he's clean.
Successful gank. Even more importantly, the way Santorin has played, within 5 minutes he's had 2 successful ganks, is immediately telling you he's filling the shoes of Ko. Mixer's going very aggressive. He's caught Yanan.
He's diving on towards him, but the shield comes down from Voidler. I don't think they're going to have enough to turn this one around, but it's good harassment nonetheless. And Mr. Rale is trying desperately to get himself a small advantage in that lane. But at the moment, it's Yanan in the lead.
So thanks to the early gank from Impaler, Mr. Rales and Mixer have the opportunity to play more aggressive in that lane. Mixer at level 4, he's got his spell reel all except for his ultimate, and he's going to keep looking for Yanan. Effective HP is sitting with Mixer and Mr. Rales, so if they catch Yanan again, they can keep going and keep trying to force Yanan to blow his summoner heal or his flash and push him out of lane.
So Yanan's in the lead, of course. Mr. Rales did get that first blood, so he did get himself a fairly sizable advantage on that one. So at the moment, these two are fairly even. Selfie was taken down when that heal was used up by him. Of course, the ignite from Forbiven early on. Forbiven, known for his Riven, but hasn't been able to play it in a very long time. Wasn't even banned away in this one. It's just simply not in the meta for him anymore.
I'm officially not talking about it anymore.
Well, he used to be a top laner.
It's true.
I mean, and it doesn't get a chance anymore.
Forbiven, every time he comes into one of these challenger games, we talk about it because we're secretly hoping he plays it.
Yeah.
And you hit the nail on the head. It's really not in the meta. I personally think Forbiven's strongest champion right now is the Nidalee that we touched on. Played it through the Challenger Series playoffs, and he really hits a lot of spears. Santorin with another gank. Mima's got no flash. We'll see if he can get away.
He's just going to get a lot of damage on him. That's what he's going to have. He does manage to use that slice straight away, and it gets him clean. But you can see you're not going to be comfortable going back into lane with a Kha'Zix waiting in the wings, with a LeBlanc possibly paying you a visit when you're at half hit point.
So repeated ganks in the top lane is allowing Odoamne to overcome Trundle's early game weaknesses to Mima's Trundle, and we've seen Mima bullying LCS top laners in the past. Mima loves to farm in between towers, that first and second turret in the top lane, and he's not been given the chance because he's got no flash, so it's very risky, and Santorin's ganked multiple times. You touched on the fact that Forbiven could roam, and thanks to us having standard lanes, which will draw out the laning phase somewhat, it's going to give Cloud9 the opportunity to use the teleport and roaming LeBlanc to find kills. And I think Cloud9 need to do that. They will scale very well into the late game, but I still think in straight-up team fights, as long as Super Hot Crew use their heals and wild growths correctly, they should actually be able to survive the burst. And once they've survived the burst, Cloud9 are not going to be the greatest in those prolonged, drawn-out team fights.
Another thing to keep our eyes on, other than his top lane, which is a brawl back and forth, is those junglers. Impaler, of course, now going towards that Feral Flare. He's going to have to get 25 stacks. We are still only on 4.5 here. It's not the 30 stacks at the moment, but it's going to take some way to go. You can see it's 11, I think it was there, just spotted out. Meanwhile, Santorin going for a very different build, obviously going towards the Elder Lizard, I believe he's going to head towards. Impaler will actually get his second red buff now that it is spawned.
Yeah, so I think Impaler's done fairly well to recover from the early buff steals from Santorin, but his ganking presence has obviously not been on the same level. He's had one gank in the bottom lane, which did net a kill. So, you know, can't take that away from him. But Santorin was the man that we were talking about for Cloud9. Could he deliver coming into the series? And after 8.5 minutes, he's had 3 successful ganks. He's given a losing lane matchup in the top lane with Odoamne's Trundle a lead. It is minute, of course, but you expect him to be down. You expect Trundle to be losing. So very, very smart play. We're going to start thinking about Dragon in the next 3 to 4 minutes. And Super Hot Crew have had slightly better vision up until this point. We'll need to see how they work out. That's a good flash from going.
That was the Solar Flare being used out by Mixer, so Ultimate's starting to come down from these supports. Voidal yet to hit level 6, you saw, but Hyanan got out of that one, had to use that Flash Summoner spell, has got himself his BAF sword, but look at Mr. Rollins. That kill he got early on has given the edge in items, give himself the Vampiric Scepter along with the BAF sword.
Yeah, he really needs to have that sustain. Because Voidal's got the shield, which can block some of the damage onto Hyanan, Mr. Rolls needs to even that out, as we said, with a little bit of sustain from that Vamp Scepter. Mr. Rolls is staying even on CS, and Mixer is continually playing aggressive. What I like about the Karma pickup is that assuming Hyanan or Voidal don't get caught by too much direct CC, oh, look at this, Santorin's going to walk straight into 2 members. I think he's in trouble.
Well, he's dead. There's no way out of that one. I got a question, why he went there? They just pinged on Impaler, taking the pink ward down. They saw them. There's still the vision would have just shrunk away as they saw them both heading that way. Why did he walk and face check that bush?
He did not anticipate them camping there. I mean, it's that simple. I think Santorin had assumed they'd gone for a different buff or moved further north, but it wasn't the case, and he gets bug splattered. Santorin just gives up an easy kill to Impaler. So Impaler's going to keep stacking up that Wriggle's Lantern, getting closer to the Feral Flare, and pretty smart play. The roam from the mid laner, so to speak, actually coming from Super Hot Crew's side.
Yeah, Impaler actually involved in 100% of the kills so
Mima's
far.
baiting this.
Mima is trying to bait it. Impaler's been waiting patiently in that bush. Now Mima's taken very low. Here comes Impaler. Has he waited too long? Yes, he has. He is going to get the kill, but that was a little too much bait.
Yeah, hung around just a tiny bit shorter than he should have. Didn't anticipate the burst from Subjugate and the Bilgewater Cutlass, plus the chomp coming out of Odoamne. So instantly bursted through Mimer's Renekton. That is also a perfect example of how the level 1 Dominus has been made weaker on patch 4.5. You have 100 less hit points on the rank 1 ability. So you could argue that 100 HP difference maybe could have allowed him to survive that gank. Regardless, Mimer goes down, second kill to Impaler.
To practice a little more there, or maybe he was just waiting for Impaler to come in a little bit earlier.
Yeah, let's blame Impaler. He could have come quicker, right? It's his fault.
Always blame the jungler. I mean, it's the easy get out. So far though, Impaler 2-0-1, working out very well for him. We do see Mr. Riley's gone back, got that Bloodthirster now complete. He's going to start stacking that one out. We do see Hjanen now backing off as well. We'll see whether he does the same. He did go for those boots earlier on, of course, along with that BF sword. This time around, Santorin is lying in wait to try and get on towards Mimer. Remember, there's no Dominus for Mimer this time around.
No, there's not, and there's no defensive stats. Mimer's gone for a Brutalizer as a first item, which is kind of interesting because, yes, it is an aggressive item. It's not necessarily going to help you with lane pushing like a Hydra would, but it's going to allow him to maybe out-duel Odoamne because he doesn't have as many defensive stats to be stolen away. Now, Mimer's still sticking around, does have his flash available, so I'm expecting him to get away. And on the assumption Forbidden doesn't come in from behind, because that could be a very scary 3v1.
He's warded out the blue buff, so Cloud9 continue. Actually, they're going to tower dive on this one, and well, Mimer forced the flash away, but he gets out safe, and that was a tower hit for Cloud9, but they're not too worried about that. They've got a good stack of minions, but Mimer's going to stick around for now.
So Santorin has only ganked these solo lanes, mid and top. Still thinking about going for the tower dive. Remember, there was a ward placed here by Febiven. So Cloud9 and Clips have got full vision, and this is going to turn into a 2-on-2, probably 3v3 as Mimer looks to be rotating. We'll see. Spites up. Nope. No, not this time.
Santorin failed, jumped, and didn't quite time it right. That was quickly taken away and secured by Super Hot Crew. Odoamne is taking some more hits in this top lane. His Subjugate is down, his ultimate. So that's not available if Mimer starts to get a little bit more aggressive, which he seems to be. Selfie managing to try and turn some of that aggression from Forbidden around, quickly turning him into a little pinks.
Yeah, there's not much kill pressure in that lane. Unless one player completely misplays or gets caught off guard, there are so many tools available for both individual champions to get away from one another. I want to touch on those items really quickly. The Brutalizer, as we said, by not building defensive stats, Odoamne's Subjugate's not going to steal defensive from Renekton. On the same token, up until this point, Mr. Oz had actually picked himself up a Mana Potion, which is somewhat untraditional for AD carries, but it just signals how aggressive he wants to be in that lane. And we also see Ionian Boots of Lucidity for Selfie. So he's going for a lot of cooldown reduction very early on. Mimer, no flash, here comes Santorin.
Yeah, Santorin stealthing his way in there, gives him that speed boost. Oh, but Mimer has no flash available this time around. He should close the gap. There's the stealth, the ultimate, managing to close that gap down. And a quick taste of fear from Santorin finishes the deal.
So Impaler has not been in position to counter gank any of those ganks yet. They've been trading one gank for one gank, and Mimer is continually being camped, continually being shut down. Remember, Renekton, while he will scale somewhat better into late, Odoamne's Channel is going to do better. The kill in top has allowed Super Hot Crew to secure an uncontested Dragon though.
Yeah, fantastic turnaround. Super Hot Crew reacting very well, knowing that that jungler and top laner are a long way away. It will be the top turret though for Cloud9 Eclipse here. Odoamne happy to finish this one out, just letting those few last minions go down before he finishes the turret out. Feral Flare completed by Impaler. Also picked up that Hex Drinker as well. Impaler so far doing very well in the jungle despite that rough start.
Yeah, and he's just stolen the blue buff as well. So Dragon secured, blue buff secured, going to steal away this Wolf Camp as well. With the Feral Flare locked in, and considering you're going to have a somewhat of a damaged Renekton, Super Hot Crew could try to set themselves up for a Baron a little later on. There's so much sustain on Xin Zhao.
We should also mention that's a pretty damn early Feral Flare as well. That was within 15 minutes. That's not bad going, considering he had no red buff.
Yeah, so straight up lanes, 2v2s, 1v1s, means Impaler has more time to farm his jungle. I would argue at this level, 13 to 15 minutes is the expected time frame in straight up lanes. And it's something that I know I was talking to St. Vicious, and maybe we can even get Dexter to comment on a little bit later. it is pretty standard. During one of Dexter's semi-final games, he actually had a Blade of the Ruined King and a Feral Flare by 15 minutes. But he'd been gifted some kills and he was farming like a monster.
He did so. We discussed that one yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, he said, yeah, I was kind of fed in this game. Yeah. And it worked out very well for them. We'll see how it develops, though, for Super Hot Crew and Cloud9. At the moment, the top lane has fell fairly even. Despite the multiple attempted ganks on Mimer's life, he has stayed alive for the most part of it. Is, of course, 0-2-1, has the most deaths on his team. Impaler involved in everything so far for the Super Hot Crew with his 2-0-1 and has farmed very well up against Santorin, who so far has stepped up his game, it seems, to try and fill Ko's boots.
Yeah, with the exception of being caught out in the jungle, with the exception of one bad positional mistake, he has done a very good job. I want to talk about Selfie's build. He's gone for those Ionian Lucidity boots and an Athene's, and he's sitting at 38.7% cooldown reduction. It's slightly different to what we see of mid lane Lulu's, and with a amp time, we'll get into this in a second. I think they're going for Mr. Ral.
Mr. Ral is completely deep on this one. You can see Mixer trying to do what he can to support him. Solar Flare goes down. Mr. Ral is trying to get the lifesteal down. Just not enough. Exhaust comes out from Mixer. Now Impaler joins the party. We can see Santorin backs away from that one. 3-talent strike bounces Odawamne in there. They're going to try and turn this one out. The Zenith Blade missed when he was walking in a straight line. Not exactly sure how you do that at this level.
Selfie's getting popped.
Well, Selfie's going to have to use that wild growth for Biven all over him, though. He's going to get the resets. Dives back in towards it. Selfie's in all sorts of trouble, but he does seem the cooldowns are on his favor, and Forbidden has to back out.
Yeah, thanks to the very high amount of cooldown reduction that Selfie has built up, he's going to have a lot more spell reels to cast off. And the reason it's so interesting is Lulu's. Oh, Mixer's gone in again.
Mixer's gone very deep on that one. He's going to get away with it, though, because he's so close to that tower, and Hjarnan was getting himself some free farm. This game is definitely opening up suddenly with that open bottom tower going down.
Yeah, as soon as these teams have started to rotate around the map a little bit more, we're seeing more action. At the end of the day, Cloud9 and Eclipse are still behind because they have given up that jungle, the dragon rather, so and an additional, just the one tower actually. 2,000 gold down on a pick-based composition that needs to be finding kills is not a good sign. Yes, they will scale, but assuming Super Hot Crew buys magic resistant, avoids getting blown up instantly, I actually think Super Hot Crew are in a very good position at this stage of the game.
At the moment, it seems very even. Advantage in gold is to the Super Hot Crew, but of course they are even in towers, and can advantages do Cloud9 Eclipse? But of course, objectives is what it's all about. Nobody as of yet taking a gigantic lead. Selfie getting himself that blue buff, that's going to help him out up against this aggressive LeBlanc in the mid lane, who has not really got snowballing just yet. That's kind of what you need on these ribbons. He's going to sense out and try and protect that ward, and instantly we see, I think it was Mixer that put a ward straight on top of the last one.
Yeah, just making sure they've got the vision. They don't want to get flanked. That's the worst thing that can happen to the Super Hot Crew against this Cloud9 composition, is having Trundle teleport from the sideline and giving Santorin and Febiven all the time in the world to get their burst down and to get their damage out. Febiven hasn't actually roamed maybe quite as much as you would expect or think, because of the fact that Selfie's been shoving that wave and prevented Febiven really from leaving his mid lane.
We're waiting to see. Mixer is going to get poked by Voidal. Voidal, of course, played a lot of games with Gambit during the summer season. Very experienced player.
Went to Worlds.
Went to Worlds as well, yeah. He's probably the most experienced player on the board at the moment, whatever you'd like to refer to it as. I'm wondering, there we go. That's what I was waiting for. LeBlanc has been back and spent that money. He's got himself that needlessly large already. He had a lot of gold in the bag, which means that will be available. Dragon is up in, well, 45 seconds. We can see the team started to position for this one, and the pink war fight has begun.
So I like Super Hot Crew's straight up 5v5 scenario as long as they are grouped. They are not currently tight enough group for me to liken their chances of getting this dragon. If Cloud9 decide to engage when there are 3 members of Super Hot Crew in the river, Cloud9 have got more burst in single target that they can get through a smaller skirmish squad of Super Hot Crew. So I like the fact that Super Hot Crew have backed away. They're going to regroup, and we'll see how quickly Mr. Rawls rejoins the rest of his team.
And let's not forget, there is that teleport on Odoamne. He's happy to stay in that top lane. Meanwhile, Miner has to get involved. Impaler gets that 3-talent strike on Santorin. Santorin having to leap away from this one. So that's a lot of damage down. Ooh. Speaking of damage, Selfie just gets exploded there. Doesn't quite go down. There's the Culling coming out, followed up by the Solar Flare. Forbidden goes down. Selfie does the job.
Very well coordinated by Super Hot Crew. They landed their abilities. They didn't hesitate. the moment Santorin's clearing out that pink ward, Impaler instantly jumped in there. So Super Hot Crew grab a kill, and the mid turret, and most likely the dragon as well.
Now we saw Odoamne trying to head back here to help out. Mima tracked him the whole way. Now he's backed away, safe in the presence that this will be a 4v4 regardless. It seems the dragon will go across the Super Hot Crew.
Very decisive play from Super Hot Crew. They played the laning phase patiently, even with Mima giving up 2 kills. You never felt like Super Hot Crew were falling behind. They've got a 5,000 gold lead. They've rotated for objectives. They've grouped up at the right time, and they haven't hesitated at picking fights when they see an opportunity available to them. So well played. Now is the more difficult task. How do they get past this last outer turret and start pushing into the inner jungle? If you look at the vision for Super Hot Crew, it's very good in and around the Dragon Pit. They need to extend that, push that into Cloud9's half of the map, and then get control of the game that way.
And this is something we saw yesterday. Once the current LCS teams, they're trying to fight to get back in towards the summer, but they've been dealing with these rotations for the last 28 games. The promotion series teams that are coming through, the Challengers, Cloud9 Eclipse, the NIP yesterday, and of course we've got Denial coming up later, really haven't had a chance to deal with these rotations. And I'm thinking towards maybe the Copenhagen Wolves later. They are one of the biggest teams that does rotations. This is going to be really hard for these Challenger teams to compete with because they don't get a chance to practice it.
So 2 things that I want to touch on. Copenhagen Wolves in the next series, not only are they good at rotations, they are the best LCS team at 2v1s because they do it so often, and this is a meta where you can get away with that. Going back to Cloud9 not having to deal with rotations, no, because they've played Ninjas in Pajamas for the last 3 months. Yeah. Don't rotate around that. So, you know, they're in this mindset where you can see Cloud9 are being outpositioned. Probably we're being a little too harsh because it is only game 1 of the series, and we need to see them find their feet, you know, warm up, get into the groove, and try to predict what Super Hot Crew are doing. I do want to touch on the item build from Selfie. It looks like he's building a Deathfire Grasp, and Athene's Deathfire Grasp is not a Lulu build we see ever. So we need to see how effective it is. For the time being, it's working out.
We'll see how aggressive it is. Maybe trying to face the aggression of Febiven on that LeBlanc. Trying to counter it. So it looks like Hyanan's got himself some free time on this turret. Mr. Raleigh is heading down here, but I think it's going to be gone before he even gets close. And there's a big wave of minions. Don't think he fancies a straight up 1v1 fight. Now the teleport's coming in. Odoamne is there as well. Just to support. Wasn't really a required teleport though, Maya.
Yes and no. The teleport, I think, did save Hyanan. If you notice Mixer's positioning and Mr. Ralls, they could have jumped onto Hyanan to get the kill, but now the teleport is down for the next 2.5 minutes rather, because it went 2 minutes. Now Super Hot Crew groups up in the mid lane. You see Mixer is zoning 2 members of Cloud9 and they're getting some auto attacks on the tower.
Speed and rotations, full effect right now. Cloud9 Eclipse going to try and counter this one. Odoamne now realizing he's maybe putting himself in a dangerous position. That was almost certainly Hyanan they focused on, but they'll be happy to go some damage down towards Odoamne. It is Super Hot Crew now in all sorts of problems. Mima taking the big damage there. Santorin trying to use that stealth, trying to get his advantage, trying to get in position, trying to get some claws on towards that carry, but it is Super Hot Crew going back in there. There's going to be the ultimate coming out. Odoamne getting focused on. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage for the tankiest member of the game. We proved he hasn't built tank. That's going to be Santorin. He's going to get caught out. 1 kill for the Super Hot Crew. They're trying to get on towards Hyanan. Hyanan's going to run for his life. He is the brain of the team, it seems, but this time around, he is going to have to try and use some brawn to get out of that situation.
Super Hot Crew's composition works out flawlessly. Nobody gets burst down. They've got heals. They've got knockups from Wild Growth. They've got knockaways from Xin Zhao's Crescent Sweep. If you look at this team fights, this is exactly what the Super Hot Crew wanted. They managed to keep themselves nice and tightly knit. The knockaway forces Cloud9 to reposition and try to pick a target. They're trying to focus Impaler. Mr. Rolls has gone untouched for the entirety of this fight. And look at Santorin. He recommits onto the jungler while Mr. Rolls is just sitting there hammering away from the middle of the fight. The longer these fights go, the more spell rotations both Renekton and Lulu are going to get off, and the better the sustain from Impaler is going to be. He's got a Randuin's Omen, Hex Drinker, and that Feral Flare. With his W, he's going to be healing on hit a whole bunch of HP, and I don't think there's enough sustained damage from Cloud9 to deal with him, let alone the rest of the team.
And while that was all happening, there was the middle inner turret going down. Super Hot Crew managing to secure that one after that fight. So they gained an objective as well as some kills. And that's, of course, giving them a 6,000 gold lead. Blue buff, that's going across towards Febiven. He needs that. He needs to start making some plays in this mid lane because currently Super Hot Crew are definitely forming as a 5-man unit very effectively.
6,000 gold. They've got that inner turret. We talked about how Super Hot Crew needed to get some deep vision. they've got some wards on Cloud9's side of the jungle, and by zoning, by forcing Cloud9 and Clips away, if you go all the way back to Odoamne's teleports in that bottom lane, that forced him and Hyanan to be on the opposite side of the turret that Cloud9 wanted to defend, which allowed Super Haku to funnel them and channel him into a lane where they could start a fight. The one thing that I think I'm taking away from the both teams' play is Super Haku are forcing Cloud9 to dance at their beat, and that is what is allowing Super Haku to win these objectives and these rotations and get this nice lead that they've built up.
Well, they've done this against some of the best in the business. They've beaten every single team, including the likes of Fnatic and Gambit. And of course, SK Gaming, who managed to finish first in the league overall. The playoffs went to Fnatic, and they have taken a victory off every single one of those teams. So Super Haku, they certainly know how to play League of Legends in the European scene, and Cloud9 Eclipse are currently being treated to Super Haku, who themselves admitted they were nervous coming into this game. They are going to be very confident with the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, this is one of the more patient control games we've seen, and Super Haku just keep extending the lead. I want to touch on Selfie's build again. With the success, I feel, of those last few pushes across the map, Selfie's actually completed his death cap, so this is the more traditional build that we've seen. I got all excited that he was going DFG. Maybe it was a bit too quick, maybe this was always the game plan, or you could theorize with the dragons and the towers, he got more gold so he could just complete his death cap quicker. We will never know unless we interview him, so we'll just have to keep our eyes on that. Regardless, another dragon goes the way of Super Haku.
Maybe just double-click the Fiendish Codex by mistake.
But you know what? It could be that simple, right? It could be that simple, and maybe I'm just reading way too much into it. But who knows? Who knows?
Baron is being started, 27 minutes. And, well, we do see Cloud9 moving to this one.
Look how quickly it's
There's
going
not
down.
a lot of vision, I've got to be honest, over that pit wall. Now they see that ward going down. They're going to come around. Voidal might get caught out here. Impaler can jump on him. He does get the 3-talent strike. There's the bounce in the air. That is a good cover off, but Solar Flare is going to stop him in his tracks. And that support Voidal is down.
Yeah, he just got caught out of position. The engage power of Xin Zhao running at you when you get the movement speed buff from Lulu, which scales on your ability power, you are not going to get away, even with Karma, who is actually very quick. There was an exhausted for Voidal, he didn't waste it. They might jump on Centauran, there are a lot of dashes. Selfie's going to zone.
Selfie finds him, there's a little poke. They want to take the Baron down this time around. They may have to peel off once again. Baron down half hit points. The Viven is, of course, looking to try and get a good distort. If they group up like that once again, he'll take a big chunk of damage on towards him. He's not too weak. There he goes in towards the pit. The Baron, though, goes across to the Super Haku. They're going to try and turn, and they're going to chase. No, I think they're going to be wise to back away.
And again, just control play. Super Haku just timed. They didn't burst down the Baron quickly. They waited until Cloud9 were in vision, and then when they realized the steal potential wasn't there, they just finished it off. I think this is just really decisive, intelligent play from the Super Haku.
With the magic burst of Forbidden, we do see Impaler now completing the more Mamordius, taking that Hex Drinker in towards that one. He has, of course, got the Iranian Token, he's had a while, and that Feral Flare, which was stacked up high. So, Super Haku currently in a commanding position. 9,000 gold advantage. 4-2 in turrets, and you can see across the gold, the spread of it all. They have around about 2,000 gold advantage over most members, most of their lane partners. The only one that is fairly close, I would say, is still those two top laners who we saw going head-to-head. That was where Centauran was focusing, and it has kept Mima down compared to the rest of his team.
Yeah, it really has. The problem is, because of how far ahead the rest of Super Haku are, even though Odoamne is even, he can't sit in the front line. He can't sit there and get beat on by Xin Zhao, Lulu, and Lucian. He doesn't have the ability to sustain through that damage. Trundle is going to do pretty well at the split pushing with his Blade of the Ruined King, but truthfully, I just think Super Haku, they've shown a tendency to dive and engage, and with Xin Zhao, Lulu, and Leona, they can go under a tower if they want to.
Pink ward they just put down Super Haku wasn't quite in the bush, so they can't see the ward that's in the bush. It's a bit of a mistake, that one, but these shouldn't be too effective. The ward's timed out anyway, so that's all good.
That's a little unfortunate. But we do see Super Haku getting that deep vision. It's what we talked about. With the information at their disposal, they can just push on this inner turret, and I don't think Cloud9 can defend this. Oh, that's a Solar Flare as well.
Good poke. Solar Flare doesn't really land. It separates the rest of Cloud9 and does enough to drive them away from the tower. That's all they wanted. Another turret down, another inner turret down, more importantly. They're going to rotate around and see what they want next.
Bottom tower, blue buff to bottom tower would be my prediction. The minion wave is pushing towards the Super Haku, so that somebody needs to go and shove that back up. But the way Super Haku are playing, use the wards that they've got in the inventory, ward up the blue side of the jungle, and then just start sieging the turret. You know, truthfully, they're tanky enough to just base tank it if they wanted to, but I think Cloud9 will be able to respond quickly enough, so they're going to wait for the minion wave.
Perfectly timed blue buff spawn, super hot group take that away. They're not too worried about this bottom wave, they want to try and shove straight in on the mid, it seems. Primer was doing a good job at driving it in towards the inhibitor turret. I think they realized no reason to go too aggressive. We can play safe. There's a lot on the line in these promotion tournaments. Of course, getting in towards that summer LCS position, it secures them, the team a salary and a position, and more importantly, a chance at fighting towards that world final spot.
Yeah, Super Hot Crew have not made a risky play. I mean, if you were to summarize the last 30 minutes of action, it is Super Hot Crew decisive initiations with very low risk. You never feel like, oh my word, that's scary. Why are they going in this? It's Cloud9 always retreating, Cloud9 always on the back foot. So Baron buff is still on Super Hot Crew for probably another 30-odd seconds. I do think the game plan for them will be to get vision in the blue buff area of Cloud9 and Clips, and then push down that last inner turret before they start sieging the inhibitor turrets, which is always the most difficult tower to siege. And assuming Mixer hits a good solar flare, that could be their way in for tower diving. But if that solar flare misses, it opens up Super Hot Crew to get engaged or re-engage.
And you could argue, if you look at this match, if you look at really the matchups right now, nobody had a big lane advantage. There was no lane advantage this game here. This was purely from Super Hot Crew's movement and positioning around the map, controlling really where Cloud9 and Clips would take them. They've been controlling the whole game as we've moved around. And as you mentioned, Mixer, who himself has not had the best of seasons, I think it's safe to say, with that record deaths, is 0-0-4, yet to die, and has been diving in against the Cloud9 and Clips.
Yeah, so you are right. Mixer hasn't had the best statistics, but because of the extremely high amount of deaths he's given up, it has afforded Mr. Rolls all of that additional time to get his incredibly good stats.
Yes.
You know, you always need to take into account...
He's the sacrificial lamb.
He is the sacrificial lamb. And, you know, at the end of the day, Super Hot Crew, they did get 10 wins out of 28, so we'll see if they can start closing us off. That is a massive amount of burst of Kyanan, and that's going to force Cloud9 away.
Another inner turret gain for the Super Hot Crew as they move on towards those inhibitor turrets. My man taking a bit of poke out from the Vivian there. They are going to start getting a couple of hits on towards those inhibitor turrets. He did see the poke, as you mentioned, Kyanan. That was just one little glitter lance coming out from Selfie along with that Pixie on him, and it shredded half his hit points down. They've got to be careful they don't get picked off like that.
The wave clear from Cloud9 is very short range. There's not enough ability power on Voidal to clear the wave safely, and in order for Graves or LeBlanc to go in, they put themselves in solar flare range, which is why you're noticing Kyanan using his smoke screen to slow the minion wave down and then look for a buckshot. Super Hot Crew have done a very good job of controlling the minimap. Minions in both the top and middle wave are pushing towards Cloud9 and Clips, so Super Hot Crew will have the option to peel away from this turret to try to force an objective elsewhere on the map. Keep in mind, Baron's up in a minute and a half as well, so Super Hot Crew could just force Cloud9 to leave their base to challenge for Baron as well, if they want to play this very safe.
So they're going to rotate around. The Dragon is now up. Oh, they're going to try and focus on Mr. Raleigh. They tried to go deep for Biven there, but they will back away. Super Hot Crew safe in this one. They're going to be taking Barry White over on the right-hand side, making sure that one locks down. Larry is, of course, on the left. At the moment, though, Super Hot Crew dragging up. Let's just rotate down there.
Yeah, I'm expecting Baron to most likely be the next play for Super Hot Crew. They don't have the highest amount of wards. Actually, they've got no wards in the inventory except for one pink. So I would expect them to back, buy some more wards, get vision around Baron, and then force Cloud9 to respond to Baron. Once Super Hot Crew get Baron buff on their side, they're more likely to tower dive because of all the bonus stats and the regen and the extended sieging power that it gives you. So I think, once again, smart, low-risk play from the Super Hot Crew.
Everybody from the Super Hot Crew backs the base, spends up the gold, and moves back into position for 30 seconds until the Baron spawns. Pink Ward is still residing in the pit. That's not going anywhere because Cloud9 and Eclipse have not been able to get around there and clear it out. They've got the vision around the back of the pit, but nothing quite in there yet. Just that one ward, which will get swept out in just a moment by Impaler.
So I want to touch on an item that Mixer's picked up on Leona. He's gone for the Warmog's armor, which has given him a very big chunk of HP. More importantly, the benefit that that's going to give you with Face of the Mountain, he now has a 400 hit point shield that he can put onto Mr. Rals at any given time. Mr. Rals only has 2,200 hit points, so that is a very, very effective shield. We'll see if it comes into play in this next team fight. As we touched on, vision in the side of Cloud9, I don't think there's enough for Super Hot Crew, but they've got enough to work with as they've got Baron down to about half HP.
Voidal getting the poke in there, Mima running interference, getting blocked off. There's the Pillar of Ice already being used up here, but this Baron is dropping. The Bivin comes across here, he tries to cause problems. There's going to be the Baron going down, that was locked in by Impaler. Now the rest of Cloud9 get decimated by the Super Hot Crew. You can see they're trying to capture on towards it. Santorin, he's going to run for his life. That's a double kill being picked up by Mima. And well, they're just swept aside as the Super Hot Crew move towards its top inhibitor turret and maybe try and lock onto Voidal. Oh, the Glitter Lance catches, he's in trouble. That's going to be gifted across. Who will take it? Selfie will finish.
Selfie on Lulu is doing work for the Super Hot Crew, but the reason that team fight was so effective is Super Hot Crew landed a solar flare that locked up members of Cloud9, who then all got knocked up by the Wild Growth. If I'm going to be completely pedantic, they stacked it a little much. But the fact that Cloud9 were so tightly knit and so tightly grouped for the steal, Super Hot Crew just gave a flawless game 1 in the series.
Fantastic start to the series. This is a best of 5, remember, but Super Hot Crew already looking very confident in this early game. It's a 37-minute victory, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not take too much away from this one, though, because NIP locked down their first game in 35 minutes. And they ended up to losing 3-2. Super Hot Crew got to be careful with their confidence as they move into game 2. But it was a very, very strong start from them. Great rotations throughout the game.
I completely agree with you on the confidence point. This game was just so well coordinated and so well controlled by the Super Hot Crew that if they channel the same sort of calm demeanor in the rest of the series, this is what we talked about. This is the experience they've developed over the last 11 weeks of playing in the LCS, and they just hit all the checkpoints, go even or win your lane. Even with 2 deaths on Mima's Renekton, he still went even on CS with Odo on his trundle. So yeah, he gave up kills, but he came out of the laning phase in a powerful presence.
And the Feral Flare stacking pretty early-ish. Good start by Impaler in that jungle, who tends to control really what happens for the Super Hot Crew. You know, despite the fact he had that red buff stolen away from him, it was a great start by Cloud9 Eclipse.
It just wasn't capitalized on.
Yeah.
I think there was a very clear level 1 through 3 strategy for Cloud9, which they got. They made it work. They got an early kill onto Febiven's LeBlanc. But you never felt like Febiven had a very big impact in the game because he didn't get to roam. He didn't get to impact the sign lanes. And we had a 20-minute laning phase. I mean, we had a legit, straight-up head-to-head laning phase. Santorin had great ganks. Santorin had very good ganks. I did not anticipate...
Started off very well, very aggressive.
Yeah, I didn't anticipate that level of impact in the lanes, but it was just, it wasn't capitalized on. You know, you came out of that, Dragon went the way of Super Hot Crew, and they had themselves a 2,000 gold lead just from mechanical play and from securing objectives a little quicker than...
I would argue that once they had that first blood down in the bottom lane, obviously they managed to counter it in the mid lane. We never really saw Santorin going down to that bottom lane to help out. And we talked about Mr. Raleigh being the key player for the Super Hot Crew. They took that tower down first, and that's what opened the whole game up for their rotations.
Totally going to put my foot in my mouth, and I'm going to get people arguing with me, but there's a concept of you never gank a losing lane. Because if you gank a losing lane, it can get turned around on you, or there's the possibility of a counter gank. And we actually seen that.
Do you leave them on an island?
Yes,
yeah.
And we didn't see Impaler trying to turn a 2v2. Every time Mima got ganked, it was straight up Santorin and Odo they're beating him down.
They
and
let
then
him die
one
at the top,
yes.
took the dragon.
Exactly. Yeah. And it was one of those things where you could argue it, but I don't want to put words in their mouths or decisions in the players' minds. It's just one of those things that you do have to consider. Is it worth the risk? Because if it gets turned around, all of a sudden that advantage you had built up is now equalized and probably pushed in the other team's direction.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do want to talk about Super Hot Crew, though, in that game. We have a replay prepared for this one.
Yes. Let's actually pull that replay straight up onto your screen because it is just how effective Super Hot Crew are at disengaging around Baron. Let's roll this out. And basically, the point that I'm trying to highlight is just how well controlled and coordinated Super Hot Crew are. Impaler's going to get the movement speed increase there from Lulu. Jumps onto Voidal. Solar Flare was even anticipating a flash or a movement speed ability there on the side of Voidal. And the no hesitation, in-your-face play that was low risk is what allowed Super Hot Crew to win that game.
Well, I mean, if they'd have tried to counter it, which is probably what they were expecting with that Solar Flare going down, they would have all gone straight into that Solar Flare. Of course, send your favorite moments from these games our way by tweeting them to @LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Fantastic stuff. Great start by the Super Hot crew. Cloud9 Eclipse, how are they going to try and counter this? What are they going to do to get themselves back in the groove?
Picks and bans needs to go a little better. From Champ Select, I felt like Super Hot crew had the tools to deal with the pick composition. And if you're going to go for that, yes, you can still win with it. You can still make it work. But then you need to play aggressive and capitalize on when you have power spikes. I don't feel that Cloud9 Eclipse did that enough. So more decisive, aggressive play based on your composition, I think.
Well, as the players discuss what exactly they have to do for the next game, for now, let's check in with Shox, Deficio, and Dexter for more insight into that last match.
Thanks very much, guys. Now, at the beginning of the day, we were saying Impaler has to do good, Mr. Raleigh has to do good for Super Hot crew, but I thought that as a whole, they just did everything as a team a lot better than the other team. What do you think they particularly excelled at in this matchup, Dexter?
I think Impaler did pretty good this game, and also Mr. Raleigh did good, but I don't agree with the Renekton pick without TP. I mean, they lost the level 1 really hard. Like, I think it was a misplay from C9 because they had 3 buff start, and it was all because of the TP. Like, if you have a TP at top lane, it's really easy to just secure 2 buffs, and yeah, if you don't have it, you are at a huge disadvantage. So that puts them into a position where they were like forced to actually farm up on the jungle. But yeah, he didn't get punished hard enough, I think, and he was 2-0 or something. And yeah, Xin Zhao beats Kha'Zix actually in the jungle. So I mean, yeah, I think it was just overall underperformance from C9.
I have to agree. I mean, Super Hot crew as a team, when it came to team fights, when it came to moving around the map, vision control is the thing we talked a lot about upstairs. They were just a better team, in this game at least. Take the Dragon fight, which was actually one of the deciding ones, where Super Hot crew gets a few kills. They have 3 pink wards, and there's nothing from Cloud9. There's no vision, and yet they walk down, the fight starts, and Super Hot crew wins it. And then with the comp we have for both teams here, again, we talk about how LeBlanc pick, once you actually fall behind against a Lulu mid, and also against like the front line, with Xin Zhao, with Renekton, and with, of course, Leona as the support, like it's very hard for him to kill anyone. So he actually became pretty much a non-factor when it came to team fights, and also meant therefore Super Hot crew just a full control.
Yeah, and if you don't have any vision control, how are you going to get those picks off as well? Let's focus maybe also on that mid lane matchup a little more. We saw Selfie going for Lulu, going for a maximum CDR Lulu to make a huge impact on the game. What did you guys make of the build?
I don't think that build is good. Nope. It didn't make any sense to just rush Lucidity boots, and then he had the Codex too for like 30% cooldown reduction, and then the Morello Nomicon on top of that, blue pots and blue buff, and I thought he was playing Earth mode with like 80% cooldown reduction. So.
But it worked.
Well, yeah, they won the game, but just remember as well, with the changes to Lulu, you can't do the doubled little lands anymore. Normally you needed, I believe it was like 28% CDR, and you could do the double one. You can't do it anymore, even with 40% or 75%, which yet, of course, it caps at 40. So his build didn't make sense in this case. Obviously, they won the game.
Yeah.
He got there. We thought he was going to go for the DFG. He went for Def Cap instead, luckily, which worked out really well for him. Also helped again to destroy the burst from LeBlanc here. The Lulu pick was good. The build, kind of.
Not so much. Looking at that game, as we said before, we think that Mr. Raleigh might come up huge. He didn't even come up huge in this game because he didn't have to. Does this spell bad news for C9 going into the next game?
I think they might have to ban Lucian. I think Lucian is just, like, why would you give the best player the best hero on that position? And I think Mr. Raleigh is really good on Lucian, and if he has to, he can just carry the game from that position because, yeah, I really liked Lucian into LeBlanc too, and like you can just juke out the W and then one-shot her. There's nothing LeBlanc can do, and yeah, I think overall a Lucian ban might be needed, but people think that Graves is actually really good against Lucian, but if you're really, like, it's a skill matchup, but I think Lucian has the advantage in every matchup, so yeah.
So from what we've seen here, the Fisho, how do you think game 2 is going to go?
Well, I think if Super Hot crew, if Cloud9 Eclipse goes for the same kind of comp with this double assassin, the jungler being assassin, and then the mid laner, and they don't fix the vision control, I think they're going to be in for a very hard game. I would actually like to see them go more for a teamfight comp or heavy push comp, for instance, like a lot of wave clear, so they can, I know it can be boring, extend the game, and then like to focus on team fights and don't rely too much on the vision control. I think that could help them out, unless, of course, they come in this game and just fix it completely, have great vision control, and get the pings they want.
Well, we will see, of course, in the next game. We'll set up the Rift for our next match, which means you can top off your HP, but stay close. because next it's Game 2 between the Super Hot Crew and Cloud9 Eclipse.
Whoa, relax. Yeah, drive for Kha'Zix is gonna come.
Kha'Zix mid.
Good up, man.
Welcome back to the European Summer Promotion Tournament in Game 1 of this series. It is between the Super Hot Crew and Cloud9 Eclipse, and Super Hot Crew took the win in Game 1, but we're on to Game 2, and let's see how the teams respond.
Yeah, I really want to talk about Impaler. I feel like he was very important in that previous game, particularly in the initiations. Every time there was an objective that was being contested around, Impaler found a way to use that audacious charge in Zhao to jump on a member of Cloud9, and the rest of his team followed it up. So he did very well. He also ganked Mr. Ral's lane, tried to get them in control, which is something that we felt was going to be very important for Super Hot Crew. And truthfully, they didn't even need to rely on Mr. Ral's that game because the rest of the team just did so well.
Yeah, fantastic, fantastic stuff from Impaler. Started out very well, and the teams are about to select their champions. So this is a good time for you to get onto Twitter and let us know who you think will win the series with one game already going to Super Hot Crew. Send your choices to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag C9EWin or hashtag SHCWin. We'll check in at the beginning of this game to see how you voted.
As an aside, I'm going to theorize that 76% vote that was in favor of Cloud9.
It's going to swing it all.
It will swing. And also, it's not North American Cloud9. I don't know if you're aware of that fact. This is, of course, the challenger team from Europe. Different accents, I think you'll find.
What happens when the North American Cloud9 Tempest play?
Oh, that should be interesting. The irony is, the composition that Cloud9 Eclipse ran today was a Cloud9 North America comp.
Yes.
It is something they have run almost.
Well, they use the
to
same
letter.
analyst, as far as I'm aware.
Correct,
So the
Charlie.
same stat guy.
I believe their analyst, Charlie, actually filters information. Stuff that is reserved for the LCS, and there's some stuff that's reserved.
Been taken away from Selfie. We saw, of course, LeBlanc was first picked. Was picked in, sorry, by Cloud9 Eclipse in the last game, trying to take everything away from Selfie. Of course, with that ban, focus towards Impaler, it does leave Selfie with a bit more choices in this next matchup. Lulu ban has been taken in, so again, another reactionary ban there coming out. Jax, of course, also taken away. So 2 top laners so far for Super Hot Crew. Wonder if Rise is going to be next.
Nidalee or Rise would have to be the opportunity or the consideration here. I think Nidalee would be first pick worthy for Cloud9, considering how good Febiven has been on that champion in the past. Super Hot Crew have not deviated from their previous bans, so it's exactly the same as the previous game. Irelia, Morgana, and Jax. Cloud9 Eclipse have adjusted and tried to change their game plan coming into the second match of the series. So now the question is, what do they want first pick? If they lock in Nidalee, they give Rise over to Super Hot Crew. If they lock in Rise, vice versa. Or Super Hot Crew could go for the likes of a Soraka if they really wanted to. Soraka versus Nidalee, it's a gifted mid lane. You can get to that mid game very comfortably because there's very little kill pressure or threat.
You talked about it. There is the locked in insta-lock. Nidalee, first pick for Cloud9 Eclipse. It's always a risk going with the mid lane at first, but of course, as we saw at the World Championships, it's something that many confident top mid laners can do, and we'll see how it works out for Bivin, who we have been told to pronounce it that way, by the way, if anyone's wondering why we've changed it from Febiven to Forbiven. And the same with Hjanen, where our Swedish is not quite on the par that we would hope it to, but it does mean he is the brain. We are aware of that, but we are seeing the Super Hot Crew locking in Leona and, once again, Lucian. So same bottom lane for Super Hot Crew.
It also gives you a very good engage strategy. Mixer's Leona play in the previous game was pretty good. Solar Flares, maybe not as on point as you would like, but it didn't matter because they created the zone, they created the threat of connection, and that meant that Cloud9 couldn't engage. So I like the lock-in. It is once again Mr. Roll's getting a comfortable champion. Hal Dexter was considering banning it. He was taking that stage or that mindset. So comfortable for Super Hot Crew, scaling champions once again, looking like on the side of Cloud9. They've hovered between a few, and I wouldn't be surprised to actually see Rise being locked in.
We're waiting for see whether it does. Was banned out in game 1. Thresh already on the table. That was a ban before, and it is going to get locked in. So we'll see how Voidal does on Thresh this time around. Karma was not exactly inspiring, I think, in game 1.
No, it wasn't. Selfie has the options to run the likes of a Soraka. Nidalee and Rise are going to take a long time to scale. Soraka's going to scale so well into the late game. Seeing the Fizz there and noticing LeBlanc has not been banned, Selfie could also run a LeBlanc if you wanted to. If you get some ability power early on, you can run the potential of killing that Nidalee in 1v1 scenarios, assuming Selfie can make it work. Remember, coming into this, he had stats of, I believe, was 11, 11, 26, which is far from being positive. The one thing Super Hot Crew need to be very careful of is not picking champions that get dumpstered in the late game, because Nidalee is going to become such a monster. Rise is going to become such a monster. We see the Dr. Mundo being locked in, which is great. It means he's going to scale and be a good front line, but he's never going to be as scary as a Rise because he doesn't offer the same level of damage. So he's not as scary to Hjanen on the back line when he runs in there because it's going to take him so long to actually kill anybody.
We'll see how it works out. Of course, Renekton was available, which is what he locked in the previous game. The fact that Kha'Zix was picked up by Impaler does mean that there's going to be a change in the jungle for Cloud9 Eclipse as well.
I'd like to see more ganks from Impaler, I think. He did pretty well in the last game, but of course he was on Xin Zhao. He was looking for those stacks towards his Feral Flare and getting his itemization up. As a side note, I think Hyonin is probably got the best hair on the stage today. just laying that out there.
He did actually say, I hope Reddit mentions my hair.
Well, if they don't, I am. Touché to you, good man. And yeah, when you've got Kha'Zix, because you don't need to farm up your Feral Flare, and because you don't need to spend as much time in the jungle, you are afforded more opportunities to impact the lanes. If we see an assassin being locked in for Selfie, which is kind of my instinct because there is not a massive amount of damage between that Dr. Mundo and, you know, Lucian, yeah, Kha'Zix is going to get up there, but it's kind of risky. I'd like to see Impaler invading on the Nocturne jungle, trying to get in his face. You've got very good engage. Nocturne onto Ryze will be a very scary gank. Rune Prison summoning in place. Nocturne with Nidalee, less so. But again, Santorin's going to be able to engage from very long ranges. Cloud9 have got a good scaling team, and if they ever get to sieges, I think they're going to do very well. They can keep Super Hot Crew on the back foot.
And Super Hot Crew have got a real problem if they do lock in Fizz of actually getting damage on those turrets. Lucian would be the only one from range to be able to do that, so we'll see. Looks like it will get locked in, but there's that Graves again. We saw it in game 1. Hyonin once again running it. And of course the Nocturne, which has really risen to prominence as the one of the main junglers in 4.5.
Incredibly powerful. With the Feral Flare, he farms Feral Flare into the likes of a Blade of the Rune King or Hex Drinker. He becomes a split push threat. Meteos actually won a game that Cloud9 were on the brink of losing because he was able to solo the Nexus with enough attack speed and attack damage. So what I like about Cloud9's comp is they've got a jungler that can respond to threats well, which will give him some room for error against Kha'Zix, who's going to be looking to get in his face. The thing is, Santorin has to be quick about it, because there is burst damage from Fizz, there is burst damage from Kha'Zix. So as long as Selfie can get ahead, he's going to be in a good position. But Super Hot Crew's comp is very much like Cloud9's comp. They need to be ahead, they need to get kills, because they've got very little safe wave clear when the culling's not available, and I'm worried for them under the turrets against a Nidalee who's going to be poking the whole time.
Well, considering game 1, it was very even in lanes. How do we see this one matching out here? Because no one had a big advantage. It was simply down to rotations and outplays, I guess, by the Super Hot Crew.
So with that in mind, I actually think it's more even than being in favor of Super Hot Crew. And my reasoning is that, exactly like you said, it's more difficult for Super Hot Crew to get to towers. It's much more risky. They can't afford to just move in and start hitting towers. They
have to get kills.
They have to get kills, or they have to outposition and get there first. And when you've got a Nocturne that can respond quickly, who's got good wave clear with his Duskbringer and his AoE, you've got Nidalee spears coming at your face as well. It makes your job much more difficult. So I do think this is a good position, but similar to the last game, if Super Hot Crew don't get hit early, then they could be in trouble.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 getting underway in this best-of-5 series. Super Hot Crew, they took game 1 and are looking very confident. We'll see how it works out for them, because this time around, Cloud9 Eclipse will be starting out as the blue team up against the Super Hot Crew on the red team. And in terms of level 1, I'm wondering whether we're going to see any rotations. Of course, Cloud9 Eclipse got it invaded. They got themselves that red buff steal as well from Impaler. We'll see how defensive they're going to be this time around.
I would almost expect the invades to come from Super Hot Crew, not only because they want to take advantage of the slow-to-power champions like Ryze and Nidalee, but you also want to try and deny Nocturne. If you can steal away big buffs and slow down that Feral Flare and try to prevent him getting to level 6 for a while, it's quite a smart position to be in.
So you can see the votes there. Super Hot Crew still. Well, actually, don't say still. It was all about Cloud9 Eclipse, of course. Super Hot Crew, 66% of you have swung your vote, completely changed opinions, jumping on the bandwagon, one might even say. So, Super Hot Crew are looking to invade on towards the blue buff area this time around, it seems.
So they're going to be going for the trades. The way the teams are setting up, this is looking like it's going to be a 4v1. It's looking like they're going to go for those early tower pushes. And something that Jet has been talking about excessively in North America is what do the top laner and junglers do once they've got the buffs? because generally you're going to see the AD carry and support going to the towers, and those sort of solo roles looking to either steal more camps away or get to the tower quickly to push it down.
And we heard Dexter talking about it as well in the analysis yesterday. We're talking about do you go on the second or the third wave? You know, different styles of play. Cloud9 have been going on that second wave for the 4-0 push or 4-0 push, whatever you like to call it. We're just having a quick client restart. You can see in the screens that Mixer is sat there staring at a pause screen, so nothing happening. You're not missing anything right now, staring at the players. You are, of course, staring at them instead of our beautiful faces, which some would argue is probably a better view.
Beautiful's a bit of a stretch there. I do want to quickly mention, Mixer didn't die previous game.
That's good.
Zero death to his name, so...
he did actually have a fun debate with Voidle. Voidle was saying, I'm going to take your record from you. He said that would be a stretch. It means you need to die over 130 times, I think it is, in 5 games, which is going for it.
He was off to a good start. He was off to a good start.
Started out well.
No, I'm being a little harsh. I think this time round, assuming lanes go even, I actually prefer Cloud9's composition. I really think they scale well. They're going to have a lot of tools to siege well. Again, not the strongest of wave clear, but Duskbringer, as well as the AoE from Ryze and a short cooldown, as well as Buckshot.
And you could argue with the melee champions, the amount of melee champions they have, with that Thresh, the hooks could be pretty important.
The peel that Thresh is going to offer when you're poking with Nidalee is just so valuable, as long as Voidle is hitting his flames and putting his boxes down in the correct place.
So here we go, back into the game. Game 2 underway. Blue steals from both sides this time around, and no Deficio to be seen. It is going to be the Impaler starting out with the blue. It'll get to you in a moment, guys. Don't worry. You work on that one. Mr. Rales, he's going to be in the top lane, and it does seem we are going to have these 4-0 split pushes. We'll see who stacks out and who manages to work out best, because Super Hot Crew were better at rotating in Game 1. We'll see how Cloud9 Eclipse respond as they move towards their own rotation.
So it's actually the Super Hot Crew that are setting themselves up with the buddy system that we talked about. Odo Omne is taking the Wraith Camp solo. He's going to get more experience. You'll notice that Impaler is sitting on the bottom half of the map. Sorry, Santorin sitting on the bottom half of the map, farming as well. Whereas Mimo and Impaler had grouped up to go for Larry White and for the Wolf Camp on Cloud9's side of the jungle. Instead of pushing the tower, they've gone back to their own jungle though. So we're not going to see the very fast pushing lane shenanigans that we've got used to.
So teleport from Mima as he joins in towards that top lane. Bottom lane, sorry. He's the top laner in the bottom lane. You know what I mean. It's what we call him.
He's defending his tower.
Defending his honor, maybe. I don't know. Defending everything. Yusa. In the top lane, it is going to be Mixer and Mr. Rales as they shove on in there. Mr. Odo Amne. Mr. Odo Amne, maybe that's his name now. Who knows? He's going to be up against 3 members of the Super Hot Crew who are going to be following this siege minion in towards the tower themselves.
Yeah, I think Odo Amne just needs to hang out on the side lane and get experience. That is such a good ward from Mr. Rales, because if Odo Omne had hung around there, he would have been a threat of being engaged upon. So we are going to see towers being traded, I feel. Yana denying as much CS from Mima as possible, but it's not the hardest of pushes that we've become accustomed to, I think, in the LCS level of play. Once the towers fall, I'm very interested to see, do the teams rotate their AD carries and supports to go straight head-to-head to defend a tower, or do they try to continue the push and get another turret? Because that's where things are going to become very interesting.
Yannen's left it a little too long there on that wave. I think he wanted to get one extra shot. He was trying to let the minions go down to the tower and then actually missed the last hit, which I don't think is going to be too much of a problem. We can see that Super Hot Crew have kind of done the same thing in the top there, so they're just making sure they try and deny as much experience. Febiven, he's in trouble. Here comes Impaler. Selfie on towards him. Selfie taking the tower hits. He's going to try and playful Trickster away from that one, and Febiven will get away from that one. The Ignite is not enough to kill him. So two summoner spells used out there by both mid laners.
Yeah, so both mid laners going all in. It's not over yet because Impaler is still hanging around in the wings. No mana on Febiven means that he's not going to be able to heal himself up. So Selfie was playing aggressive, and I think he needs to do that. We talked about how the assassin in the mid lane needs to get kills and needs to be able to roam around the map. Nidalee's not the greatest of wave pushes. Even when she hits 6, it's better but not fantastic, which should allow Selfie some time to move around the map. We see Mixer sticking around in the mid lane. He's got a Febiven!
He's managed to get in there. Zenith Blade, there's the stun, there's the exhaust. He's in all sorts of trouble. The kill's going to go to Selfie. There's first blood, and that's going to get him rolling.
And this is what we talked about. What do the AD carry and support do once the tower is down? Mr. Rales went straight to the bottom lane to try and maintain control and not allow the wave to be pushed up further. And Mixer just took a very smart route, hung out in the river, managed to gift that kill over to Selfie playing Fizz. And a good start, you know, Assassin grabbing a kill early on. Let's see what he does with the gold and how he continues to play it out.
So, good start for Super Hot Crew. And it worked out. They got first blood in game 1 as well, remember. It was a much closer affair that time around, though. Hyanan keeping that farm rolling in this bottom lane. He has got the duo pairing of Mr. Rales and Mixer now joining him in this bottom lane, but there is a 10 CS difference so far.
Yeah, I think Mr. Rales will be able to pick this one up. The early lane swap tower push has gone in favor of Cloud9 Eclipse, because not only does Hyanan have that small advantage over Mr. Rales, which I think will be even out soon, but Oda1 they actually had a pretty good CS lead over Mimer's Mundo as well. So 21-13, Impala's now looking to get more ganks. Remember we said on a champion like Kha'Zix, where he's not responsible for farming as much, we were expecting him to gank more, and it appears as though he's already trying to get in the faces of Cloud9 Eclipse more frequently.
And that's actually going to put some fear in Odoamne, I feel there. The fact that he has warded out, he has covered off, and now he's putting an element of doubt in Ryze's mind. Of course, he has got that flash available, has got the Rune Prison, so he has got effectively a free escape the first time around it comes, but if Impala were to burn that down a second time around, Impala are actually going to find Santorin in the jungle here. He comes around, Santorin realizing, hang on a minute, I've got more health than you. I reckon I can turn this fight myself. Odoamne is now coming down. Impala in all sorts of trouble. Rune Prison, as I discussed, is a problem, but Impala has, of course, got that leap. It's not been evolved, but he can still jump over the fences.
Manages to get himself out cleanly. I think Impala needs to be very cautious with his play, because you see how quickly Cloud9 Eclipse can respond. He's actually going to jump on Odoamne. This is a fight.
He's going to go in there. He's going to have the support of Mima as well. There's the unseen threat coming in. Then he manages to get the passive. There was so much burst damage down on that Taste of Fear that Impala can use. The help of Mima was close by, and Mima, he's actually gained the farm over Odoamne. He had fell behind, what, 10 CS? All this shenanigans, all the play that's been happening, the doubt that's been put into Odoamne's mind has given them Mima that advantage. Look at this mid lane now.
Yeah, we'll see if any crowd control can land. It's so difficult to lock a Fizz down. I mean, with his Playful Trickster as well as his Urchin Strike, he's got the ability to dash through minions or champions and then hop away, becomes untargetable. So I'm not expecting anybody to jump on Selfie and pick up a kill anytime soon. That looks like recall bait to me, and it didn't. Hyanan didn't take. That was super obvious recall bait. But you know what? I give you props for trying.
Ooh, Zenith Blade just flashing past the cape of Hyanan there on his Graves. Didn't quite land through. It is going to be Voidal, of course, picking up the it's not. It was the coin. It was. I can't remember. It's turned into now. It's
Relic Shield Target Brace.
Relic Shield. That's the one, which is why he's managing to take the minions. He's not stealing away that gold from his AD carries. Actually helping them, both of them out. Selfie, he's going for a roam. He's looking down towards it. It's going to be the blue buff. Pink wards out towards that Death Buster.
So there's one thing I want to highlight, which I haven't mentioned just yet. We touched on how Dr. Mundo is going to scale in a different style to the Ryze as far as your frontline tank is concerned. And while Dr. Mundo is not going to have as much damage, especially in terms of burst, there's no ignite on the side of Cloud9 Eclipse at all. So there is going to be very little real kill threats from Cloud9 onto Mima unless they totally commit. They will have to 5-man focus him if they want to get him down, especially when he gets his core items up. Blue buff has respawned. It looks like Impala wants to go for an invade. This is going to be a little risky. It's 2-on-2, top laners and junglers both nearby. Impala is falling behind in CS because he's spending so much time trying to counter jungle, and truthfully, he's not been super successful at it.
No, but Mima had to push his wave fairly heavily in their favor, which is why the Super Hot Crew are putting so much into this. 4 members of the Super Hot Crew now nearby. They really want to take this one away from Nidalee, which of course will limit those spears, and they have managed to lock it down. Impala walks away with a blue buff.
So smart play to deny the blue buff from Forbiven's Nidalee, which just means the sieging threat is obviously going to be reduced. He doesn't even have his Athene's and Holy Grail completed yet. But the one thing that I do want to point out is that Impala had just hit level 6 at that fight. Santorin is level 7, and he's got 20 CS more. Wriggle's Lantern is already completed. He's got 14 stacks toward this Feral Flare. So he's on track to equal, if not beat, the Feral Flare upgrade from that Wriggle's Lantern.
Yeah, we saw how much of a beast a very stacked out Nocturne can be just yesterday in that Millennium game. Kotnex played a fantastic Nocturne yesterday, of course. So I would also add that 5 members of the Super Hot Crew moved across that blue buff. They really invested a lot to make sure they got that one. They're going to make sure it counts, of course. That buff is not going to last too long for Bivin. Actually lands the spear on Selfie. A little bit overconfident there, I think. Selfie's trying to dodge away from that one and didn't realize how big his hitbox was.
Yeah, it's just getting caught out. I think highlighting the fact that Super Hot Crew invested so many of their members' time into going for that buff steal is actually something that could come back to bite them. If Cloud9 can, I use the word loosely, but if they can predict, hey, the next blue buff's going to come up, let's anticipate a steal from Super Hot Crew. And if Cloud9 sets up some good vision with wards, you can have Odoamne teleport in, and Centauran uses Paranoia to come in from a very long range, potentially surprising Super Hot Crew. So we need to keep a very close eye on how Cloud9 deal and attempt to deal with the grouping that's coming out from Super Hot Crew.
Well, if you were to look at the stats, as I tell you, that Selfie's about to go in there. That's going to be dropped down. That's going to be the Ignite down. The Exhaust counters it. That's going to stop Selfie in his tracks. But those 2 mid laners going at it just as the Dragon is looking to be started off.
Yeah, if Super Hot Crew can get onto the Dragon with their team before Febivin can respond to throw those javelins out, that's a good place to be. But doesn't seem to be the case. Voidal, the great Death Sentence, just giving vision, so he knows it hasn't been started yet.
What I wanted to get back to was the amount of dragons that Super Hot Crew took in the last game. You saw a stat flash down maybe earlier on in the previous matchup. Super Hot Crew have only taken an average of, what, 2.3 dragons, I think, throughout the entire season. They took 4, 5, 6, I think, in the last game. This time around, they've started off well once again. Just shy of 12 minutes, they secure themselves the first dragon of the game.
And all thanks to Selfie. Selfie's aggression onto Febivin forced him away, forced him to recall, and Super Hot Crew just responded. Impaler stole away the raid camp, and then immediately jumped on the objective. So they've got themselves another 2,000 gold lead. We're seeing the same patient and coordinated play, I think, from Super Hot Crew. They grouped up to steal the blue buff. They grouped up to secure the dragon. It's hurting them a little bit in CS. I mean, Mr. Rolls is not typically behind anyone in CS, and he is somewhat behind Hjarnan. But we'll need to see how this works out, because both AD carries have basically just been pushing this bottom wave out and in. They've not truly contributed to the rest of the overall picture.
Well, the difference, of course, was when they rotated round. I mean, we saw, obviously, Mr. Raleigh push down that top wave. He had to go back to base, come down there. Hjarnan has pretty much set up a campsite down here. He's got his electricity plugged in, his water's running, and he's ready to just lay in wait in these bushes down the bottom line. He's still got his big wave of minions coming back in once again, and Mr. Rales is ready to counter that and take himself another, what, 12 minions.
Yeah, going to just keep closing that gap. The longer this goes, I think the slightly happier Cloud9 will be, because, of course, Rise and Nocturne and Nidalee are just going to scale and become very, very good. And assuming Cloud9 can get to the right targets of Super Hot Crew, they can definitely pick up kills. But the one thing they need to be careful of is that Mimer's now going to lead. He's got the support of Impaler. They're going on Rise.
Good slow on towards Odoamne there as the briefcase glances the back edge, but not remotely close, unfortunately, this time around. And it did force the flash nonetheless from Odoamne, so will be classed as a successful gank for Impaler.
Yeah, it will be. Now Febivin's caught again.
That's going to be the Shark thrown out towards him. Just pounces him in the air. The spear's thrown straight back. Selfie, no mana, though, to really continue that engage.
Yeah, had that flash not come out, I actually think there would have been enough burst. The Deathfire Grasp went out from Selfie in conjunction with Chum the Waters, and because the E from Fizz didn't connect with Nidalee, he managed to get away. I do think that would have been super close. Selfie showing, I think, a good mastery of Fizz. He's landed all of the ultimates that we've seen, and he's playing very aggressively to try and keep Febivin down.
Yeah, I would question why he's not running Fisherman Fizz, though. That's, I mean, because everybody knows that is really the actual only skin you should run.
I agree to disagree. Yes.
I know you're all about the Atlantic one.
Atlantean Fizz is where I'm at. Regardless, let's get back to the game. Blue buff, it looks like it's being stolen away. Doesn't connect with the big ray. That's a good death sentence. Voidal decides not to follow in, and that's smited away by Centaur.
So that's a counter blue steal that came out. Remember how much Super Hot Crew invested in taking away that blue buff. It did go to Santorin, though. Didn't go towards Febivin. Febivin actually missed the spear, landing it on towards the minion. So again, that's still an elite without a blue.
Traditionally, when you do go for those invades, it is the smite steal to secure it.
Yes.
You guarantee you deny that from your enemies, and knowing that the blue buff is respawning, it looks like Cloud9 have got position position. Super Hot Crew are nowhere near to challenge for this one. But you'll notice the wards that you've got the pink ward in the river for Cloud9 Eclipse, as well as having the blue buff warded up themselves. Had Super Hot Crew gone for an invade or to try challenge, there would have been more vision for Cloud9 to try and deal with it and contest the buff.
Centaurians continuing to try and stack out that item. He will not get it just yet. He's almost there. He's at 15 minutes, so he is going to be a little bit behind Impaler was in the previous matchup. However, with them blue buffs secured now, and you've got a question really when Super Hot Crew invested so much into getting that first one, whether it was worth it, because they didn't even contest this one this time around.
They didn't, and it's going to be interesting to see if they try to keep doing it again, because, you know, it's one of those situations where they invaded, it was risky, they had to commit 4 members just to steal the blue buff away. And then you think to yourself, what if we do that again and it doesn't go as smoothly?
Yeah.
What if we commit to that blue buff steal and we lose and we give up kills or something like that? And something that Super Hot Crew did very well in Game 1 was play quite risk-free. And I think that could have been part of the reason they hesitated, part of the reason they didn't go in for that next invade.
We do see a number of items coming out from these teams. Oh, here we go. Impaler jumping on it. There's no flash for Odoamne. This time Mima does use his own flash. Impaler comes in, that unseen threat, and takes the fear, doing a lot of damage. And it will be Impaler that gets himself the kill. The second of the game.
Yeah, just rinse and repeat. The same style of gank, but knowing that flash wasn't available allowed them to pick up that kill. So the Feral's Flare has been completed about a minute and a half later than we've seen from the previous game. But very importantly, Centurion has got it now, and that gives him just so much more sustain and farming power. He's opted to go for a Giant's Belt as his next itemization, and in contrast to LCS Nocturnes, we actually see Blade of the Ruined King or Hex Drinker being a second item and then going defensive. So Centurion maybe wanting to be more tanky early on, might signal darts, might signal more aggressive play.
It may signal that he will be using that ultimate to dive in. We haven't seen that ultimate used a great deal just yet, so we'll wait to see whether it does come in. Of course, simply having to be defensive right now. Forbidden with that blue buff in this mid lane. Got that chalice built up a long time ago. We also saw, of course, Selfie. He went with that Deathfire Grasp very early on. So we're seeing he really wants to try and stay aggressive, but has been fighting with his own mana issues because he hasn't been getting that blue buff.
Yeah, it's so much more difficult to kill Febiven now. With blue buff and the heals that Italy has built in, unless Selfie 100 to 0s her, she's just going to sustain. Febiven's just going to sustain through whatever damage comes down and then carry on farming. Selfie had actually built himself up a 20-25 CS lead maybe 3 or 4 minutes ago, and that has just dwindled away thanks to Febiven being able to spam out those javelins. We do see that Voidal may get caught up. Mixer, he's going to go all in.
Well, he's going to try and go for it. Solar Flare flashed away from, and they didn't get that pink ward after all there either. And that dragon is now up. Centurion is moving into position, but he's a little out of position. This is actually a 3-2 split position for Cloud9 Eclipse. Not the ideal spot, but remember that Solar Flare is down.
Yes, so important for Super Hot Crew. I think in terms of a straight-up 5v5, you're going to have a very interesting setup where Selfie's going to be looking to flank, and Febiven never wants to be in the thick of it. He always wants to be throwing those javelins out. This is a straight-up 5v5. Solar Flare's only a third of the way off cooldown, so a very important ability for Super Hot Crew. Not here. We may see Super Hot Crew go for a steal. I think that's the only real risk here, or only real option for them.
Well, with the way they're grouping up, I'm expecting Mr. Rales to go straight for the call-in. They're going to dive on towards Voidal. A lot of damage going down towards him, but he's not really the ideal target. Now they're going to see them focus in there. Impaler gets in and out, and now they're going to keep that damage going towards it. Odoamne getting all caught out. The call-in doing the damage. Mr. Rales gets himself a second of the game. Yana now going to get focused on. There's the slow coming out from Mima. He's happy to dive the turret. That health regen ticking away. Mixer's going to get close. He's got that Zenith Blade ready and waiting to go. As soon as he gets close, he's going to be needed. Mr. Rales takes a spear, though. That's going to be dangerous. Now they're diving on towards the tower. Centurion's going to be the next focus target. Mixer's been caught out by Febiven at the back, but now he's got the support of Mr. Rales coming in there. That's going to be another Mima taking him down, and that is a 3-0. The Dragon also, I think, just went across to Super Hot Crew.
Mundo goes where he pleases because there is no Ignite to shut him down. If you look at the way this engage plays out, the moment Mima gets into this fight, he's teleported in from the back line. He just tanks up so much damage, and because Cloud9 Eclipse have to get past that very tanky Mundo, it means that the carries are not under threat. Even though they took a big burst of damage early on, they lost key members, and that just allows Super Hot Crew to chase. I mean, Mima, he just tanks for days. There was never a threat of him really going down, and very good targeting on the side of Mr. Riles.
Yeah, and while that was all happening, you can see, of course, the mid laner Impaler and Selfie taking that dragon down, which is what obviously managed to secure them. So 3 for 0 and the dragon. Big gold swing straight back into Super Hot Crew's favor, as it was in game 1. They're now 6 for 0 with a 6,000 gold lead. That's a big jump for Super Hot Crew.
That was the team fight that Cloud9 Eclipse needed to win, or they needed to have given up that dragon. Because they got ran down and because they not only lost the dragon and gave up multiple kills, there is now enough damage on the side of Super Hot Crew with that Fizz and the Kha'Zix to assassinate the fairly squishy-ish champions of Nocturne and Nidalee. In addition to that, Mima's got himself his Spirit Visage. He's got double Giant's belts. I mean, Mima's just gone full HP because it's going to take such a long time for anybody to burst him down that he just needs HP right now. That's all he needs to build, and he's going to be doing... He's going to survive for so long, he's going to be able to protect his back line. So once again, Super Hot Crew in a very good commanding lead in the mid-game stages.
And all the hard work that Hyanan had put in down that bottom lane completely undone. He had got that CS lead, but now the fact there's a 2-0-2 Lucian on the opposition team's means is way ahead in terms of gold, of course, now with that last Whisper completed. Mima has rotated around. He's now down this bottom lane, and you can see Odoamne in countering that one. But of course, we all know Rise. We all know he needs a while to get going. And the fact is, he isn't building his stacks on that tier while he's out of the lane. He's having to stay very far away from Mima now.
Yeah, and the thing is, Cloud9 do have that, you know, that late game strategy that'll work out. Mima's just going to run Odoamne. Let's see how long it takes to kill Rise.
That was straight up disrespect, and Mima's just like, I don't think you can do this. He's going to teleport away from that one, but that is a teleport forced to be used. Odoamne came up, put the Rune Prison down, put an overload on him, and Mima just like, are you kidding me right now? You cannot do this. I will walk straight into your face.
So because nobody can really deal with that Mundo, oh, that's a hook, but that was going in. Because nobody can deal with Mima, he will run you down no matter who you are. And in a 1v1 situation, he's got so much sustained hit points, he will eventually kill you. It'll take a very long time. The thing is, Cloud9 need to stall so badly. They cannot afford to give up more map control or more objectives because they need to buy time for Nocturne, Rise, and Nidalee to get to a point where they can get to that back line and actually kill somebody.
We do see the red buff ward coming out from Mima, securing himself and continuing that split portion. With that teleport down from Odoamne, they basically bullied out, and the rest of Super Hot Crew can try and push some objectives. It seems that the mid lane turret is going to be their focus. Of course, the outer one's already down, so the inner one is next. The top outer one already down as well. All those 3 outer turrets all down by the Super Hot Crew. So we'll see when they group up, or whether they're just going to continue trying to bully out a target. Odoamne has completely switched lanes now. He doesn't want anything to do with Mima. They've left Hyanan to now focus towards him.
Let's see how Selfie handles that lane. Because that is it's a fairly high hit point. Odoamne's got a Negatron Cloak to negate some of the burst that's coming down from Selfie. I don't think Selfie can 100-0 him instantly, but it will be close. I mean, he's got a lot of ability power, Needlessly Large Rod, plus the Death by Grasp already completed. And Impaler once again invading. Impaler has spent more time in Cloud9's jungle trying to keep Santorin down and trying to deny him as much golden experience as possible. And it wasn't particularly effective super early on, but now that the map has opened up and Super Hot Crew are roaming together as a team more often, he's in a pretty good position.
Yeah, he managed to go across, taking down Larry White, and managing to back out of there. Santorin, he stacked out that Feral Flare a long time ago and is continuing to grow it as it goes. At the moment, though, he's not really had a big effect. And, you know, we were talking about how much he needs to really get involved, how Ko used to get aggressive at the start. You know, he used to help out all of the lanes. I'm trying to think whether we've seen a Paranoia actually come out decking a lane yet.
I was just about to say that, and I know we actually haven't. In the previous Dragon fight, that Dragon went down. Now, this is super brave. We have to go into the Golf voices now because Super Hot Crew are sneaking the Baron away. They've got so much sustain on Mima. Cloud9 Eclipse have no idea this is happening. This is going to be like a super long Baron, but it's so safe because nobody from Cloud9 is responding.
Well, I mean, why would you expect it at level 12, of course, with this Mundo, with a double Giant Spell, as you mentioned. He's got so much health. Now the rest of the team will rotate up there. Now it's going to get secure. This is going to be a very early Baron. 25 minutes, just in 24 minutes 30, and easily secured by the Super Hot Crew.
Super Hot Crew have grown in their decision-making and their tactical play an immense amount.
I would argue, though, is that because they've not been pressured? they would ordinarily be under a lot of pressure, A, from the lane phases, and then B, the rotations. They are being able to basically put their presence onto the game, and Cloud9 really aren't making them make any plays, any decisions whatsoever. They're just like, well, we're not having anything happen. They're just sitting in lanes. They're playing as you would a solo queue.
Cloud9 are playing to not lose, Super Hawk Crew are playing to win. Cloud9 are, but it's also the composition, once again. Cloud9 are in a position where their comp needs time, it needs items, and it needs to scale up. So because Cloud9 need this time to get this time buffer to get to a power position, it means Super Hawk Crew, yes, are given more freedom in their decision making and are given more wiggle room in terms of what they want to do. But on the same token, they're making the right choices. Yes, they've got that freedom, they've got that ability to make the calls, but they're doing it. That's the key. Super Hawk Crew are actually sneaking the Barons, they're pushing the towers, they're rotating around. And now with Baron up and having, you know, a Dr. Mundo that can sit under a tower for 17 years and not die, I'm expecting him to go siege up on his inner turrets and tower dive with Mima just tanking it.
As you say, there is the Dragon, it is up, and Cloud9 Eclipse nowhere near getting close to this one. With that Baron on the Super Hawk Crew, they don't want to get involved in this fight. Wisely will stay away from it, but that's only going to stretch to gold. It's going to be a 10,000 gold lead for the Super Hawk Crew. Gigantic in terms of items as well. It's going to get locked in. More importantly, Super Hawk Crew are spending that money. We saw Ninjas in Pajamas yesterday sitting on 2,000-3,000 gold per person when it came to a Dragon fight. And obviously, while they had that gigantic gold lead, they weren't making use of it. Super Hawk Crew have just all backed. They've all just spent, and they are in full control of this match right now.
Yeah, and it's very difficult to see how Cloud9 are going to stall. I think the only way for Cloud9 to really keep themselves in this game would be to turtle under the inhibitor turrets and do their darndest to survive the inevitable dive. You know, Mixer and Mime have made it very clear they want to jump in. They want to just keep looking for kills. If they can pull a death bush. Impaler knows he hasn't been spotted, but if he steps out, he's going to be in trouble. Look at the rest of Super Hawk Crew. They may know Cloud9 are in that bush because it looks like a counterplay, and they're going for the bottom inhibitor turret.
There's a ward just to the right of them at the red buff. They knew that they were there. Cloud9 Eclipse wisely step away. It's going to be the bottom turret. Super Hawk Crew once again get themselves that positional advantage, and they take another inner turret for themselves without any reply from Cloud9 Eclipse. They are just chasing this game every step of the way.
Inner turret secured because Cloud9... Okay, so first of all, Cloud9 didn't want to straight up fight. So they didn't really want to be in a defense situation where they were more likely than not going to lose. So they set up the makings of a death bush, and they didn't catch anybody out. And look, once again, inner turret being challenged, they've caught Selfie, and that's not even going in, just hops away. Look, Cloud9 really don't want this fight. They're behind in gold, they're against a Baron buff team, they can only defend inhibitor turrets, and even that is going to be hard pressed.
More importantly, that Rune Prison, by the time it came down, he was already in playful tricks that got away from it. And it was very hard. That was the ultimate coming out from Hyanan there, trying to steal away those wolves.
I mean, read into what you will, but I think that's a bit of a desperation play. If you're using your collateral damage just to farm wolf camps and deny that from Super Hawk Crew, it's a difficult position to be in. I do want to throw out one of my favorite patch notes from 4.4, and I haven't had the chance to say it yet. You've seen the little patch swirl from the jungle camps? From patch 4.4 and 4.5, there's 100% more swirl on that little buff animation. That's how cool that was.
Wow. You really did go in depth on those patch notes, didn't you? I'm glad because someone somewhere at Riot had a lot of work to do writing out those notes. So someone's going to be happy with you right now.
That was an awesome note. 100% more swirl. And, you know, swirl's what you need. 6-0, Super Hawk Crew, 12,000 gold in the lead. I'm waiting for the tower dive. And if they don't do it, I'm going to be sorely disappointed because I do feel they are that far ahead and they have a super strong front line that they can get away with it, especially considering the mobility of Fizz and Kha'Zix.
And with that Face of the Mountain completed as well by Mixer, they should be piling on in now. With Mima, of course, you know, just like a big tank. He's got this Sunfire Cape completed, the Warden's Mail on there, going to go in towards that Rani and Zoma. Voidal actually coming around, and they are backing away because, well, there is only 3 members there. I guess it's safe. It would have been a 5-on-3. We do see, of course, in the top lane, Selfie is going to shove that wave down, and it seems the Super Hawk Crew are going to play this by the numbers. They're making sure all 3 lanes are pushed in. They can go full aggression. Hyanan a little bit out of position there, but he's pretty safe. They've got vision of everybody on Super Hawk Crew.
He's still farming fairly well, considering how pressed in Cloud9 have been for the last 7 or 8 minutes of the game. He's sitting at 260 CS, just behind Mr. Riles, farming up his jungle camps as well. And he does have a fair amount of damage with that Bloodthirster and Zeal. But the problem is it's going to take way more than that to get through Mima. So even if Cloud9 are able to, you know, burst out, say, Impaler or Selfie or Mr. Riles, all of a sudden Mundo has the cleanup ability because he's just going to out-sustain everybody.
So now we're going to get into that situation where we discussed at the very start. They have only got Mr. Riles to hit the turrets, and now they're in there. Well, that answers your question for you. They just walk in there because Cloud9 comes completely backed away. And that is a dead Odoamne in the top lane.
That is a dead Odoamne in the top lane. 100 to 0, I wasn't sure if it could happen. Selfie demonstrated that it could. He does have a Void Staff added in as well, so obviously his damage is going to be amplified.
Oh.
Selfie wants another.
Yeah, Yannen's just about to discover the exact same problem.
That was awesome! He flashed to land the Playful Trickster and kill Yannen. I didn't even think that was going to connect. Well played, Selfie. I like your fizz.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be the bottom inhibitor turret going down. And this is Super Hot Crew in demanding position. A considerable easy position now. And a 9-0 perfect score so far for the Super Hot Crew. They did let one turret go down, so it's not quite the perfect game for them so far, but it has worked out very well in Game 2 so far.
That really explains how dominant Super Hot Crew have been in Game 2 when we are calling them out for losing a turret.
I know, right?
That is, and even that was all the way back in the opening second or third minute of the game, where Mima teleported from the top lane, was hanging around for a while, and you know, it was just a tactical decision to let that one go down. With the lead Super Hot Crew have built up and with super minions in the bottom lane, there is not much Cloud9 can do, barring a monumental mistake from Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, will have to be a big eat, and Selfie himself on this Fizz. You know, we questioned him at the very beginning of this series, you know, wondering what he was going to pull out. And clearly Cloud9 were thinking the same thing. They focused all 3 bans in Game 1 towards Selfie, towards that mid lane. I think they were actually expecting him to pull out Orianna because that's what he fell back to during the LCS, during those weeks when it went out. But he's clearly been changing, practicing, working on his new champions in that mid lane, and it's working out well for Super Hot Crew.
I also want to highlight the fact that he has had 2 laning phases where he's been under little pressure.
Yeah.
In Game 1, yes, he was ganked by Centaur, and of course, they gave up a kill. But Lulu versus LeBlanc, that was a matchup he was comfortable with. You can actually deal with LeBlanc. Similarly now, with Fizz versus Nidalee, he got an early assistance from Impaler, and Selfie was playing aggressive enough to ensure Feathervin was on the back foot and never in his face. So Selfie, when he's not playing against the likes of Alex and Xpeke and people who are going to try and punish and try to get in your face a little bit more, he's really shining. He's stepped up to the plate, and he's playing very, very well. We need to see if his confidence will continue, though, because assuming Super Hot can close this game out, they're 1 victory away from re-qualifying for the LCS.
And remember Super Hot Crew's arduous journey in getting here. Last time it was a second reprieve, I think it's safe to say. They all went through that rinser. They were 2-0 up themselves against SK Gaming, remember, in that last series. Voidal, he's going to get destroyed on the spot. Solar Flare does land, but they're not really worried about that. That's going to be the inhibitor going down, and the Super Hot Crew just rolling on through. Cloud9 Eclipse's base now. No surprises here.
Cloud9 couldn't avoid all that damage, and Selfie and Impaler just melt through. They've got
somebody called Joe Miller.
You've
just stole his pun.
They've got all 3 inhibitors down now and going to set their sights on the Nexus turrets in the not too distant future.
Fantastic stuff from the Super Hot Crew here now. 10-0. Odoamne getting focused on. Selfie goes in once again. We see Impaler flying through the air, but it's going to be Mima that will lock that one down. Febiven, not too sure he's going to try and escape from this one. Santorin is just being drawn away. We did see maybe the first paranoia of the game, I'm not too sure. It's been a little long time coming, but there goes the Nexus down. It's a 13-0, ironically mimicking what they did against Gambit Gaming in that 25-minute game. A very quick finisher. It's another 34-minute game for the Super Hot Crew, and it is a fantastic second match performance. They are now 1 game away from re-qualifying for the Summer LCS.
Second game in a row, Mixer doesn't give up a death. Second game in a row, Super Hot Crew play very tactically minded. Barring the 1 blue buff invade in the opening 10 minutes of the game where Super Hot Crew fell behind in CS, they were, again, just in complete control. And Mima on Mundo was a great pick. It's his 7th time playing. He actually played 6 times during the regular season. And considering the power of, summon a heal in this patch, he didn't even really need it. He went double Giant Spell off to Spirit Visage and was never a threat to being taken down. Never.
5-0-2 as well for Selfie in that mid lane. Had a fairly quiet start, did manage to get one of the kills in earlier, but we saw how explosive it can become once you get that Lich Bane on you, once you get that Deathfire Grasp, that damage is all stacked up there. He was piling through, and we saw how quick he was taking champions down. You know, the Ryze, they're one of the tankiest members, I guess, on there. Hasn't obviously got too much magic resist, did have a Negatron cloaking, that's about it.
It was confident play.
Yeah.
I think that's the key thing, is when we've looked at Selfie in the LCS games, you haven't felt that the confidence was there in the decision-making.
But he was brought in very late. I mean,
of course,
he obviously last-minute replacement for Moops. Only had, what, 2-3 weeks, you say, at the LCS?
I'm pretty sure it was 2 or 3. It might have been 3. But, played as Orianna, played his LeBlanc, and had a couple of moments. I distinctly remember the 4-man distortion onto Fnatic.
Yes,
if memory serves, in the mid lane, which was like super cool. But it didn't really do a whole lot, you know?
Kill?
Now, on his Fizz, he's got multiple kills. He was in everybody's faces. Previously on his Lulu was very good as well. He had great wild growth timings, and in conjunction with
game too.
In conjunction with the decision-making of Super Hawker in terms of their engages, he's working well.
So what did Cloud9 do now? Because they changed their bans purposely from game 1 to game 2, and Super Hawker said, fine, we have a backup plan, and we will basically play it out perfectly.
So the way Cloud9 opted to go into this game was in a similar mindset. Let's play it patiently, passively, have a slower laning phase, go even, and then we can outscale the Super Hawk crew. The problem is Super Hawk crew got in their faces. They ganked, they made the kills count that mattered, and they roamed. So in order for Cloud9 to actually win a game, in this scenario, they needed better vision, and they needed to not give up those kills. And unfortunately, they didn't have as much vision to avoid dying, and that obviously meant that Super Hawk crew got control.
And speaking of kills, we want to talk about Selfie. We want to show you guys at home that crazy clip once again.
Yeah, so pull up the replay very quickly of Selfie going very deep on Hyun, and let's roll this out. I hope it's going to be at half speed.
And look for the flash. I mean, that's what it's all about, the playful trickster flash.
Playful trickster from Selfie. He hops up, and the moment he hops up, Hyanon flashes away. And at this point, I'm like, okay, Hyun's safe. And the moment Selfie is about to land, he flashes and delivers the damage. My brain didn't even think that was going to happen.
I didn't even know you could do that.
It was fantastic. There was a trick with old Xerath where you could charge his Arcano Pulse, and the lineup where you aim, it will always be cast, and you could flash to the side.
Yes, I knew about that one.
And it's a similar concept, as long as you get the timing right. And that was great. I really liked it.
Fantastic stuff. Remember to keep your highlights from those epic moments for sending them to @LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays, of course. So, fantastic match, fantastic game 2. We're going to go towards the analysis test. Shox is standing by Rift side with Deficio and Dexter, so let's send it to them.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Guys, I gotta say, I am incredibly impressed with the Super Hot crew right now. Even though they got some targeted bans, top lane bans coming in against them, Aurelia, a Jax, a Xin-Zhao, a Yasuo, and a Lulu that are not top lane bans. Xin-Zhao could play top.
You tried.
Yeah, indeed. So the Lulu coming in for Selfie. The Xin-Zhao, of course, for Impaler played very well, and Yasuo Selfie likes to play, but it didn't do all that much for C9 once again. What did you think of their game plan coming in with the Nidalee over there, but they really couldn't get themselves going?
I think Nidalee is a good pick, but you need to have the team comp needs to fit because you want to siege, and if you fall behind as a Nidalee, you have no wave clear, and especially if 4 people or something rotate into your lane and they take your tower, there's nothing you can do. But Fizz versus Nidalee is actually a really good matchup for him because he has free farm. Like one-on-one, Fizz wins the lane because he farms up and scales way harder than Nidalee into late game.
100% agree with Dexter. I mean, one of the reasons Fizz is popular now or being played is because of Nidalee. So you can take him against free farm the lane. You can even later on then just start split pushing around. Fizz is one of the strongest mages going into the late game. So that's a really good counter pick here from Selfie. And of course, him getting the first blood helps. Yeah. And he just continued to go from there. And the whole comp from Cloud9 was very good if you got into late game. But then Subaru simply just shut them down early mid-game, and when you lose all the lanes so hard, and you lose the map control so hard, there's actually nothing you can do.
There's actually some resemblances with yesterday when Millennium went down in the first game, and then they totally changed their game plan around and barely made it in that game 2 thanks to Nocturne and Ryze, but you're still not a fan, Dexter.
Yeah, it's too late game. If you want to have a carry jungler, you need strong lanes, and if you want to have a farmed Ryze, you need a strong jungler. And if you have a Ryze playing one-on-one, then he needs a lot of help because he will get camped for sure. And even in a lane swap, it's good. And Ryze can freeze the lane for 20 minutes, but at the same time, you keep your jungle behind because he has to push a tower for like 5 minutes and doesn't stack his Feral Flare at all. And yeah, he won't be the help Ryze at all. And I think it's too late game. You just need like a more mid-game oriented team comp.
Well, I like the idea about going more late game for them because they showed in game 1 when they had the pick comp with LeBlanc, with Kha'Zix, they couldn't really play the map well enough. So I like the fact they went more for team fights and they went more for, if we get ahead early game, we can start sieging down the tower with Nidalee, we can force them to fight us, and then we have this very strong comp with Ryze as well, who can go in there and obviously scales well into a late game. So I like the idea. But again, when you're actually getting outclassed against Super Hot Crew in the lanes, there's just nothing you can do here. So they need to come in for the third game now, and just either they need to go for comfort picks where they know they can perform, or they just have to try and pick very strong laners and think, okay, we just need to win the laning phase now and then see what happens. I mean, I'm not sure what they actually should do, and that's why they're also behind.
Well, that's fine, because we have the Oracle here, Dexter, who yesterday predicted everything that Millennium should do. So, Dexter, do you have any ideas? Because when you're falling behind in those lanes individually, there is not a lot you can do.
The problem is preparation coming into the games, and in the weeks of practice, you prioritize champions, and you can't change that in like 2 games because world-class teams can do that. They can adapt to it. Like a team like Fnatic could do it, or Gambit, but it's really hard for someone or for a team that is an amateur scene to actually shift priorities between games. And yeah, I think they had a game plan already figured out, and they need to execute it properly. Like the team comps are there, they have like solid picks, but the execution is lacking. So
yeah, and just to add to what Dexter's saying here, NIP yesterday, they never went for something like a Jax, never went for Ryze, never went for Nocturne, Kha'Zix. All the picks Millennium used to beat them, NIP couldn't adapt and pick them up themselves. They didn't actually play them, I believe. So it seems to be the thing here for the challenger teams, at least in Europe. The champion pools are not as, as deep as the LCS teams, and also the comps they can use doesn't seem to be there. So once they actually fall behind, once something doesn't work for them, they don't really know what to do to adapt.
Yeah, strategy, of course, and preparation is one thing, and what's in your head is another thing. How can you adapt mentally? And that's also something we asked you guys at home at the top of today's show on Twitter. Which team has a psychological advantage in a promotion series and why? And here are some of the responses you sent in. The first one is from @Yep, it's just Jen. Super Hot Crew have the advantage. They have already handled great pressure from being in the LCS so far, and Mr. Raleigh is an insane AD carry. I love watching his Lucian, straight up.
Well, I think they're showing here, why they have the advantage. They come in with a very good plan. They seem to have answers for whatever Denial did. Oh, Denial, not Cloud9,
That's later.
Yeah, that's later. Whatever Cloud9 is doing. Cloud9 first picked Nidalee here, and they just said, you know what, we can just play Fizz. We just save it for our last pick. So they got 2 very strong picks again, Leona and Lucian. So for them, they seem to have answers to whatever Cloud9 is doing, and also they seem to play very confident.
The second one is from @JustinMinglador, #LCS advantage to C9E and Denial. Copenhagen Wolves and Super Hot Crew are essentially fighting for their lives. It's either perform or panic. Don't know if I 100% agree, because if you've lived the LCS life, you of course don't want to give it up, right, Dexter?
You don't want to give it up,
yeah.
No matter what happens. I think it's way harder to get into LCS than to drop out. Like I talked with a lot of players, and everyone agrees it's like way harder to actually drop out than to get into the LCS. It's way harder than to drop out, because you get a lot of experience and it's basically a job. And you're not like an amateur who has like, you spend way more game time, actual game time of playing as a LCS team and living together, and you have more resources, so it's way easier to stay into LCS, and we see that here.
Yeah.
And you get the absolute best practice. Every week you play the best teams in your region, and it can get better.
Absolutely. Well, maybe if you can't make it in here, you can try out for some North American team. Last one is from @HMX Constantine. The Wolves have the biggest advantage. Oldest franchise competing. Some of the most talented players in Europe. We'll, of course, see the Copenhagen Wolves going up versus Denial later on.
And we talked about it earlier, how Forgiven and Amazing are among the best in Europe at their position. Those two, so strong players. Unless Denial can actually shut them down early on in the games, they will be able to do a lot for Copenhagen Wolves. And I think it's what we're going to see later on as well. That's why we predict Copenhagen Wolves to win.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys, and thank you to you guys at home and everyone who answers. Remember to follow us at LOL Esports and use that hashtag LCS to keep the conversation going. It's time for a short caster cooldown, and then it's on to Game 3 between the Super Hot Crew and Cloud9. Will the Super Hot Crew head back to the LCS, or will C9 Eclipse stage a comeback? Don't go anywhere, we'll find out soon.
Mr. Rallis takes a spear though, that's going to be dangerous. Now they're diving on towards the tower. Santorian's going to be the next focus target. Mix has been caught out by Febivin at the back, but now he's got the support of Mr. Rallis coming in there. That's going to be another Mimer taking him down.
Good on, man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Super Hot Crew has been controlling this series so far, 2 wins to 0. Cloud9 Eclipse has to win here in this third game if they want to have a chance at the LCS. It has been a fantastic start, and we have to talk about Selfie because he was the man we thought, and actually was, focused by Cloud9 to begin with, but he has gone big. 5-0-2 you see there in the last game, and of course on Lulu in the first game, he also performed very well.
He was the one member of the Super Hot Crew that I was the most concerned about coming into the series, wondering about his champion pool and his ability to play under pressure. And I have no more doubts because his laid-back, chillax style of play is working. He's had 2 phenomenal games, landed everything he's needed to, been there for his team. And as a team, Super Hot Crew couldn't have done better. Their early game is strong. They control dragons. They control towers. They control rotations. They are dictating the pace, and Cloud9 Eclipse has not once tried to interrupt it or grab the reins of control back.
Yeah, they've got to make sure they don't get overconfident, though, because you got to remember, they were in this position before.
They were, but before that, Han Solo actually said, "Don't get cocky, kid." And that's what these kids have to avoid.
Not quite delivered the way that Harrison Ford did, but it's close.
I don't
With
have
a
the
South
voice
African
for it.
twinge to it,
I don't have
maybe.
the voice for that, I'm afraid.
But yes, they were 2-0 up against SK Gaming.
Yeah.
They lost that 3-2. They did, however, get a second chance, and that's how they got in.
I want to explain why they lost 3-2 to SK Gaming in December of last year. It was because
of Candy Panda?
Number one, but also Impaler didn't get Vi. Games 1 and 2, he was playing Vi. Impaler could only pick up wins on that champion. The moment it was banned away, he had nothing else to default to. He's already played 2 strong junglers this time around. His champion pool is larger, as appears to be the rest of the team.
Well, with 2 games down, we'd like you to know, to tell us rather. We could let you know as well, don't worry. But we want you guys, to tell us who you think will win this series. Tweet us at LOL Esports using the hashtag SHCWin for Super Hot Crew, or C9E win for Cloud9 Eclipse. We'll check during the match to see who you think will come out on top.
As a reminder, it was 66% in favor of Super Hot Crew the last time we checked.
Yeah, and I
So
think
we'll have to see.
74% over the actual website vote. So you guys definitely have changed your mind, jumped on the Hot Crew bandwagon, and maybe with the smiles on their faces, they are feeling confident. It's looking a little bit glum in the Cloud9 Eclipse camp, and no surprises. They're 2-0 down. This is game time. This is basically what they've been building towards throughout the Challenger series. They won the first one. They got to the quarterfinals the second one, and they also won the playoffs. This really is their moment. They have done everything they can to get to this situation.
The games they won, Ku was with them. The games they lost, Ku was not with them. It appears to be the same trend continuing. I do, however, think even if Ku was here, he would need to do a godlike performance to interrupt Super Hot Crew's laning and decision-making, because they are just on a tear.
So here we go. Picks and bans underway, fast and furious. Aurelia being banned out once again by the Super Hot Crew. All 3 games so far. There's the Lulu ban from Cloud9 Eclipse. They still don't want to let that through to Selfie, who is very relaxed right now. Where is the Jax ban once again as well. So Super Hot Crew really are focusing on those 2 champions. They have been very much in the meta so far. Again, another ban coming in. This time Yasuo taken away from Selfie. All 3 games so far. And the LeBlanc ban taken away from Febivan, who played it in the first match.
So this is the first time Super Hot Crew have deviated from their pick ban strategy since game 1 and 2. They've left Morgana available. While I'm not expecting it to be a first pick, it does allow Cloud9 Eclipse to possibly get their hands onto that champion. I think taking a look at the final bans, Nidalee is still available. Ryze was the final ban out there from Cloud9 Eclipse. So the question is, what do they want to run? Maybe they're not even going to run Nidalee. You know, Super Hot Crew did such a great job at shutting Nidalee down. They could let it slide through, and if Cloud9 pick it up, Selfie just say, "I'll just play Fizz again."
He's saying they could let it go.
They could. They could let it go.
Let it go. That's what I think they need to do. Ryze has been taken away, so Mima's not going to get a chance to run that, scratching his head, wondering what he's going to go with. Will he go with Aranecton? Left it open before, of course. There
Lucian
was
first pick, maybe?
Number of options. We could even see the jungler first pick. No, it looks like they can go with that Leona once again, for Mixer has played it very well in the opening 2 matches.
So actually, if I'm looking at the picks and bans, game 1, Leona was first pick for Super Hot Crew. Game 2, first rotation for Super Hot Crew. Game 3 now, once again, first picking that Leona. We talked about the fact that Morgana was available, and I'm expecting Voidal to pick it up. He has played a lot of Morgana, and Morgana does particularly well against Leonas if you manage the Black Shield correctly. So we need to see if they eventually lock that in.
Seems a switch coming out from Cloud9 there, debating what to go. They did have Blitzcrank hovered over, but I don't think they're going to go with that. Morgana is probably going to get locked in, like you mentioned, was banned out in the last 2 matches, so this time has snuck through the cracks. But Kha'Zix, we saw Impaler running it in game 2. Santorin in game 1 is seemingly still the #1 jungler that everybody in Europe focuses on.
Yeah, it's one of the preferred junglers because of the power that you have when you start ganking. Now, Cloud9 are going to roll away from that Morgana. The one thing I do want to touch on, though, is the potential psychological play that Super Hot Crew have done. By not banning Morgana away, we assume it's going to be locked in, which makes you assume Super Hot Crew predicted it and will have a plan to play against it. We'll need to see how the rest of it plays out, because all of that is just theory crafting until the champion actually does get locked in.
Renekton, well, I mean, no surprise Renekton got locked in there, but the fact that Aurelia and Jax were taken away to one, me going, well, okay, we're going to play it safe. Ryze was taken away from me, who didn't honestly work out very well last matchup. And it does mean we're going to see Mima possibly falling back again to Mundo. We could go to Shyvana. We'll see which way it is at the moment. Impaler is going to be going back to his old faithful Vi. It's what worked out for him in those first games against SK Gaming. And of course, Lucian, well, Mr. Rales, no surprises there.
What we're seeing from Cloud9 is early aggression already.
Switch to Twisted Faced in the mid lane for Selfie. This is something new.
It is something new, but
it's something he's been practicing. If you look at the solo queue.
The thing that I like about this is Super Hot Crew have already got, they've got strong initiation, they've got strong split pushing, and they've got strong wave control with that Twisted Fate. There's also added bonus with the Destiny of Twisted Fate that will reveal Kha'Zix in teamfights. One of the biggest difficulties in dealing with that bug in the teamfights when he stealths up is always having a pink ward. And if Santorin finds a moment where he can pick a fight where you don't have vision, all of a sudden he's in a supremely advantageous position. That will be somewhat countered by the Destiny. What we are seeing from Cloud9 though is a very aggressive laning phase. Morgana Dark Binding into damage from Twitch is going to be monumentally terrifying if they can land it all. You've got Renekton that wants to be a lane bully and push up. You want Santorin and Kha'Zix that's going to be ganking and moving around the map to try to control the lanes. What I really like about the Twisted Fate pick, though, is if Selfie is a strong Destiny user, he can even try to counter some of those. He can turn those ganks around and turn some of that lane presence. But there's going to be a lot of pressure on Selfie to use it correctly, because Cloud9 are going for, in my opinion, probably a very strong laning to mid-game team comp.
And Paler now going with that choice, of course, had no reason to lock in the Xin Zhao in the last picks. It seems he will go for it this time around. Shyvana will also seemingly be the counter that Mima will go with. Yep, locked it in, and there is Xin Zhao locked in. So fairly similar comp. It is only the mid laner that is different in this Super Hot Crew lineup compared to game one.
Yeah, I really like the mix of damage and map control champion. Shyvana's going to become a very strong split pusher.
Different as well, of course.
And Shyvana's also going to be able to outscale Renekton. You know, we see in the early game Renekton should bully Shyvana around. We need to see how that matchup actually pans out in their favor. But I really like the engage. Leona, Xin Zhao, Shyvana, dive in there. It gives you a strong front line to protect Lucian and TF. And if by some miracle they get engaged upon, Xin Zhao's just going to knock everybody away. Just kick them out. And Febiven is the man to lock in the next champion. He looks stressed. I mean, that is a worried face.
Well, he's actually been having a tough mid lane against Selfie, that's for sure. You know, Selfie has been putting him through the paces. Obviously on the Nidalee in the last game, didn't really work out, ended up getting dived and killed pretty early on by the aggression that came out from Selfie, so maybe he's caught them a little bit off guard, and there is Nidalee locked in once again. So we'll see if it works out. They have a very strong comp this time around.
Yeah, so on the side of Cloud9, the Nidalee is somewhat counterintuitive with the rest of the champions. Morgana, Twitch, Renekton, Kha'Zix, they kind of want to be in your face. Spray and pray getting down. Morgana wants to be, you know, soul shackling people up. And if they get dove upon, obviously you're going to use that ultimate defensively. What I don't like is there's not enough peel. So if at any point Super Hot Crew jump onto Cloud9 Eclipse, who's going to protect them? You're going to have one Dark Binding and a Soul Shackles. The moment that's gone, Renekton has a single target stun. There's a very small slow on Kha'Zix, and they're going to be dashing away. What I like to see with Nidalee's is you play Thresh, because you put the box down, you put Flays, you can peel, you can buy time for more Javelins. The point being, if Super Hot Crew engage correctly, they should be able to run down Cloud9 Eclipse. On the same token, Cloud9 Eclipse's lanes are much stronger in this game, so if their top and bottom lane, duo lane, can get ahead, it's going to be much more difficult to engage upon them. So laning phase, crucial for Cloud9 Eclipse.
Well, we'll see how this one works out, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the first two games have gone to the Super Hot Crew. Can Cloud9 Eclipse turn this one around? It is all on them now. Super Hot Crew, they are 1 foot in towards the summer LCS. Can they complete the job? Or will overconfidence become a problem? Nerves definitely a problem right now for Cloud9 Eclipse. You see Hyanan there nearest your screen next to Voidal. The beautiful hair is clearly discussing with his team, clearly the brain, that's what Hjanen is in Swedish, and discussing basically what they've got to do in this, because this is a big, big match.
So during picks and bans, I actually think Voidal was doing more talking than Hjanen, but they're trying to speak up. Laning phase again, super crucial. Let's see what they can do.
Well, we talked about it before, Voidal being the most experienced man on the match right now. We'll see how it works out. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 3 of this best of 5. Super Hot Crew. Match point for them, 2-0 up as the blue team up against Cloud9 Eclipse as the red team desperately trying to get in there. They are the champions of the playoffs for Challenger Series, and of course they also won that first series, so really you would argue they are probably the most experienced Challenger team going through. Ninja Pajamas, you could argue, also in there, but the glory has gone to Cloud9 Eclipse, but this time around, it's not worked out. Look at the votes, though. 76% for the Super Hot Crew there. Big swing in their favor now after those first 2 games.
They've mirrored their initial vote. Initially, it was 74% in favor of Cloud9 from the website poll. Now 76% in favor of Super Hot Crew. And the way that they've been playing, I'm surprised it's not higher. One thing I do want to note about those lanes, it's only the top and the bottom lane that I feel is going to do very well early on for Cloud9 Eclipse, because Nidalee, of course, pre-6, no wave clear, going to be dealing with a Ghost Flash Twisted Fate. So if at any point Febiven gets shoved into his lane, Selfie's going to have a lot of time to roam. And once again, I'm going to add the disclaimer. Selfie's going to have the onus to use his ultimate correctly, because he should be able to control the wave, he should be able to push Febiven backwards, and he should be able to, in theory, get to a place where he can ultimate and try help out those slightly weaker lanes of his team. First time we're seeing, well, not a first time, we're seeing another invade. This time around, Super Hot Crew pretty committed. It may end up just being a buff steal, though.
But this is a different type of buff steal, because this is a blue for a red, and Super Hot Crew, you would expect, Impaler, of course, is going to have to back away, and they actually may well meet each other in that tri-bush. We'll see how this one works out. Here we go. There's the blue steal coming out. Santorin's going to be taking that one. They're going to cross themselves their paths.
Duos for
Hjanen
duos.
snuck in. Hjanen's got through.
He's got vision.
They know now that the red buff will have been stolen away. Will they manage to get some damage down? It is going to be Mixer that takes a quick burst of damage. Xin Zhao, Impaler in that mid lane, is going to have Santorin on him any second now. He's going to come around there. He has taken away the large Wraith. He's going to get the 3-talent strike, but look at that, the unseen threat doing the damage from Santorin. And just like that, Taste of Fear works down wonders on Impaler.
Level 1 versus level 2, the buff steal, not worth it at all, because it ends up in Santorin's hands, plus the first blood, plus the experience on that side. Impaler may be playing a little too greedy. Truthfully as well, you don't expect an invade. You generally, the standard is red for red.
But the problem is, the minute that top lane saw Twitch coming out, that bush, they knew that this was changing around. They knew that chances are there was just a blue buff steal, but there was seemingly no warning, no communication, because there was 2 people stood together. Mima backed away. They didn't communicate, didn't protect each other, and just walked away.
Hadn't put 2 and 2 together, and I just think greed. I really think that's just straight up greed. Maybe Impaler underestimating how long it was going to take him to do the Wraith camp, or whether it's just, poor communication. So Santorin with a strong start, got himself that first blood. He's going to get towards his Spear of the Elder Lizard somewhat quicker. Keep in mind, though, that the earlier the first blood is, the less value it is. So pre-4 minutes, I can't remember what was the timestamp on that actual kill. 2:29. So it was roughly 50% of the starting value. It scales from 60% of the value at 2 minutes, all the way up to full value at 4.
Mima may well be the next focus target. There's Oduamne, gets the stun down on towards him. Santorin, by the time he gets here, he's well out of position. It's like he was lagging on land there. It's impossible, but there we go.
I think he didn't cancel the spell cast, which he had already channeled. So half-hearted attempt. Mixer going aggressive on Hjanen. But this is what we sort of expected. You'll notice that both Mima is being shoved into his lane naturally, into his tower naturally, and Hjanen and Voidal are playing very aggressive on Mr. Rolls and Mixer.
And we should talk about, obviously Mixer's, the fact that he's been going with this Leona constantly, which is why they're banning out Morgana, because Morgana's considered the hard counter to Leona.
In theory.
Well, obviously, Class, we've seen different plays from Nif, obviously completely proving the theory wrong and completely outplaying the...
This is a very big discussion point because, in my opinion, it's a skill matchup, right? Leona's going to have the option to Zenith Blade a target. If that target has a Black Shield, it means they don't get rooted, but the Zenith Blade still gets channeled, right? So you still follow onto the target. You can then switch and use your Q on Leona, the Shield of Daybreak, to stun a different target. Or alternatively, if you time it well enough, just wait for the Black Shield to time out. So we've seen the matchup go either way. We've seen Morgana's beating Leona, and we've seen Leona's beating Morgana's. And it just comes down to your individual talent
skill, yeah,
and targeting.
But
timing.
I would say, in a standard play, that is how it works.
I
Of
would
course,
agree
we
with
have
that.
seen Nif doing the old classic. We've seen it in North America as well. You do the Zenith Blade, you flash over and actually do the stun on the opposite person you jumped on towards. We'll see how it works out. Impalo ready and waiting. They're going to go aggressive. Mr. Rale's caught out. Mixer's gone deep, expecting the support. Nobody came.
Yeah, Dark Binding on Mr. Rales is just keeping him too low. He can't really commit to the fights. Falling slightly behind on CS, and we did see Impala nearby.
Ooh, this is
but that would have been very committed if he went for that.
Mr. Rale is very low. He's just warded up Tribush. They're going to see Santorin coming in there. The question is, can they get out quick enough?
Summon a heal and exhaust. If Mixer doesn't get the exhaust down before the damage lands on Mr. Rales, I think he's going to get dropped out, but they did have vision, so they were aware that the potential is there.
Well, Selfie hadn't hit level 6 yet. He's about to, though. Not far off it, and he would be able to join in. He was already starting to make tracks up there. There is 6 for Forbiven. He's going to put some damage down. Stun card on towards him, followed by the wild cards. Forbiven taking some damage. Selfie, we'll see how he does on this one. Destiny is now available, whether he's going to start making those ganks, making those plays.
He will. If there was ever an indication to confirm why I'm so confident, he went Boots Pots as his first item. If you've got Ghost Flash Boots as your first, itemization on a Twisted Fate, you're expecting to get involved. So let's see how Super Haku start this gank on Odoamne. This is 2-on-1.
They're going to go towards there. 3-ton strike available, but again, he can't get close. And Odoamne using the slice and dice that Mima did so well before, followed by the flash. And it makes him get away from that one very easily.
So Ignite burned on the side of Mima just to try and get that kill pressure down. Had Impala gotten that knock-up, maybe it would have worked in his favor, but it didn't. Mixer needs a Dark Binding.
A lot of poison to boot there. Hyanan putting some serious pressure with Voidal on this lane, and this is the most pressure we've seen on Super Hot Crew in the lane phase.
Yeah, it is because of the lane matchups. I mean, Leona, yes, she can do well, and we've already talked about how Morgana's got tools to deal with Leona, but once Mixer hits level 6, all of a sudden that targeting and that Black Shield timing becomes so much more important. So Santorin, he's got the only kill in the game, going for the blue buff invaded. Febiven will pretend we didn't see that.
Speaking of perfect timing, though, that spear was thrown way before his spot. Oh, that probably could have gone better, but instead Santorin will secure it nevertheless. He gets his own blue. He can go across and obviously give Febiven his own blue, but that spear was thrown before it spawned and landed perfectly.
That's the second time we've seen that as well. Going for the blue buff invades and Febiven not connecting on the actual golem with the javelin toss. Whether or not that's just nerves or, not setting it up correctly, because, I mean, truthfully, Santorin pulled it further away, which meant it was more difficult to hit with. Regardless, blue buff was stolen. Santorin continues to hold on to this very minor lead. And we'll see how quickly Impala can get to the Feral Flare. The standard timings for this series was 15 minutes for Impala's first one. Santorin went 16 minutes for his first Feral Flare.
Mima's getting aggressed upon by Odoamne, but in terms of health, you can see Odoamne obviously still, though, hasn't backed away from that initial gank attempt they had on him. Did go towards that pickaxe, so Laser Rune will be coming out from Odoamne's Mima. Meanwhile, we'll see whether he does the same, but went Ninja Tabby early on, expecting that early aggression.
We'll see how it pans out for them. I mean, if you look on the side of Cloud9 Eclipse,
Mima should not be winning.
No, he shouldn't. But that's also because Odoamne is trying to bully him. So whenever you spend time trying to harass your opponents, naturally you're going to lose some CS. And of course Impala's gank, forcing Odoamne to lose that flash very early on. We do see Febiven connecting. Javelin toss grabs his blue buff. I think one of the things that's going to be very interesting to see is when Selfie decides to use that Destiny. He's held onto it, but he's motioned as if he was going to use it 2 separate occasions. So doing pretty well at CSing, and actually no, I take that back. He's behind on CS2 a Nidalee pre-6. I don't think that should be the case.
No, he did, as you mentioned, motion towards using that Destiny.
Mima's
That may
in
be
trouble.
where it is. Here comes Santorin. Mima's in all sorts of trouble. He's going to use that Dragon Descent, but he's not going to get him far enough away, or is it? Santorin's going deep on this one. He's tower diving. Impaler comes in. He can get the revenge kill. Or can he? The damage going down. There's the tower hit doing it. And the double buffs return to Impaler.
Impaler avenges his initial death. Because Santorin went deeper than maybe he should have, Oduwamne did not back him up, didn't go with him, so it ended up being a very difficult situation to get out of. 1-for-1 kill credit on Impaler, and he's working towards, of course, that Wriggles Lantern. Let's see if Selfie comes in behind Oduwamne. There's a red buff there on Riddick.
Destiny card comes in. Is it too much? There's the stun on the tower, and now Selfie's got double buffs.
Everybody wants double buffs. We need to keep an eye on how long these double buffs actually last. Because now I'm anticipating a gank.
Wildcard missed that for sure.
Those wildcards went a little wild in that bottom lane. So Selfie now going to return to the mid lane. That's actually the second time we've seen those sort of gank situations where Impaler or Mima have underestimated their opponent. You know, they've gone in for that 2v1 situation and ended up giving up a kill, whether it's because of timing or something else you can, of course, argue.
Tiamat now built up by Oduwamne. Could argue that if it had backed up originally with Santorin instead of diving in the tower on his own, he would have secured himself 2 kills there. Here we go. Mixer getting caught out there, but he can quick. Culling being used onto Voidland, actually doing some very good damage. He has got that BF sword on him, but of course, not a great deal of armor on Voidle's part, just that health regen. But Super Hot Crew, they're going to try and start these rotations. Pink Ward's going to get cleared out, and Impaler actually putting Pink Ward of his own down in that bush and still keeping themselves safe.
I like the positioning from Impaler. Had anything happened in terms of ganks or had Santorin jumped in there, then you could have seen a situation where they could have done a counter gank. Regardless, it didn't work out that time around. Pink Ward was cleared, and you'll notice that Selfie has gone for the Sheen. I'm expecting the Lich Bane as the first item, which is somewhat non-traditional, but again, it's just going to play movement speed, tower pressure, and side lane gank.
Oh, this is maybe the first dragon of the game for Cloud9. It's definitely the first dragon of this game. I'm thinking the first dragon of maybe the series, I'm not too sure. Certainly the first one around, because it's been Super Hot Crew that have been securing that first dragon for the last 2 games. Cloud9 Eclipse warding out that bush, and rightly so, because Impaler is looking to try and push towards his top turret, the first one of the game, possibly for Super Hot Crew.
Very smart play to get the dragon on the side of Cloud9. It was once a very smart decision. We do see tower falling in the top,
bottom
and
lane.
It looks like they want to dive onto Mima. Santorin's denying the minion wave. They're going on him.
They're going to go towards him. Mima going to use that Dragon Descent. He's going to try and run away, keep the distance from Santorin, who has taken a couple of tower hits here. Mima's done a good job, but the damage coming out for Oduwamne, now that he's got, of course, that on the Tiamat on towards him, is too strong. We did see a little bit of motion. Mima, though, using that burnout, trying to get the distance! And he gets away with it. Very well played, Mima.
The Ninja Tabi is a very big reason as to why he got away. All those auto attacks that were threaded in between the spellcasts had the damage reduced. Giant Spell early pickup as well, in addition to the bonus armor and magic resist you get from Dragon's Descent, means he actually tanked for a very long time. Oduwamne and Santorin were never on Mima for a prolonged period of time. It was one or the other, really trying to shut him down. And that was super, super close, but Mima gets away with his life.
Very well played. Of course, the tower wins to Super Hot Crew, the first one of the game that was in that top lane. So we're going to have a switch around. It is going to be Mr. Alice and Mixer making their way down towards his bottom lane now. We will see Mima is already up towards that top half of the map. Selfie in its mid lane, still falling behind on Verbiven on this farm. And Yanan, he's trying to stealth his way into the lane, but, well, you can already see Selfie's backed the hell out of that.
So it's kind of weird to see Hyonan making that sort of stealth gang play with a Bloodthirster. And the reason I think it's a little weird, traditionally when you go for that ambush-style Twitch, it's Blade of the Rune King that you go for, because it allows you to slow your opponent down. When you consider he's trying to gank a Nidalee who has no innate crowd control anyway, it allows you to use that spray and pray and stick to a target. So Hyonan going for a Bloodthirster is, to me, talking more about a big team fight and hitting multiple members and sustain, and not necessarily that ambush assassination type situation. Santorin, once again, trying to make a play on Mima. Mima does not have Dragon's Descent yet, but I think he's going to get away.
He's got the burnout running, he's got a tower. Santorin's going to put some good damage down towards him. Destiny comes down, they're going to try and reverse this one. Dangerous, dangerous stuff. Spray and pray being coming out there. It's not rat-a-tat that just yet. Instead, they're going to jump on towards Yanan. Yanan with the ignite on him does back away safe. And Impaler, if it had been a little bit closer, could have got damage down, but they have left that mid turret exposed to Febiven.
And remember, Destiny reveals Twitch as well as Kha'Zix when they're stealthed up, so Selfie was able to land that gold card the moment he came in. I'm not entirely convinced by the positioning of that Destiny. It was a little odd, but nevertheless, they don't manage to secure the kill. We do see Selfie deviating somewhat from item path. We just need to see what he builds, because he did go something like 67 or 70% cooldown reduction in the first game of the day. Right now got himself that needlessly large rod as well as an M-tone.
And while we're on the focus of Twitch, I'd like to thank the developers for changing that beautiful spray and pray ultimate to rat-tat-tat-tat.
No, there's
That's
one
going to be an
T2
interesting one.
You gave it one T2. It's rat-tat-tat-tat.
Tat-tat.
Yes, that's the correct. That is the correct way.
It's beautiful.
As somebody.
Yeah, thanks for that, guys. I know you guys are listening over in Los Angeles, in the Santa Monica office, so we're fully appreciative of the changes you keep doing.
One thing I also want to briefly touch on, this Twisted Fate pick, and something that's very interesting, because of how important the lane swaps and the tower pushing game has become in... Some people are calling it a split push meta at the moment, although this series hasn't necessarily been about that. Twisted Fate is just so incredibly strong in those positions. He can push lanes very well. If he needed to run Exhaust into Assassins, it's a very powerful place to be. And it's interesting because Twisted Fate fell completely out of favor. Towards the end of last year, we didn't see him really at all, and now he's shining once again.
Taylor is continuing to try and build that Feral Flare. Hasn't quite got it yet. Is some way behind right now in his build, of course, but it is continuing to go. Went for that Ninja Tabby as well. Maimer in this top lane, he's continuing that farm going. It's kept up very well with Odoamne. Selfie getting aggressive on Odoamne, putting a lot of damage. The Ignite should be enough to finish him off. It's going to be Febiven that will steal it with a secure spear.
That was very well played by Odoamne. Using the slice and dice through the minions and really just getting onto Selfie super quickly. Well coordinated, and going to give them another kill. So Cloud9 Eclipse holding even in gold, despite being down a tower. Keep in mind they did grab a dragon though.
And keep in mind that there is a Twisted Fate on the board for Super Hot Crew, which in itself will give himself a chunk of gold. But 16 minutes gone, they are pushing
600 bonus gold so far on Twisted Fate.
There we go. They've technically got themselves a nice lead. There's the tower going down in the mid lane, the all-important one. And for the first time, Cloud9 Eclipse really taking the lead coming out of the lane phase.
It is almost expected because of the fact that they've got these champions that do shine early on in terms of their top and their bottom lane. What we need to keep an eye on is how they now transition to this mid game. Now Cloud9 need to ensure their waves are controlled and managed well, because Selfie will be able to respond. He's got a Sheen, which is going to amplify his damage to towers, and assuming the minions are working with him, we should see once again like these tower pushes. If it's available, Selfie and Impaler or Maimer, there's tower killing power if they can rotate quickly enough.
Yeah, they are 3-1 up in towers, and this time with the Dragon up in 10 seconds time. Super Hot Crew are ready and waiting to pounce on this one. There's no teleport for Maimer. He's got to get his boots moving. He's actually teleporting back to base, while Cloud9 Eclipse are ready and waiting to go. Don't think they quite have the timer on this one. Cloud9 Eclipse have started it off already. Maimer, a long way from this fight.
Cloud9 cannot risk being caught by a Solar Flare. If 2 or 3 members get hit by it, that is exactly how they'll win the fight. But this is 3v5. This is brave from Mixer.
Solar Flare goes in. Mixer going deep on this one. You can see that's the ultimate coming out for Voidal. Mixer has gone down, the first death of the series for him. Impaler in trouble. He gets dropped. He did manage to get the Dragon locked up there. Selfie flashes away. He's got the stun card pulled already. Manages to pull it on towards Santorin. Maimer now keeping him at bay, and they will back off. It's a 2 death for Super Hot Crew, but they secured the Dragon.
Yeah, very well played by Impaler to secure the Dragon, but Super Hot Crew commits 3v5. I mean, at the end of the day, they threw themselves into a situation where they were outnumbered and they were outgunned. So they gave up 2 kills. I still think overall net gain in favor of Super Hot Crew. You can see they've closed that gold lead that Cloud9 had built up and accrued for them. But they can't run the risk of doing those sorts of plays against. That's the first risky, questionable play we've seen from Super Hot Crew, I think, all series long.
Well, Febiven has completed that Rabadon's death cap now. No boots still picked up by that Nidalee, but working out well. Coming out of the lane phase and looking very strong. Santorin himself has evolved his wings. He's starting to look strong as well. That X-Trigger was completed. Now starting to build it towards yet more items with that Elder Lizard completed a long time ago. Still no sign from Impaler of that Feral Flare, still trying to build it up. Hasn't been able to buy himself a lot of time, really. And the fact that we're coming up to 19 minutes, it's a very long one. There is the Feral Flare finally completed 19 minutes in. And now Mima continuing to be aggressive. This time around, though, Shyvana will start getting stronger, but you can see he's a full item behind Odoamne now.
Yeah, Odoamne is doing very well. He's got a bunch of kills to his name. At this point, Shyvana's levels and items are going to start swinging more in Shyvana's favor, and there's more tools, I think, in Shyvana's kit to split push. So let's see if Odoamne can control. They're tracing him down.
There's the flash, just managed to catch on towards him. That's going to be the knock-up any second if Impala can get one step closer, but Mima actually knocked him away from him. And Impala is going to have the cooldown. He's going to get the audacious charge back on towards him. Dominus comes out, slice and dice from Odoamne. Has he got away from this one? He has a great escape, but while this is happening, there's a big push on the bottom.
4 members of Cloud9 are shoving the bottom wave. Selfie is pushing in the mid wave. This could end up being a tower trade for tower trade. Let's see if Mixer and Mr. Rolls can defend.
Impala's running down towards that mid lane. There's going to be the solar flare. That's a 4-man dive from Mixer straight on towards him. Voidland, Hyanan taking a lot of tower damage. Hyanan taking very low from that one. He has to back away. There's the mid inner turret going down. They're rotating towards the top.
Mixer and Mr. Rolls defend against 4 members of Cloud9. Selfie is just about to get his destiny available, and 3 members of Super Hot Crew are now on this top turret. If a gold card connects on Odoamne, I think they're going to dive him. Selfie's got turret aggro.
Wild card goes through, does manage to pull some damage back on towards him. Impala continues the damage on the tower. A second inner turret for the Super Hot Crew picked up. What a great rotational play, and more importantly, fantastic defensive work down that bottom tower.
5 versus 2 in terms of towers. Super Hot Crew sneak 2 turrets under the nose of Cloud9 Eclipse, while Cloud9 were in a 4 versus 2 situation. The reason that didn't go well for Cloud9, Nidalee doesn't want to tower dive. There's no damage reduction and tower shots on Kha'Zix with his ultimate anymore, so he doesn't want to tower dive. And Morgana is okay at tower dive, but she's so squishy. She simply can't take turret aggro long enough to make that work. So at the end of the day, Cloud9 come away in a very poor position.
Destiny being used for vision from Selfie. He's going to go down towards that bottom lane, actually back away. It was like, I'm going to take this wave, and I think he got told off by Mima actually there. He was like, no, you don't, you dare. They did actually check Baron there, Cloud9 Eclipse, because, of course, remember, Super Hot Crew have snuck in there and taken that a couple of times. Around about the 25-minute mark, they were a little early on that one, but it was a full concerted effort. They had no vision there, and 4 members moved towards that Baron because they were expecting Super Hot Crew to back for it.
So because Mima hasn't built any attack damage yet, like a Blade of the Ruined King or similar, I think it's going to be much more difficult for Super Hot Crew to pull off the same strategy, because they'll need Mr. Rolls and Impala to be in that scenario. And if they get caught out, they're in trouble. Right now, 4 members of Cloud9, that's Selfie going super far forward.
Selfie caught out. Zonya's Hourglass being used straight away, though. Mixer going very deep. Solar Flare doing work. That's going to be Odoamne going down. A quick turnaround. Santorin does manage to take down Mixer. Santorin getting caught out, stunned up. Selfie throwing out the wildcard. Mima coming from behind. There's the Dragon Descent straight on towards him. He's 4 men deep straight in towards the rest of the team catching up towards him. Puts damage down on towards Hyanan. Hyanan taking full burst from Mr. Rallis. One more hit should do it. Mima tries to flash for it. He gets it secured with the Ignite.
And we'll see if it carries on. Voidal's knocked out.
Voidal caught out. He gets stunned and knocked out. He's down as well. It's a 3-for-1 so far. The Super Hot Crew are turning this fight on its favor. And now they're moving towards Baron.
This is so risky. If Cloud9 are aware of this and Febiven moves in to throw those javelins out, yeah, that was very, I think, smart to back away. Had javelins been thrown in there, it would have been very difficult. Now, in terms of the fight starting, Selfie actually gets away with his life thanks to some smart itemization. He avoided a lot of damage thanks to that Zonya's Hourglass, and Febiven lands some very key javelins later on as this fight drags out. So keep your eyes on Selfie's HP. Dark Bindings are good from Voidal. Because Mima's got no Bilgewater Cutlass or no Blade of the Ruined King, he's not a particularly strong threat. Oh, Ignite. Flash for Ignite, which is how Mima managed to grab that one. And basically the long-range skill shots from Cloud9 prevented anything worse from happening because they dealt enough damage, but it was a good response from Super Hot Crew. Because nobody got blown up instantly, they could run Cloud9 down, and their comp is just better at chasing, and that's what we talked about. No peel. No peel from Cloud9, teamfights don't go their way.
Now they are looking to engage again. Those spears not landing just yet. We did see Febiven landing one on Selfie in that fight. And that's what forced him very low. He'd also just landed on towards Mixer a moment ago. Cloud9 Eclipse starting out the Baron. Destiny being used, taking full vision of this one. Solar Flare going down. Selfie's coming around the side. He's already on towards Santorin. Santorin very, very low. There's going to be the Zonyas, but it doesn't matter. Impaler's dived in. Febiven's taken low. Mima finishes the job. Odor 1-9, the next focus. He's going to get bounced by that 3-talent strike. Mr. Rales takes him down. Selfie gets himself another obliteration for the Super Hot crew as they take 4 members of Cloud9 Eclipse down.
And the Dragon is available to their choosing. They don't even want it. It looks like they're going straight for Baron. They've got high death timers on the side of Cloud9. That was just such a great team fight. Super Hot crew commit to the team fight. Mima was coming in from the north of the jungle from Cloud9 Eclipse. And Selfie with the super confident Destiny jumps straight into the middle of the team and immediately pulls all the focus. Flawless execution from Super Hot crew, and that was the control that we've seen from games 1 and 2.
So Baron going their way from that fight. Mixer, you gotta be careful he doesn't go down. Just getting stacked up a little bit there, but now it is a 6,000 gold advantage built up. Hyanan still pushing his bottom wave in. He may just about get himself time, but I don't think he fancies it. He's, of course, got that stealth mechanic where he can escape, but still got to be careful with that Destiny available by Selfie. Hyanan will back away, and they're going to go for Dragon. It's going to be some gold at least for them, but they've got to be careful because Super Hot crew are already moving in.
Yeah, I don't know if Super Hot crew will get there in time though. So Dragon will be going over uncontested in Cloud9. They've lost their red buff though, as Mima has actually picked that one up himself. He's going full tank on the Shyvana. I'm still not seeing any attack damage from him. And the only reason I highlight that, had he gone attack damage, one of the best ways to deal with a Nidalee is to engage upon it over and over. And it's something we've seen many times in the past. If you have those aggressive comps, but you don't pull a trigger, you allow yourself to get sieged upon. And because Cloud9 have got so little peel, it's only Morgana that's going to be doing that for them. You dodge one of those Dark Bindings, and if you can wait out the Soul Shackles, there's nothing else to stop you. Nothing else to stop you. So Super Hot crew have just run rampant over Cloud9. Now they've got their items and their levels.
Big tanky items, like you mentioned. So Super Hot crew move in and take themselves the blue buff. It will be Selfie that locks that one down. Let me see, once again, are we going to have a 4-1 split coming out from Super Hot crew? You can see Mima all in his own in this top lane. He's happy to keep on pushing.
Super Hot crew can go for a 1-3-1 if they want to. Shyvana's a great split pusher, Twisted Fate is a great split pusher, and Twisted Fate can rejoin a fight as well. So if Super Hot crew wanted to keep their groups together, I mean, that's Destiny being used from Selfie. Again, just to get vision, have information, and now they're going to push up to this inner turret. So, very smart play. The champions are going to allow Super Hot crew the map control that they have earned. And thanks to being so beefy, Cloud9 need to land some very, very good spears if they want to prevent losing their inhibitor turrets in the next couple of minutes.
That even comes down, but it's only a half-hearted defensive job from Cloud9 Eclipse here, throwing them spears out, trying to prevent really lower the minion count, if anything, which is what we're seeing coming out from Hyanan, trying to clear out the minions, making sure that those inhibitor towers are safe. There's a big wave pushing in towards the top there. Mima's actually rotated around towards the mid lane right now to keep that wave pushing in, and the rest of the Super Hot crew are going to gang up here. They've still got that Baron buff on. You can see Mixer off at the side. They're really wanting to start something off with that Solar Flare.
Yeah, if you look at the wards that Super Hot crew have through the jungle, they can't get flanked by Cloud9, and Cloud9 have got very limited wave clear. I think when that Venom Cask is not down, it's going to be very difficult. And Pilot took a good chunk of damage there from Oda 1, but it's not going to be enough. He should be regenerating it not too long, thanks to that Baron buff and, of course, the on-hit health that his Feral Flare is going to give him.
Selfie's taking a quick burst from Hyanan. Oda 1 may actually taking down a fair chunk of health. Remember, he hasn't built massively tanky this time around. He'd start off with that Tiamat. Has got himself the Sunfire Cape and Banshee's Veil now, though. Mima rotates back towards the top. Again, 4-1 split, continuing this working out there. Selfie's this time taking a spear. And those spears are slowing things down here. They do see Mr. Rales caught out. It's not going to be enough. Blocked off by Mima. That was a spear and a Dark Binding catching on towards him.
And Summoner Heal used. Mr. Rales actually popped it there, maybe in anticipation of somebody diving onto him. So Summoner Spell blown on the side of Super Hot crew. And that's exactly what Cloud9 need to do many times more if they wish to defend these towers, because Super Hot crew are showing no signs of backing off. With the minion wave on the bottom and Baron still up for another 20-odd seconds, they will keep sieging. When Baron is off, I wouldn't be be surprised if they backed away and played it safer.
Relentless aggression coming out from Mixer as he dives in towards this one. Selfie taken low. Doesn't get the Zhonya's hourglass off in time. Voidal's going to get dropped by Mr. Rales. Or is he? Gets away. Febiven taken low. That's going to be him down. Mr. Rales gets picked on. This is actually a back and forth sloppy fight from both teams. Oduwamne now on the turret is going to fight this one out. Voidal's going to try and come in with one of those dark bindings to keep him at bay. And Paler, once he gets that dash on towards him, will find himself one. Will he get a second? No, the Zenith Blade not quite landed from Mixer. They're going to have to back out of this one. It was a messy engage, but it was a 3-for-2 again in favor of Super Hot Crew.
3-for-2, and the super squishy targets on Super Hot Crew are down. It's not over yet.
They're not done yet. Oduwamne has a lot of damage with that Tiamat. Mixer's going to get caught down. That's a 3-for-3. Impaler caught out. They're going to try and turn this one back around. Oduwamne is doing damage. Mimer's going to get focused now. He has to use the burnout to try and escape. Impaler is getting locked down. There's no escape for him. 3 talent strike is not enough for him, and Oduwamne will run him down like he should do, and that's a 4-for-3 in favor of Cloud9 Eclipse, and they held on to the tower against a Baroned up Super Hot Crew.
I don't know if Super Hot Crew needed to tower dive. They still had Baron up. They still had siege potential. If you get a couple auto attacks from Twisted Fate with that Lich Bane on a tower, it'll take a few waves before it goes down. It could have been the urgency of Baron running out and the fact that Mr. Rolls had eaten a few too many Dark Bindings that made them dive and force it. It could also be somewhat of overconfidence, considering how far ahead they've been elsewhere in the series. At the end of the day, Cloud9, they defend it, they hold onto their turrets, which is the most important thing, but they are still 6,000 gold down. So they need Super Hot Crew to continue doing those same ill-advised dives, or look for more poke before they can regain some semblance of control in this game.
And Selfie, of course, he didn't even get a chance to use that Zhonya's in that fight. He was taken down so quickly at the start of it, so a lot of the damage was immediately removed from that fight. So Baron up, 1.5 minutes, Dragon a minute. Let's see which one they're going to go for. Super Hot Crew are trying to keep Cloud9 Eclipse pending towards their base as they push these waves back in towards them. And Cloud9 are doing a good job at keeping them clear at the moment.
Cloud9 actually defended that very, very well. I mean, all things considered, they held in the bottom lane, they held in the top lane. They performed well in the team fight. I still want to reiterate that I would like to see damage on Mimer. Kiana's in trouble.
Kiana's going to get caught out. The stun card along with a DFG doing that. Tell you what, it's not a DFG. There's going to be the Zhonya's being used out there. Lich Bane was the one that did the damage. Mr. Rales closes out the deal on towards Febiven. We did also see Kiana going down. Santorin's going to run away. I think they're happy to let him escape though. That's going to be the stun card followed by the damage. There's a double kill as Oduwamne goes down. Super Hot Crew have themselves 3-for-0 as they push on through to try and close the game out.
This is going to be an inhibitor at the very least, and if they get some minion support, they may be able to push down the Nexus turrets. You know what? With Mimer and Impaler, they can just tank up those Nexus turrets. It looks like they've done it.
Super Hot Crew are pushing through. Both inhibitors now go down. Can they close this series out 3-0? They are thinking of backing away here. And they
got too excited.
Playing it safe. Well, Baron is up, and that's going to be the focus.
We got too excited. Death timers were running low. Febiven and Kiana were going to be able to defend that Nexus, and of course, Spray and Pray was available to Kiana. So, erring on the side of caution, Super Hot Crew back away. Super minions in 2 lanes. They're going to secure themselves at Baron. And just to finish off the point, I feel like had Mimer gone for a little bit of damage early on, all of those dives could have been quite drastically different because he would have had more kill threat of Cloud9. But that is just hindsight giving you the ability to make those questions. At the end of the day, Baron secured first one of this particular series for Super Hot Crew, and they've got themselves a nice 10,000 gold.
Got themselves the turret and the dragon for Cloud9 Eclipse though. They are not out yet, but they are very, very close. It is 2 inhibitors down, just 1 remains, that bottom lane. They have to hold on tight while those super minions push in and the Baron up Super Hot Crew push on through. They've been so tight in these team fights, but the last one, they were simply caught out, picked off, and that's exactly what Cloud9 are looking to do right now.
This is going to be so difficult to defend because Cloud9 don't have the greatest wave clear. Voidal is going to get caught out. He's going to be in so much trouble. Destiny's been used.
Destiny coming down. Mixer getting caught, but look at that. He's got over 4,000 hit points. He doesn't care. Kianan in trouble. He gets insta-popped. Now it's going to be Voidal. Culling doing all of the damage. Mr. Rales going crazy on this one. He does manage to lock himself down another. Well, Febiven completely out of position. Super Hot Crew just follow these super minions straight through to the Nexus.
There are 3 members of Cloud9 to defend against 5 members of the Super Hot Crew. Mimer actually using the Dragon's Descent to get into the Nexus turrets even quicker. We touched on the fact that there's very little wave clear for Cloud9, so defending against multiple waves of super minions was always going to be difficult. It's been amplified now because they don't have the AD carrier support. This is game.
Very well played. Super Hot Crew looked strong throughout this one. They are going to re-qualify for the Summer League of Legends Championship Series. The Super Hot Crew are back in once again.
3-0. And truthfully, you never once felt like they were even in doubt. They had absolute immaculate control. And even when they were behind in Game 3, they played patiently, they got control of the game, and they closed it out.
Fantastic stuff. And honestly, all credit to them. They've deserved it in this game for sure. 3-0, wasn't quite expecting that. I actually expected this one to go the distance. And Cloud9 Eclipse, you know, that again, these challenger teams, when they come through, the experience that is gained by the LCS teams, simply playing at that higher level, really against, you know, the top teams, the rotations, clearly, these are things that, while they've seen, they've watched, they've never had the chance to completely figure out how to do it themselves, or more importantly, how to counter it.
Completely agree with you, and I think Super Hot Crew really raised their level. You know, you look at Game 3, Game 1 and 2 was all about Super Hot Crew. They controlled Cloud9. They prevented Cloud9's game plan from ever getting into speed and picking up tempo. Game 3, Super Hot Crew were playing from behind them. They were a few thousand gold down, and they didn't panic. Impaler still landed the smite steals on Dragon. They picked the fights that they wanted to and they needed to, and they won them, crucially. And when you look at Super Hot Crew in that game, in this series, they are playing better than they did in the last few weeks of LCS. The change to selfie now is paying dividends.
Yeah, and we're going to see how that works out for them, because of course they are into this summer series, the LCS. That's the one that everybody wants to get in. That's the one that leads to the World Championships, of course, which will be in Korea this year. Fantastic performance from them. Fantastic performance from every player. And you got to think of maybe like Mixer, maybe stepped up his play. He died a few times, went a little bit over-aggressive. We kind of saw glimpses of the old Mixer in that last final game, but overall he hadn't died before that third match.
You know what was great though? Regardless of the aggression, whether you want to argue if it was over-aggression or not, the rest of the team sure as hell backed them up.
Yeah.
Every single time he jumped in there, whether the solar flare was 100% accurate or not, everybody piled in. It was very good teamwork, very good control. And that was a team. When you watch that game, no single person really stood up and completely dominated and like solo carried the series. It was good team play, it was good rotations, it was good shot calling. And that's 2 for 2 now. Yesterday, Millennium requalified. Today, Super Hot Crew requalified. Both of the former, almost potentially relegated LCS teams have requalified. And that was a very good performance from Super Hot Crew.
Yeah, of course, Copenhagen Wolves going up against Denial next. Interesting to see how it's going to work out, because they are the kings of rotation. They are, I would say, the more experienced team in this. Of course, they finished 6th in the LCS. They were in the playoffs against Gambit, and it was literally down to the last match against Gambit. So this is a big ask in the next match. But of course, all credit goes to Cloud9 Eclipse. They put up a great show throughout the Challenger Series, but unfortunately, they fell short this time around.
It is heartbreaking when you consider Ko was unable to play for them. Ko is their jungler.
That's maybe the interesting thing. Maybe will they go back to him? Will they sit with Santorin? Will they manage to go through the next Challenger Series with him? Because, of course, there is a Summer Challenger Series which will lead to the spring.
You have to feel they want to go back to him at some point, because he was a very integral voice in the team. We heard in the feature early on, they've lost some of the shot calling from Ko, and they've lost that voice, and also his plays in the early game. Santorin showed up. Game 1 of the series, Santorin picked up 2 good kills early on, was ganking multiple times, kept Mima down.
He got first blood in this game again.
Exactly, and I was impressed, but unfortunately, it didn't translate to mid-game control, and that's what matters. Because he started okay, it didn't continue. That trend didn't stay true, and that's something that I think ended up costing Cloud9 over the course of the series.
So where do we see Super Hot Crew? They're moving back into the LCS. How do they progress now? How do they step it up so they're not in this situation again?
Honestly, I think they have to continue on this trend. I think we've seen deeper champion pools. We've seen a much smarter pick ban phase. All the games, and even in the games where they had a comp that needed to win early, they executed that comp well.
I mean, you look at pretty much the one-dimensional Super Hot Crew that you saw getting 2 days before the LCS began. You see them now. We talked about champion pools, how limited they were. You could argue Mima's still limited in the top lane. Impaler definitely seems to have stepped it up a little bit, although he played Shintel pretty excessively this time around.
Even if you want to call Mima out for some of his champions, at this moment in time in the current meta, his champions are in.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
yes,
he fits.
He may be somewhat things, but my favorite double AP comp was the Lissandra Gragas composition that Super Hot Crew ran a while ago. And Mima played Lissandra and played it perfectly. So he can play other champions as well. And I just think it's, if the team continues this trend, this shot calling, this rotations, they can work around the rest of their picks and bans.
And maybe just one day we will see Rengar. Who knows? We'll see whether he gets able to play. Shox has Super Hot Crews, Mr. Rales and Impaler with her after that win. So let's send it over to her.
Thank you very much, D-Man. First up, congratulations, guys, back into the LCS. And, well, in very convincing fashion, a quick 3-0 here. And, Mr. Raleigh, how are you going into this series? Because we've seen the fan vote was very in favor of C9. Maybe some people were doubting how you guys would come out here.
We doubt a little bit as well, because our practice didn't go as good as we wanted to. So, yeah, we just tried our best and tried to come up with the best tactic we possibly could do.
So how good was 4.5 and the practicing on that for you, Impaler? Is that something you like as a jungler this patch?
I still think because you can get the Feral Flare so fast on that patch that there's no real downside to go Feral Flare and pick them safe lanes like we did. And yeah, I just utilized that and kind of shut down Santor in that way.
Was that the game plan from the beginning? Because it seemed like basically whatever you guys did worked out pretty well, and especially you on Zinzao, but even so on Kha'Zix.
We saw yesterday when Alberto on Nip was playing and they kept on going Feral Flare against him. And unless you can really force that early aggression, you kind of struggle and you get outscaled. So I just thought, can Santorin try and shut me down early? Third game, he pretty did. But other than that, I think we did well and we didn't get shut down and we just outscaled.
Yeah, you outscale, and as a team, you guys performed phenomenally, actually. How are the nerves? A little birdie told me that you were especially quite nervous going into the series. Of course, people are always saying, how will Mr. Raleigh do? Does it get to you?
It actually got to me a lot in the first game. I was very, very nervous. It's mostly because people expect me to actually play well. It's not that we were playing promotion match. It was just because of that.
But then the game actually, did you feel immediately, wow, it seems like the whole team is on a different level than they have been back in week 11 when you guys went 0-4 and might have crept in a little scared then, but you guys were very solid.
Yeah, like after the first game, I think we were all very calm. And that's just allowed us to snowball even further in the next games.
You say everyone was very calm, yet all the way upstairs in the cast room, we heard Mixa screaming at everything that was good. Is that always a positive thing that you get encouraged by what he's yelling, or sometimes are you like, oh my God, I just want to do this?
Mixer's like a really emotionally attached player, so when he's really pumped, he shows it and he screams nice, louder than anyone can in the studio, I think. And yeah, it's just really good when you have him behind you when he's playing well.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe a little more about that, because we know he sometimes goes in very aggressive, but here he was also confident and actually made a lot of plays happen for you guys.
Yeah, I think Leona really complements Mixer's playstyle, because there was a turret defense, 2v4 bot lane, and he's like, yeah, I'm just going in. And Rallies followed it, and they like 4v2'd, well, 2v4'd. It was really incredible, actually.
Yeah, when you were defending that tower, were you questioning Mixer's going in right there? But you guys made it.
Yeah, a little bit, because I was supposed to just clear the way with my ultimate, but they tanked it. And I guess we should just back off, but immediately he just went in and face tanked 4 people. But yeah, it worked out.
Yeah, it was actually very impressive from you guys. So taking a step back, you guys had that first split in the LCS. We all know that it was very fast for you guys coming in. Now you have an entire split. You can decently prepare. Impaler, what is the main thing you guys are going to work on going into the next split?
We can still really improve our team play. Like, we're really strong 5 players, but to compete with the best teams, you have to rotate as a team. You have to understand what happens when like TF ult top. Someone has to be mid to cover it. Like 20% turret damage can be the difference between losing that mid turret early and then losing dragon control. You've just got to know what everyone's thinking and react accordingly.
Mr. Raleigh, what about you? I can assume you're pretty happy about your own performance in the last split, always doing good, even if the team sometimes wasn't doing that well. You guys worked together now, proved you can do it. Is there room for improvement on your personal play, you think?
Yeah, I have a lot to improve. I need to be more confident, but I need to be at least more confident in team play. Because what I've improved on in the split was my individual play, because things wasn't really working for us. And in this split, I think I have to work a little bit more on the team.
Yeah, absolutely showed that when you guys come together, it is a very, very good thing. And you guys quickly 3-0'd C9 here. Impaler, is there anything you want to say to the fans, the Super Hot Crew fans who are sticking by you?
Yeah, every Super Hot Crew fan, I love you. And like a special shout out to my friends back at home as well. And yeah, always behind Super Hot Crew. Got so many good fans, I love them.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. We'll be seeing you guys in the summer split, of course. I'd also like to take the time to thank Dexter for his analysis here. After a break, we'll be joined by Expeckia for more insight. But after that, we're going to take a short break. But when we come back, it is time for the Copenhagen Wolves to fight Denial for the final spot in the summer split. Don't go anywhere.
Let's win this first before you begin and make big.
Nice!
Whoa. Void.
Nice!
Oh, beautiful. Nice, guys. Kill first, keep going, keep going, keep going. I'm on ready. Nice. Holy
Nice!
Copenhagen Wolves took on Gambit in the 5th-6th decider match at the end of the European playoffs.
Our players were pretty brutal. Very slow games where neither team almost dared to make any kind of move.
We won the first game, we came in late game, crushed Gambit.
Amazing passes on him, gets a double kill for Coutard, and just like that, the Copenhagen Wolves bully them off the Baron.
When we went to the second game, it also started well, but then we started making some mistakes. Then Gambit, as an experienced team, managed to snowball on these mistakes.
Gambit find a team fight that just switches on.
It's a triple kill, he's going to go for it, Forgiven goes down, it's a quadra, can they get the penta on Yogbuk? One more shot, it's a pentakill for Genja!
That was the moment where you felt Gambit have regained control.
Third game, people were somewhat tilted. We didn't really use our preparation, and overall just got demolished.
They're going to keep chasing on this one. Alex comes on the side, blows half of his health away.
If you just look in the Gambit's players' faces, they were playing for their lives as well.
No one wants to be the defeated one in a match like that. Afterwards, Diamond came in and he said that he's sorry for sending us to relegation, but he will look forward for us to win the relegation match and play again in LCS.
That they showed that they also think that we belong in the LCS really meant a lot to us. So hopefully we will actually honor what they want and stay in the LCS.
Welcome back, everyone, for the second half of Day 2 of the European Summer Promotion Tournament. I'm Joe Miller, along with Martin Deficio Lunga, and we are going into the Copenhagen Wolves, who are about to face Denial in a best-of-5 to see which team will grab a spot in the LCS. Yes. If I can get my letters out there, it's all good. It's also worth noting that the Copenhagen Wolves have been in this position before when they beat Meet Your Makers 3-1 at the 2014 Spring Promotion Tournament to qualify for the LCS. Well, the question is, can they do it again here?
Well, they should be the favorites at least. The Wolves, though, they find themselves on the opposite end of the promotion tournament this time around. Last time they were the strongest team in the tournament, but after a season of ups and downs, they find themselves as one of the bottom 3 teams and therefore fighting to stay in the league.
The biggest issue for the team is the fact that they cannot close out games, even when they have significant leads. That was demonstrated just a week ago in that 5th place match against Gambit. After a long, drawn-out Game 1 victory, the Wolves were off to a great start in Game 2 as well. But then it went south for them, despite having Youngbuck on Rise, a champion that only gets better the longer the game goes on. They found themselves falling to the Genja pentakill, the first that we've seen so far in the split, by the Baron Pit, which ended the match.
And even when Gambit played safe and fell into the lengthy game style that the Wolves are used to, the Wolves just could not seem to pull back from a mid-game disadvantage and therefore lost Game 3 right after 45 minutes. And the Wolves, they need to make sure they pick strong team-fighting comps, otherwise their late-game problems when it comes to closing out games might become an issue today.
I want to talk about Forgiven because he's been one of the most reliable players for the Wolves, but his high death toll is something to be concerned about, I think. Whether it's because teams will focus him in fights or if he's just dying too often to put out the DPS needed to win a fight. If their style is going to rely on farming up Forgiven to win in that late game, his death toll really needs to drop.
Yeah, well, Forgiven, he does style a lot, but he's still among the best AD carries we have here in Europe. I mean, his partnership with Unlimited in the bot lane works really well, and they always focus on getting ahead in farm and then pushing down early on the enemy tower. Forgiven, he's been the target to shut down for most teams by either banning him out or ganking him early, which also helps explain his high amount of deaths. Copenhagen Wolves, though, they really need him for the late-game team fights because we often see him go for 6 damage items and then rely on his team to protect him while he just melts everyone and wins the fight for the Copenhagen Wolves.
We have to give credit, though, to the Copenhagen Wolves for their objective control. They are the best team in the league, especially when it comes to Dragons, with 92 during the season, and Denial will need to focus on keeping the Wolves away from that gold-bearing Drake.
Copenhagen Wolves have always been great at securing objectives on the map, which may be due to Amazing or the lane swaps they like to pull off, because they were one of the few European teams who actually showed good lane swaps. And as a team, they've been lane swapping the entire season. If Denial makes a mistake in those rotations early on, then the Wolves will punish them and will most likely take an early dragon. And it's something we actually saw them do against Alliance here in the playoffs.
And as a challenger team coming into this game, Denial face a significant obstacle in the veteran Copenhagen Wolves, and the road to the LCS for them will most likely begin with their jungler Kikis.
Yeah, Denial reminds me a lot of the Copenhagen Wolves because their early game is controlled by the jungler, and the AD carry Woolite is the person they rely on in the late game teamfights to carry. Both Babunia in the top lane and Nick in the mid lane are good players, but they don't shine and win their lane by themselves, much like Youngbuck and Cowtard. And Nick in the mid lane, he loves to play the poke carry champions, which really fits in the current meta, so I expect Nidalee to be a ban from the Wolves, as it's one of Nick's best champions and really fits into the Denial playstyle with heavy poke and siege.
And there is one thing that Denial has over the other teams, however. Their top lane in Babunia draws a large amount of Dr. Mundo bans specifically. His results when the Doctor actually slips through, just explain why that is so.
Yeah, I mean, it could definitely be a ban today, and the Babunia versus Youngbuck matchup is going to be a tricky one to predict. Both favors the split-pushing champions here, but we haven't seen Babunia play Jack yet, which Youngbuck really shined on against Alliance in the playoffs. And both these top laners, they got their special picks as well. Babunia, he played Jarvan against Cloud9. Didn't really work.
No.
In the Challenger semifinals. And Youngbuck, of course, pulled out both the Donger and Vladimir. So no matter what happens in the games against the Copenhagen Wolves, then we also have to highlight, of course, that Denial has put their own stamp on the Challenger scene. They took out the top seed Cloud9 Eclipse and played against Ninjas in Pyjamas in the final for the first half of the Challenger Series. So they could upset the Wolves here and become the second Polish team in the LCS, because Rocket, of course, is already qualified.
Well, Forgiven will be a definite target in this match, but the Wolves' former sub Woolite could also prove to be a thorn in their side. With all of that attention on the bot lane, you can count on a rumble in the jungle between Amazing and Kikis.
I think weak points of Commanders are the solo lanes.
The AD carry of Denial used to be our sub.
Woolite is potentially even the star of the team.
We know his playstyle, we know how he plays. He's a pretty good AD carry, but we have much better.
I think Forgiven is the strongest point of the team, so if we just don't let him get fed, I think we should win.
Amazing is playing quite well, and maybe this is the best point of them. The good jungler who can carry the game.
The key factor for me is just being sure about your picks, being sure about what you want to accomplish within the pick and ban phases, and be sure about how you want to counter their potential playstyle.
I think Polish players are really strong, and I think we can do it.
Last time we got to play Media Makers, who was also a Polish team, so we figured we have a pretty good win record against Polish teams in the relegations.
We are stronger than we were in the playoffs. We've been bootcamping a lot, we've improved, and we've got some new tactics to bring on.
Even though we are underdogs, I think we're gonna beat them.
The Denial gaming might just get denied their access to LCS.
Some strong words there, even though underdogs were going to beat them, and that they've got something special tactically prepared. That's the interesting part for me.
100%. I mean, if there's one thing from my own personal experience as well, Polish teams, when it comes to these best out of 3s, best out of 5s, always prepare something. We saw it with Rocket in the playoffs, surprising people. Denial, they can do the same here.
Well, we're getting close to the game, so let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's the Copenhagen Wolves with Youngblock in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Coutard in the mid lane, and the duo of Forgiven and Unlimited.
And on the red side, it's the Nile Esport with Babunia in the top lane, Kikis in the jungle, Nick in the mid lane, Woolite is the AD carry, and Super Ace is the support.
So let's turn our eyes to the jungle for our featured matchup in this series, which of course will be Amazing against Kikis. We've already talked about Amazing for quite some time, since he did win 2 MVPs during the spring split, but the jungler hasn't been making the biggest impact as of late. Now the Wolves will really want to be in amazing shape coming into this promotion tournament, and it all starts with him.
Yeah, and Amazing has stopped playing Lee Sin here in 4.5, as there are so many options in the jungle now. We saw him play Evelynn, Ting Zhao, and Kha'Zix in the playoffs, which is the junglers I expect him to play here, with the possible addition of Elise and maybe Nocturne. All the champions, they share the same style, they're very strong in ganks, fights and pressure on the map, and we always talk about how Amazing is the key to the early game for Copenhagen Wolves, and today is no different. Kikis from Denial is a strong jungler himself, so we need to see if Amazing can shut him down and help out his rather weak solo laners.
And Kikis needs a good start to the game to allow Denial to get the ball rolling. If he's been playing something uncomfortable or starts off on the wrong foot, Denial's entire team suffers.
100% agree. And Kikis as a player, he plays a lot of the standard junglers in the current meta, and the only different pick I would expect from him could actually be Master Yi. We haven't seen much Master Yi except for in solo queues, so it might catch the Wolves off guard actually. And looking back at their games from the Challenger Series, then Denial isn't a team who wins their lanes by themselves. They again, much like Copenhagen Wolves, rely on Kikis or the jungler to make plays and snowball the early game.
So let's, as we get towards Champions, focus a little bit more on the picks and the bans here. We already mentioned that Nidalee is a champion that Nick likes to play. Funnily enough, the Copenhagen Wolves in their last 10 games have banned Nidalee every single game.
Definitely expect a Nidalee ban. Could even see Denial banning away the Jax from Youngblock because Babunia haven't seen him played.
Yep, we're going to find out here then as we get into picks and bans, figure out exactly how this one is going to be going down. The Wolves, of course, on the blue side, the higher seed from coming from the LCS into promotion. What will they ban away first here against Denial? A team which I think are definitely the underdogs in this one, but you can never count an underdog team out. Twisted Fate was the first ban coming out there, and obviously Twisted Fate has been becoming more and more and more popular. And rightly so, he's very strong right now.
Very good champion at the moment, good at quick rotations, he can split push, good wave clear of course, and also against an assassin you can bring this exhaust here, help shut down their assassin in the laning phase, so it's a very, very strong pick, very versatile as well.
So Karma was the first ban of this one for Denial. Obviously we have seen quite a lot of Karma actually for the Copenhagen Wolves. They played him in, or they played her, because you know, Carmen is in fact a girl, against Alliance in the first 2 games in their playoff game. Ban number 2 here for the Wolves, Nidalee. We thought that Nidalee would get banned, and that is the case again.
We talked about it. It's so annoying to play against the Nidalee. Like, if you fall behind, she starts poking away. There is nothing worse. So they banned away, and it was expected. I mean, again, Nick is a very strong Nidalee player. I expect to see it banned pretty much all the games.
So Jax then, the second ban for Denial. You mentioned that as well. Youngbuck has already played the Jax. Actually, Baboonia did play in Game 2 against Reason in the Challenger Finals, where they, of course, or in the Challenger third place game as it actually was. But, you know, one game here or there. Obviously, someone like Youngbuck can make such a massive impact, and to be honest, Jax is just so strong right now.
Jax is one of the best top laners at the moment, and he's one of the top laners who can really snowball a game. Get a good start here, nobody can one-on-one you, you can just split push all day long. So I like the fact they banned away. Also show some respect to Youngbuck here, who of course pulled bans from Jax throughout the playoffs after he pulled it out in Game 1 against Alliance and just dominated that game.
So, Orianna here.
Really targeting against Nick.
An interesting ban as well, because they've not played Orianna once throughout the entire Challenger series. From every single game they've played, they've not played a single Orianna in there, which tells you that they've probably been playing a lot of Orianna in scrims.
100%. And Copenhagen Wolves completely target Nick here. They want to shut him down. Could even first pick a mid laner now to potentially move him further away from his comfort zone. But look what Denial actually did. Banned away 2 of the supports. We have not seen Thresh from Unlimited yet.
Yeah.
In the LCS. It's not a champion he's been playing. It could be one for Denial here, and they know, of course, he's not playing it. So now they force him on to something he's probably not been too used to. And also for Copenhagen Wolves, whenever Unlimited he plays Leona, he's always very good on the engages. He's very strong for the team to set everything up. Now it's gone.
Interestingly enough, the first pick here was actually jungler for Amazing. Kha'Zix left open. Gonna skip straight over to Denial's picks here as well. Ziggs for that mid lane with such heavy mid lane focus.
Yeah, very
and
smart.
taking Lucian as well for Woolite.
2 very, very strong picks for Denial here. Both are great laners, of course. They take the Ziggs for the mid laner with all the bans from Copenhagen Wolves. I wouldn't say they're gonna waste the Copenhagen Wolves bans because they get Ziggs here for him. Obviously, it was still the plan for the Wolves, but it's a very good early pickup as there's so many bans towards him.
Rise and Graves, the return of Graves really these last couple of weeks becoming more and more popular. We'll see Forgiven on that one, and that is his favourite champion actually. He said often that he'd really love to play Graves, but he has to be stronger. Apparently he is now strong enough for him to be bringing Graves out in such an important game.
Lucian is considered the overall best AD carry, and Graves against Lucian, it's a skill matchup. Like it can go either way in the laning phase. I do favor Lucian when it comes to the real late game part, but then when it comes to the early mid game, Graves can definitely do a lot of damage back here to Lucian. So in that case, I like the pick, and also because it's going to be harder for Denial to kill Graves here, because when people dive onto him, with his passive, of course, extra MR, extra armor, becomes very beefy and very hard to kill.
Rise also picked up for the Copenhagen Wolves. We'll see if that goes top lane, which I'm expecting it will. Youngbuck has played quite a lot of Rise, of course, against Gambit. The 2 games, funnily enough, that they lost was Rise in the top lane. Baboonia also plays Rise, so not only a pick, but denying that away from Denial. And on the last, the second and third, sorry, wait, the third and the fourth, I can count, honestly. Elise and Thresh, the 3rd and 4th picks here for Denial.
So the expected support here for Denial, seeing as they banned away both Karma and Leona, got the Thresh here for Super Ace, and then Elise. We've seen her so many times, there's not really anything new to say. Overall, very, very strong, good objective control, slightly nerfed of course, good in a lane swap early on. Same goes for Lucian here. So Denial, if they get a lane swap, they can be very fast at pushing down towers.
Final 2 picks for the Copenhagen Wolves, Kassadin and Soraka being picked up. So Soraka support here for the Copenhagen Wolves. Not something that we've been seeing really at all. We've seen in the mid lane mostly, in the top lane a couple of times, but bringing out the support. And that's what you mentioned, they banned Karma and Leona. Really, it's only been then the likes of Annie, who's just not really favoured right now, and Morgana. They're the 2 other real go-to supports he's had, but this is a new one coming out for Unlimited.
So I like the idea here because Denial, they bring a lot of poke. Like they got the Ziggs, they got the Lucian, even Elise here can poke away. That's where Soraka is going to be very, very strong. Get into the mid-late game part. Soraka's support is also scales well into late game, can heal up a team, avoid some of this poke here from Denial, where of course the Morgana would only have the Black Shield to stop it from 1. Soraka, more sustain, I like the pick. And at the same time, you get this you can reduce the MR of course, Denial, and then you bring both Kassadin and Ryze to the table. You can just do the extra damage. So the whole comp here from Copenhagen Wolves really want to focus on team fights, where they can be very, very strong. Split pushing wise, it can be hard for them. I mean, yes, Ryze, he can split push, but against the Dr. Mundo, he won't really be able to kill him. It can be a bit of a farm lane in favor of Ryze at least, and Ryze, again, coming into team fights is going to be so hard to deal with for Denial. And that's the issue for Denial here. If they don't get some poke in before the fight starts, I simply think Copenhagen Wolves are going to be too beefy. Kassadin as well. Likes to build a bit tanky. Rod of Ages can even go Randuin's Omen here. His damage is not the same as the old Kassadin, but he can still, in longer fights, he can then chase afterwards. He can become very tanky. The Graves, we talked about how he gets armor, he gets MR. So Copenhagen Wolves, with Soraka's support as well, going to sustain these fights, like out-sustain Denial. And Denial, if they don't land some good poke before they engage, I don't actually see them winning the fight. I think Copenhagen Wolves are going to be too tanky.
Yeah, and Baboonia getting through there, which we said in the pre-game, been a lot of bans towards him. He'll get his hands on it this time around. Well, guys, with this series just about to begin, let's check in and see who you predict's going to win. According to LOLesports.com, you've chosen the Copenhagen Wolves by 79%. That is a large number, I think, despite them being the favorites.
Yeah, but again, look at it here. Copenhagen Wolves are supposed to be the strongest of the LCS teams coming into the promotion tournament. Denial are supposed to be the weakest one. We have Super Hot Crew and Millennium both qualifying, the two old LCS teams here. So, of course, Copenhagen Wolves are going to be the favorites. But you can never count out a team like Denial. I wouldn't even be surprised to see 4 or 5 games here.
Well, we are apparently the caster pair that gets these 5-game matches, these 5-game epic matches. So we can only hope that we go into all 5 games in this one. We're going to get now, though, into game number 1 with the Copenhagen Wolves taking on Denial. We'll see who can draw the first blood in this best-of-5 series and take the first step closer to the summer split.
So, first of all here, we see Super Ace starting full wards and then health potions. We saw Miffy do it yesterday. Whenever NIP wanted to do level 1 tactics, so I want to go in and try and get an extra buff for them, they started with full wards here on the support. Super Ace has been doing the same. We could potentially see Denial try something. Could maybe go here, early ward up the blue buff, and then rotate around to the red buff and try and steal it away from the Copenhagen Wolves. Lane swap wise, we talked a little bit about it in Champ Select, how Denial with both Lucian and the Elise can actually push towers very fast. So I wouldn't surprise to see Denial trying to lane swap this one.
And the Copenhagen Wolves have been lane swapping before it was even cool.
Oh yes.
So wouldn't surprise me to see something from their side of things. As we see right now, though, the initial, the first blood of ward kills goes over to Denial. They saw that Unlimited put that one down by the Death Brush. Slightly strange positioning for a ward to put it there where he did rather than in the brush itself. Either way, they saw it, so they were going to clear it out anyway with that pink ward. Also got one ward down by the blue buff of the Copenhagen
Full
Wolves.
vision control from Denial here early. They're going to see Copenhagen Wolves if they want to go in towards the blue buff. Going to see them if they want to go towards the red buff. That's why Copenhagen Wolves are just staying back. Playing a little bit scared now, actually pinging towards the blue buff. We could see a late invade. Of course, again, Denial is going to spot it and can quickly go over to the Copenhagen Wolves blue buff and just trade them. Remember though, when it comes to supports here, if they do get 2v2, there's no item on Super Ace, so he's going to be slightly weaker than normal.
Beat down by Bananas in the end. Unlimited running here, the exhaust. Just want to point that out because Super Ace is in fact running an Ignite here. So we've not seen many supports going with that Ignite. It's been exhaust or
but
heal.
It's simply because Soraka support, you got Summoner Heal Unforgiven. Like, you need something to burn down a target. Again, we talked about how Denial, if it's these long, drawn-out fights, it's going to be very hard for them because, again, Copenhagen Wolves are going to be very tanky, going to have Soraka to heal people up. So they need this Ignite to find the first target, ignite him, and just burst the first target down, kill them, and then move on and chase after Copenhagen Wolves.
So we are seeing these buff trades going on. Ward from Denial will spot Youngbuck and Amazing going over to the blue. Kikis has already started off this blue buff and we'll finish that within quick timing as well. Baboonia, meanwhile, is just doing the Wolves. He's trying to get himself a little bit of XP, knowing that he's going into a 2v1 anyway. The likelihood of him actually getting anything is pretty slim.
We can see if he wants to teleport to the top lane and help pushing down with 4 members up here. Remember, of course, top lane tower takes less damage than the bottom lane, so they could actually use him to push it down faster because Copenhagen Wolves already moved Youngbuck down here, so they're going to be 4 members and they're going to push in the wave here with Soraka and Graves, and they're going to be very far ahead compared to the top lane.
Yeah, that's a 2-wave stack as well down the bottom coming in. So this is a 4-man push. We can see that Kikis is recalling actually. So he's not going to help out. Super A's and Woolite obviously feel like they're going to lose this trade anyway with 4 men already down on the weaker bot lane turret.
Look here, Babounia went all the way to the top lane. Didn't teleport or anything, so he's running from the base to get to his tower. Copenhagen Wolves already killed the bottom tower here. They can actually push it all the way up to the next one. Super A's recalled, and Kiki's recalled to try and defend it.
Are we going to see Youngblood go up to that top lane? Yep, there it is. There is the teleport actually coming in. So the Copenhagen Wolves getting that first tower, and Denial not able to really do anything about that one. Kikis and Super A's down here. Actually, Kikis taking a lot of damage so far. Unlimited just right up on top of him there, throwing down those auto attacks and the star calls. And obviously that buckshot does hurt already from Forgiven. That means that the Copenhagen Wolves have themselves a healthy gold lead already.
Yeah, and a bit of a who got limited and ignited.
That was a little bit too deep for him. He's going to go down. It's the first blood that lands to Kikis, and that was just not what they needed at this stage of the game. They'd done it all right up until that point.
Yeah, Unlimited simply overextended, and then the hook from Super Ace landed onto him, and double buff release. And the ignite we talked about from Super Ace shut down this one target they actually get onto. Just picked up the first blood. Sloppy play by Unlimited, but still, the lane swap went in favor of Copenhagen Wolves' Denial. As soon as they spotted 4 members and nobody, either the jungler or Babounia, were actually close to the tower for them, they just gave up on the race here. But amazing, going towards Babounia.
Not going to kill him though, because Youngblood was actually just going, actually turns around there, jumps back onto him. Babounia again, a little bit more damage than I think he really calculated was going to happen to him from that side of things. Unlimited, of course, respawning in here, and he's going to be putting down a few wards on that bottom side of the map.
Could be a target now for Kikis once again. No summoners, of course. There's the Lantern from Super Ace to set everything up. Amazing, meanwhile, still a bit in top lane. 2 wards though, so it's going to be very hard for them to do anything, and they can't really dive for Babounia yet. It's sadly too early in the game. However though, back to the lane swap thing, it seemed to me like Denial came in without a plan. Like they were the ones swapping to top lane, but they didn't send Kikis up there fast enough. He actually went to the Wolf camp after blue, and Babounia, he ran all the way from base, didn't teleport. So instantly as Copenhagen Wolves showed in the bottom lane, they just had to recall and actually gave up a tower and got nothing in return. So it's a bit of a weird start.
And that's one thing, as the hook comes out there, doesn't quite connect. One thing that you could expect playing the Copenhagen Wolves, the team that were doing the switches before the switches were the thing to do. They do it here, and Denial didn't react to that whatsoever. Got themselves first blood though, so that's going to get Kikis rolling a little bit. You see that he's level 5 already.
And already down the bottom lane, again, no summoners onto Unlimited. 1 hook, and he's gonna be the target. Still staying very healthy under the tower. Denial though want to try and fast push this one. Remember, at least he's a ranged jungler, so he can get some good damage on the tower. Still gonna be hard to take it down. Amazing also coming down here in the jungle. Should be able to defend the next wave.
3-on-2 there, but the minions be wiped out, which means Denial have to back away. Will Amazing try to get involved on this one? Limited is stood up there. The Flay actually landing onto Forgiven, but he will simply quick draw away from that one. Now the next wave coming in. This is the chance for Denial to keep going. They actually land the hook onto Amazing. It's going to be some good damage coming his way there. And Amazing finds himself with hardly any HP. They've cleared out that wave, but you see how low that tower is there. One more wave and that will go down for Denial.
Full focus on this tower here for Denial. Kick has been here for the last minute, just pushing the wave in every single time. They can take it here in the next one. Amazing is gone, he's back in base. It's only Forgiven and Unlimited to clear. And Forgiven, he won't be able to one-shot the wave.
Let's see, it's going to be within killing range. You see that Woolite actually trying to soak up as much of those minions as he can. Finishes off the tower there. As actually Forgiven started to push out a little bit. Takes a Lantern back to safety, and that will tie us up in turrets. Plus the first blood gold going over to Denial. They have now a 300 gold lead.
Yeah, very quick response from Denial. Also using the advantage of having stronger champions in a fight early on here. Soraka, of course, doesn't bring too much early in the game, so that's why they could just push it down, and Copenhagen Wolves could never engage onto them. Amazing showed up, got a lot of poke in the face. Nick here in the mid lane, taking a lot of poke as well from Cowtard, who of course got his ultimate now, can jump around, very hard to gank, and very annoying to play against. Like, nobody likes to play against the Kassadin.
Well, the fact is that those earlier levels where Nick basically has free harassment onto Cowtard is where he should have really been bullying him out there, but Kaltard's ahead in the CS here.
So the thing is, Kassadin, after the rework, are actually not too bad in the laning phase against mages because of his Q where he gets the magic shield.
True.
So he used it well to get all the farm, of course, get some poke onto Nick and also farm well and just stay healthy. Of course, with the flask in his inventory as well, could use it, with some health pots and just farm away. And Kaltard's been doing a very good job so far.
See, 70 CS for him, got himself that blasting one, and the tier already stacking up, so going to be moving into an early Archangel staff by the looks of it. Again, moves forward with Kazik, coming down from that one. Good ward though on the ramp will spot Amazing at that early stage. He just put a ward over towards red, but that was already taken. Kikis already beating Amazing to that one.
Let's see here, just putting in a deep ward. Red buff is not up yet. Of course, Kiki started the blue buff, so it's going to be a little time before it spawns, but Amazing still staying around. Can also go in for a gank to Nick in the mid lane. But meanwhile, Denial just starting this dragon here because they spotted Amazing.
Dragon already down to half HP. See that Amazing and Kaltard starting to move down a little bit to this one, but I think they're going to be too late. First Dragon of the game, going to go over to Denial. Are they going to try and follow through from it though? Kaltard at the backside, Amazing on the flank as well, but they were simply outnumbered from that one. Wouldn't have been a wise choice for them to keep going.
But a very fast rotation from Denial here. They spotted Amazing going towards the top side of their jungle. Instantly, just went down for the dragon. Copenhagen Wolves was slow to react, gave it up for free, got nothing in return. Very good start from Denial, except for the lane swap. They've just been first punished the Soraka pick by going bot lane and get the tower, and then now the dragon.
To be fair, I mean, if you look at those towers and how that all ended up, despite Denial not pushing fast on that top, they're actually ahead because they did a lot of damage onto this top turret, plus they've already got that bottom tower. Now they've got the dragon on top of that one as well. Kaltard again, just trying to bully Nick as much as he can in this mid lane. Nick got himself the chalice, so he's able to spam out, especially now with that blue buff on his side as well.
Still though, for Denial's side, they really want to make sure they can extend the lead here early on, because we always talk about how strong Ryze is when it comes to late game teamfights. We talk about Kha'Zix as a jungler. Kassadin, of course, still very good in the late game. So it can be hard for Denial going into the late game fights. And that's also why they put so much focus on these early objectives. And ooh, flash away from Youngbuck.
Quite late as well on the flash there. He didn't expect Kikis to actually be sat in that brush. The ward going straight down on top of him. No summoner here for Youngbuck, and we do see that Super Ace is starting to move forward. Amazing is actually inside of the tri-bush here. The question is, do they know that he's actually there? Babunia going to get locked up for a second. Have they got enough damage to finish him off? Amazing going to get burst back down. The Wish actually coming in there from Unlimited down in that mid lane will be enough to keep them alive, but they bit off far more than they could chew there.
But I really like the fact, or the way Denial play with this Elise pick here. Just pushing towers all the time. Like now he moved to the top lane, getting a lot of damage from range onto the tower here with Babunia, of course. Copenhagen was tried to defend it, got in here, but Amazing once again was forced to go back after he tried to defend the tower. Kick is remaining up in top lane, and now Woolite rotated into the mid lane because the bottom lane is already pushing in his favor and getting a lot of damage there. So Denial, very fast rotations around the map, always getting a lot of damage on these towers.
Forgiven just threw his ultimate out there to try and stop them, but honestly not doing all that much damage here at this stage, and they're now going to try and collapse in on this mid lane, but again a good ward there inside of that death brush will spot the Copenhagen Wolves move into this mid lane, which means that Nick and Woolite won't be in any real dangers of going down. They've got Thresh as well, Super Ace to come over and give them that extra cover, and in the end it's that tower again that Denial have done good work on.
And Denial again, they can really siege on a tower because the wave clear from Copenhagen Wolves is not the best. They can get the wave cleared here, but Graves, short range on his box shot. He needs to get very close to the minions. Kassadin, the same thing if he wants to clear it. Youngbuck can use his ultimate, and of course Soraka needs also to be around the minions with a Q to actually clear them away. So Denial, with both Elise, Ziggs and Lucian, can just force them away with poke and just get down these towers very, very fast. Copenhagen Wolves are not able to clear the waves.
Cocoon landed in there as well, and to forgive him, but he wasn't the kill that they were looking for. They wanted that tower. That'll be their second of the game. The top tower is down to, I think, around about half HP as well, so that's pretty much for the taking if they do send that squad up there. If we look at the farm as well, Babunia on Mundo done a great job so far. Been constantly having to pop that ultimate to get his regen going on, but it's 93 to 86 CS, and see overall in the gold is 300 gold or 200 gold in his favor.
As long as he stays even in farm, gets tanky for the team fight, it's fine for him. Shutting down a Ryze 1v1 is very hard for Dr. Mundo, so he just want to farm here. It's what he's been doing well. Kikis once again is in the top lane, it's the last outer turret, it's very, very low. You talked about it earlier, how they got some hits first, now the second time they came, got even more damage to it. It's just a matter of time before they get this tower, unless Coburn and Wolves can react to it. Counter though, one thing we actually didn't talk about is the fact he decided to bring Ignite. Normally, or often, with Kassadins you see them take Teleport, especially when you have Teleport as well on your top laner, so you have this double global here. Decided though to go with the Ignite for more kill potential, and also works really well against both Dr. Mundo and the double heal here, so he was most likely forced into this Ignite.
Kiki's gonna go invade the blue buff. Of course, his was stolen away there by Kautard. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for him. Uses his smite there just to aid Nick, and he will pick that one up. We've got 1 minute and 15 seconds to go until the Dragon comes back into play. The first one taken cleanly and easily by Denial. No challenge was put up by the Copenhagen Wolves the first time around.
But this time again here, they actually move Soraka to the top lane simply to defend the tower. They don't want this big wave to come in here with multiple members from Denial and just taking down the tower. They want to defend it. Youngbuck needs it to continue farming away. Dragon is going to spawn here in about 47 seconds, so Copenhagen Wolves need to make sure they're ready for this one. This is where they can get a team fight going, and they just need to make sure they can actually go in before all the poke from Denial lands onto them.
Very precise when you said about 47 seconds.
Yeah, I know, I was about to say 45 seconds and I realized I might as well just say 47 seconds.
We knew what it was all about, it's all good. Half a minute though now until that Dragon comes up. We see that Youngbuck is recalling. Don't forget that both top laners are using teleport as well in this game, so we could see them moving straight down to that Dragon area should they be called for. They've already got Super A's at the Dragon itself. Pink Ward in position, Kikis and Woolite are both headed down. This Ward at the blue will spot them coming in. This is going to be the signal for the Wolves to start moving forward.
Yeah, Youngbuck decided not to actually use his teleport. He decided to run there with his team. Already started up by Denial though. Copenhagen Wolves need to be very fast.
Already down to less than half, but Denial have actually come away from it. Amazing, of course, can jump in there. We see the Pink Ward being attacked as the hook lands on towards Unlimited. TP coming in the back. Mundo's going to be right in the middle of them as the pod comes through. He catches Unlimited. Very, very low, but Babunia falling low as well. Amazing got his ultimate running. Is he going to go down? Yes, he is. It's Woolite that picks up that one. Youngbuck will cage up Babunia, but the chase is back on here in favor of Denial. They're going to keep going. Kautard though, he's Kassadin after all. He's in this perfect position to maybe mop up those low HP players. In the end, it's only really Kikis that's low, and they pick up the Dragon for a second time.
And Copenhagen Wolves invested all their damage and focus onto Babunia in the start of the fight. Ignite, everything was onto him, but he managed to get out of the fight, flashed away, and then he survived it. So all the damage from Copenhagen Wolves there actually did nothing for them. Instead, Denial could turn it around and pick up a kill. Notice the fight here, teleport behind him. Also, look at the ultimate here from Nick. Hitting multiple members of Copenhagen Wolves. Babunia is the target. Ignited, flash away. Amazing actually chases for the kill, but he's just going to regen through this one. He survives it. He heals, someone heals as well. Then Amazing is just going to go down. From here on, Copenhagen Wolves are not able to chase. Amazing went in a little bit too deep. And then Subace can get away. And that's simply it. I mean, Copenhagen Wolves invested everything onto the Dr. Mundo. Didn't get him down. So they actually end up giving a kill and a Dragon.
Leaves Denial 2-0 up in kills, 2-1 in turrets, 2-0 in dragons, and a good chunk of gold to their name. As we've said though before in this one, Youngbuck is going to be getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Kassadin is going to be a pain to deal with when this game goes on longer. But if Denial are far enough forward on this one, it's hard to see whether the Copenhagen Wolves can challenge.
They've already been using the lead to just push down towers. Like, they just go in multiple members and just clear the minion wave, push the tower. Nothing Copenhagen Wolves can do in response. As long as they're behind and can just engage onto Denial, they just have to stand there and see the tower go down. And that's what they've been doing so far. That's, again, also why they got the 2 towers, especially the mid lane one, which is brute forced in.
Kikis is waiting in his top lane to see if he can get in onto Youngbuck, who has no flash available. Does have a ward in that third segment of the brush though in the top lane, the closest one to him there. So if Kikis actually moves across, he gets a little bit closer, but I think they saw him put that one down there. It's timer very low, so Youngbuck only put that one down moments ago.
Just want the tower. Simple as it is. Youngbuck needs to use his ultimate to clear the way, otherwise the tower's gonna go down. He decided to do it, and the bomb from Nick actually missed.
Yeah, I think trying to get the wave as well a little bit at the back there, which only left 3 creeps to come through. We can see that Unlimited and Amazing coming up to this top lane. We'll see if they can hold off these 2 champions. And actually, they may try and turn this one around. Amazing getting hit there with the cocoon. Despite being invisible, the slow goes straight down the middle of them, missing his target. And that means that they can't chase on for anything else. Nice for Denial, not so for the Copenhagen Wolves.
And not so nice for the Copenhagen Wolves. Invested a lot of members onto this one here. Also the ultimate for Amazing. Counter though, he's still around.
Kick is just going to walk away from that one. Counter not able to chase in after they do get rid of that pink ward there. And in the end, nothing too much happening on this top side of the map, despite a lot of people being on that area. Down in the bottom lane, the wave had already pushed through to the inner turret, so Forgiven gonna have to back away and get farming up there. We've already mentioned about Forgiven that he's a player that always has a big CS lead, usually, just because the numbers that he somehow gets throughout the games are astronomical.
Always focus a lot on farming, and also Copenhagen Wolves is a team that gives a lot of farm to the AD carry. It was the same when they had Reckless as the AD carry. They invested a lot of farm onto him and relied on him for the late game teamfights then to carry. And it's been working for them in some of the games. Whenever Forgiven actually gets to the 6 item point or the 5 item point, it's where he can really start to carry. But we've also seen it fail for the Copenhagen Wolves because teams manage to shut them down before Forgiven gets farmed enough. And that's what Denial has been doing so far, or been trying to do. And it's been working okay. I mean, Woolite is keeping up in CS with him, and Super is trying a hook here.
Doesn't land it though. Close, but did get away. Didn't have a flash, so if they'd have managed to lock him up there, that could have been the end of him. Look how low that tower is. Basically, the next wave of minions, they probably could have tanked it up there as well with Mundo, and may even not be able to get it now because the Copenhagen Wolves sending a lot of people to that top side. Forgiven and pushed that bottom wave that I mentioned that was on their inner turret all the way up to Denial's inner turret. Again, not able to get it. The bomb from Nick cleared out as Kiki's here getting locked up. Are they going to dare to step forward and get the 3 or 4 auto attacks that they need to take the tower?
Just a few seconds is all they need, but Copenhagen Wolves reacting very fast now. They want to make sure they can defend this tower, not like the mid one, not like the bottom one, which they had to give up to Denial for free. So they're sending every single member up in his top lane here. Nick is going to join in with the team. No ultimate yet. Copenhagen Wolves can try and fight.
Hook landed on towards Counter, but Amazing dives in. Ultimate from Forgiven as well. That's going to be 2 kills. Can they get any more from this one? But Booney not the target that they want. The Culling actually coming in there, which will force the Wolves to back off somewhat. But this is a 5-man team from the Wolves on that top side of the map. Denial got their 3 remaining players in there as well. Wolves will be happy with the 2 kills that they get from that.
Yeah, very, very good move here. Didn't even wait or hesitated at all. As soon as the 5 member was there, they just engaged onto Denial. Nick was moving, he wasn't nearby, his ultimate couldn't join in, so they knew there would only be 4 members. And as soon as they catch onto a target, they got so much burst damage here. Instant kill. No minion wave though, and we actually see one of the things about Zix. He can clear waves in different lanes. He did the same in the bottom lane before, that's why he didn't have his ultimate. And also why Copenhagen Wolves had to back away from the top lane. The wave was already cleared. The next wave coming in, no way you're gonna push on a Ziggs and a Lucian.
Now 2 champions defending it, so no way for Kautar to push right back in. But look at the Dragon timing here, 15 seconds. Obviously the last 2 have gone to Denial. Copenhagen Wolves, after that little skirmish in the top lane, will be feeling a lot more confident. Graves' ultimate, the only one that's still on cooldown, but that should be up here should they start to fight this one out. There's a bit of a dance around the wards. The pink one's going to go down, I think, before they can clear out the one from Denial. They just scan it out and put another one of their own. A little bit of a ward war over the death brush.
Both top laners up here with teleport. Everyone else is around this dragon. Copenhagen Wolves is in a position to start it. Actually, no. Look here, Woolite is in the base. He's running down towards his team. I don't think Copenhagen Wolves actually know he's not nearby. Otherwise, they would have started up the dragon.
And I think they've delayed them long enough here for Woolite to actually get included in this fight. We can see that Amazing's actually pushing that bottom lane out. Woolite can't really afford to show himself down there to push it back, because if they notice that the AD carry is that far out of range, this dragon will be an easy pickup for them. But they are going to start it off, pulling out the pit.
They need to be careful though. Actually, no, they can go towards the bottom lane and push it up if Denial rotates to the mid lane here. So we could potentially see a base race if they get tired of dancing around this Baron. Woolite though gonna clear out the wave. It means for Copenhagen Wolves they start the dragon once again. Need to be careful. The Pokemon Ziggs coming in. Not a bomb missing though, the dragon going fairly low.
Going lower and lower, Amazing gonna try and smite this one out, does manage to get it as well. The repel from Elise comes in as well. Kick is actually stuck a little bit at the back, will take the lantern away. That'll be the first dragon of the game going to the Copenhagen Wolves. No one really getting too dangerously low in that fight either.
But just as you actually predicted, as soon as Woolite showed himself in the lane, they would instantly start it and take it down. So very fast by Copenhagen Wolves, just waiting for him to show somewhere. In case he didn't actually show there to clear the wave, Copenhagen Wolves could then just rush straight up to the lane and get the big wave onto the tower, maybe even taking it down before Denial would be able to react. So he had to go clear the wave, costed the dragon.
So we'll look down some of the items here. The Zereth's Embrace done for Kaltard, so he's been stacking that tier nicely. Still Archangels for Youngbuck, but he's got the Rod of Ages, going for that earlier Archangel as well, as get him up to his Zereth a little bit quicker as well. We'll see how strong he becomes, because right now he has started to claw himself into the lead over Babooni, a constant threat coming out from him as well. If you look in the mid lane, as I was just talking about Kaltard there, he's just been back and finished off his death cap.
Very key items for Copenhagen Wolves when it comes to the next team fight. Woolite, he needs to complete his Trinity Force, otherwise he won't be able to match the damage from Forgiven. With his Last Whisper, Counter coming around here, Denial, they keep sending 2 members up here. They want to get down this tower, but Copenhagen Wolves react every single time. And Counter, he's going to start to do some damage. Still not the same amount as the old Kassadin, but late game, he will hurt.
And what was it, Kevin? I asked him out of 10. And he said old Kassadin was a 10 out of 10 and new Kassadin is a 6 out of 10. We'll see how that works out for the Copenhagen Wolves. And funnily enough, that top turret, the one that Denial focused on first, is the only outer turret that is still left standing. Shows you how much attention, mainly from the Wolves, has been put in there. They've always had 1 man more. Also picking up their single 2 kills as well. And that top side as the hook's going to come out. Youngbuck was already out of range. And Babunia, he can't really stand and fight with Youngbuck at this stage. There's a lot of damage coming out from Youngbuck.
This also means we're going to see a game actually where it's going to be more about team fights than split pushing. We've seen a lot of games here in 4.5. It's all about split pushing. You know, you have Jax going in one lane, you have whatever champion Z or something going the other lane here. This game is going to be so much more about pushing down towers and then team fighting, because none of them has like the big split pushing machine who's just going to destroy your tower if he gets towards it. Neither Ryze or Mundo will instantly take down a tower if he wins the split pushing war. So we're going to see more focus on team fights. Should make up for a very exciting game as well once we actually get this outer turret gone, so we can start seeing more movements around the map from both teams.
Kaltard just come up to this top lane once again. Actually, he's spotted by a ward there, so won't be able to take that one. The minions actually doing a fine job of hammering away on that turret, and it's so tantalizingly close to going down. One auto attack will finish that one off. 47 HP. What? Outer top turret, the last outer turret that's left standing here for the Wolves. If we look back towards the gold though, that last dragon and the couple of kills that the Wolves picked up did in fact bring them back to just about 300 gold behind.
Look at Amazing here, he's sneaking behind. There was double pink ward in the river for Copenhagen Wolves, so he's unspotted. Actually goes towards the mid lane. Copenhagen Wolves decided to give up the tower because it was just a one simple hit. And Amazing were not in a position to join in if they wanted to engage.
One thing he's going to do now, though, is definitely come to this top lane, because Denial aren't stopping here. This is something that we were impressed with within the opening moments of this game, how Denial really took out these towers. And right now, pushing in again. You do see Kaltard trying to steal away the white. Actually, there is a ward there. He dives right into the middle, going on towards Woolite. There's collateral damage coming in as well. They see the hails coming out. Amazing. Has to pop his ultimate. The Cullen actually doing a load of damage there from the back, and the Wolves all flashing away from this fight. They don't want to keep going. The cocoon doesn't quite land. And if you look at the health bars between the two teams, Denial doing so much more in that fight.
Yeah, the Copenhagen Wolves decided to chase up here. There was the calling from Woolite, there was the ultimate from Nick. Every single member just ran right into it, took so much damage, simply because Woolite at first was overextended and they saw him, so they engaged. They went so hungry for him. Everyone chased towards him, but he flashed away. He got the summoner heal, he survived it, and everyone just continued to chase him and went through every single member of Denial and took a lot of damage for it.
Double summoner heal. The wish, of course, for Unlimited was used. Forgiven used his summoner heal as well. That was a big fight. Actually, Youngbuck did just teleport up into their own jungle by the blue buff, see if he could get in around the side of Denial. That was, it was slightly strange, but I mean, it would have been possibly more effective if they'd not got a ward by the white that I mentioned earlier on, the one that Coutard was stood on top of as he rift walked straight into the middle of the team. So no teleport for quite a while here for Youngblood. Obviously going to the ward is not the ideal scenario when it comes to teleport these days.
Nope. Nick though taking some damage, needs to take the lantern away. Copenhagen Wolves now putting some pressure, but that's only 2 members in the mid lane. And both Ziggs and Elise is nearby. They actually decide to walk away from Kiki's side here. Doesn't even need to be there to defend, of course. Ziggs, very, very strong wave clear. And Copenhagen Wolves backs away. Dragon is going to be the next big thing, up in 26 seconds. And the Copenhagen Wolves then need to rotate Forgiven and Unlimited away from this top lane, down to the bottom lane. There's teleport ready on Baboonia, so he will be able to join in. Forgiven and Unlimited, of course, won't be.
Too far away from that one. Well, Woolite not exactly close in either, so looks like this Dragon won't be going straight down from the spawn. Or will it? Amazing, he's actually in the back of that Dragon pit, so he's playing human ward for now. And look at Coutard's position, actually gone through the Tribush. Woolite needs to be real careful there in case he decides to jump straight on top of him. And Copenhagen Wolves actually forcing themselves into the better position. One thing we have to keep an eye on though is Baboonia, because he's pushing that top lane, but they're certainly going to go for the Dragon. There is a teleport coming in. Half health taken away now from the Dragon. Can they get this one down? It's going to fall low. It's going to be Denial that picked that one up. Amazing pops his ultimate. Unlimited is going to go down. Youngbuck is low. He falls as well. But there is Coutard and Amazing in the middle. Coutard falls down. Amazing trying to get those last bits of damage. He does manage to get Nick in the end, but that is a 4 for 2. Maybe one more here. The Culling coming through. No, not got the range to finish off Forgiven, but it's a Dragon and a 4 for 2 fight for Denial.
Yeah, again, and a fantastic fight for Denial. They get the Dragon, and then when Copenhagen Wolves, they collapse onto them. They just fire the ultimate from Nick, and everyone tries to chase past the front line and just takes so much damage every single time. Copenhagen Wolves are not able to tank it. Unlimited was the first member to go down in this fight. He was in the middle of everyone, didn't even use his exhaust. Denial though, starting up this Baron, it's going down pretty fast already.
Look at that Dragon fight here and the steal coming away. Actually, it wasn't even a smite steal.
No, but here, look here, Unlimited in the middle of everything. The first target, Youngbuck as well, a bit out of position. Super Ace decides to flash flay him, and then he's going down from all the damage, especially Nick doing a lot of damage, and Woolite from the back. Amazing though, he will pick up a kill here, just in the very last second. There's the hit, gets him down. It doesn't matter though at this time. I mean, Dragon is over to Denial, Baron buff is over to Denial, and they also won the fight, so.
Bad news for the Copenhagen Wolves here. They are, if you just joined us though, in our first game of this best of 5, so still a very, very long way to go. We saw yesterday, of course, Ninjas in Pajamas versus Millennium. That game going the entire way, all games lasting quite a lot. I think the average time was about 55 minutes for those best of 5 yesterday. And we'll see how far this one goes, because up until now, very, very close game. Denial showing that they are definitely no pushovers. And you have to say, we've seen this scenario before where the 6th place team picked their first choice and didn't make it out.
Yep, it's like you're hinting something. No. I do recall it though, and that's the thing. Respect to Rocket back then, respect to Denial for what they're doing here, really showing a strong performance. And Copenhagen Wolves, they need some more time because they need Youngbuck to be more tanky. Woolite taking the lantern away.
Going for a fight here, and don't forget this is a Baroned up Denial, and Coutard is going to go down. I'm not sure what the Wolves are thinking here. They've not got the power to fight this one. Kick is going to go in. There's the bomb. It's a double kill actually coming down for Nick. Cocoon doesn't land, but Woolite blows up one. He's surely going to finish Unlimited here as well. There is the teeth sinking in. It was Woolite that landed the last blow. Double kill there for Denial, and that is 4 men down. They're going to take at least the inhibitor,
they can go for
and
this,
they
maybe.
can probably win the game right here. There's 30 seconds still to go on all these members. Baboonia, you see that big beastie Mundo there, tanking up both of the turrets. They're going to go down, and Denial are going to win game 1 of the best of 5.
Such a strong showing here, pushing the towers early. They knew Copenhagen Wolves would have a very strong late game comp here, but they never gave Copenhagen Wolves the chance to get to the late game, get to the point where Ryze and Kassadin becomes more tanky. So every single fight, with all the damage here from Denial, they just piled it onto Copenhagen Wolves, and nobody could tank it. Everyone just dropped dead.
I have to say, we mentioned in the pre-game that the Wolves, when they have a lead, have been a team that struggled to close.
Yeah.
Denial didn't hesitate there. They took that fight. I mean, that was a Copenhagen Wolves started fight there, which there's a team that's ahead of you with the Baron on. I mean, that's not the kind of fight that you really want to go for, surely. I mean, I think they thought they'd got Woolite, they thought they could catch him out. The Lantern brought him in, but then they carried on after that and taken down quickly. But Denial, they didn't miss a beat, just hammered it straight home.
Like, first of all, they were ahead. And then when you have like Ziggs, Lucian, Elise, you have so much upfront damage you can do to someone. And then when Kautar, he decided to go for early death cap, so there's no Zhonya's or anything, no really defensive item from him, or at least not something that could actually make him survive. And then, of course, with Youngbuck in the top lane, didn't have time yet to get his tanky items either. He only had his Seraphim Brace and then his Rod of Ages. It meant for whenever teamfights actually started, there was no front line, except for Amazing jumping in and trying to survive for as long as possible. But Denial, they didn't even care about Amazing. They just went straight for the squishy targets, and they managed to just blow them up in every single fight. And that's, again, due to the teamfights going in their favor, and then the early rotations getting down some towers early on. They just got ahead, and Copenhagen Wolves never got the time to get to late game.
And I think we all had the Wolves down as the favourites on paper here, and we can't really say that the Denial had no chance coming into this game, because that just doesn't make sense, especially now that it's 1-0. But I was wondering how Denial were going to handle the pressure of such a big, important game. I mean, if you look at the team itself, Kikis, if we take him as the prime example, has actually got big stage experience, of course, was back in Meet Your Makers back in the day, played top lane when they finished second at WCG. It's a long time ago by now, and he still looks very young, so I'm not sure how old he actually was back at WCG, maybe like 13 or something.
I have absolutely no idea how old he is, but I do like his performance here on the Elise, and I like the way Denial plays with it. Early push all around, using the range advantage you have. And as we talked about, they never gave Copenhagen Wolves a chance to go to late game. They did the right thing, shut them down early here. The Ignite on Super Ace was a smart pickup as well to find the first target, ignite him, and just kill him. Ignored the healing from Unlimited, the summoner heals, everything. And Copenhagen Wolves going into next game really needs to look at the Pixie and look at the laning phase and say, do we dare to go this late game comp here again, or are we a little bit afraid of it? Do we maybe want to pick some stronger laners here? Not saying the lanes weren't that strong. I mean, Kassadin versus Ziggs is a fine enough matchup for Kassadin now. And of course, Graves versus Lucian is a skill matchup. We've talked about it. Dexter talked about it a lot. He loves to play Lucian. He loves, when Doublelift plays Lucian at least, thinks it's the number 180 carry of everything. So it's not like the lanes were too bad for Copenhagen Wolves, but just the first team fights weren't strong enough. And then also the fact they got out-rotated on the map.
Well, it is the first game of the best of 5 going over to Denial. Still a long way to go in this one. We're going to be moving into game 2 shortly, but first of all, we're going to check in with Shox, Quick Shot, and Xpeke.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, let's break down that game. Xpeke, what did you make of the team comps going into this one? Nothing extremely special coming out of both sides. Maybe the Kassadin for Kautar, but we have seen him playing it before.
Yeah, I actually thought they would play it a lot better with the Kassadin because their setup had a lot of assassination power. They had Kha'Zix, they have Kassadin to go in. Even Ryze can just flash snare someone and catch him, but they never really did that. Instead, Kassadin was jumping in the middle of 5. He was really grouped with his team, so Ziggs could use AoE them all at the same time, and I think they just played the team fights really bad. If they played them a bit better, could have been much, much better.
On the same token, I did feel like Denial's team comp had so much peel and protect. Fighting through Ziggs bombs, getting through Thresh, cocoons landing in your face, Mundo throwing out the briefcases. It was a difficult team to engage upon, especially if you're Graves or Ryze and you got to run through all of that.
Yeah, that as well. I feel you have to play a lot different when you face that. Kassadin has to go in and bait them too. You have a Soraka to heal you and silence someone. So you just go in with Kassadin, slow them all, and the other team has to do something. Either we allow them to catch us or turn on Kassadin. If you do that, Kassadin should just go for Athonias earlier so he could bait them and then fight them all. But instead he was just going really hard. Like he had no way to go out of the fight at all after that.
What's your opinion on Kassadin as a champion now, 4.5, 4.6? Is he still relevant? Is he still as scary as he used to be?
Not as scary as he used to be, that's for sure. Before he will just be first pick and win almost every game. Now, you could see it. He was not a bad champion. He was really good. And I think that everyone kind of saw that he had a lot of potential, but he was always not doing as much as he could. I think in a lot of fights, him and Kha'Zix should split, especially because he went full AP, no Thornias, no Rod of Ages, no HP at all. He should have just split, to the left, Kha'Zix to the right, and when they see Thix alone, Lucian alone, just both of them jump on him, use everything, burst him, and Ryze can even support with a flash snare Q and kill anyone, and then split and fight again. You have Soraka to heal the poke.
Yeah, that was actually a central element in this game. Whenever it got to a fight, Denial did very well, and we actually have an example of one of those team fights around Dragon. You can pull that replay up because it will illustrate how good Denial was coordinated in those team fights.
Yeah, so this team fight kicks off 29 minutes in. I want you to take note of how close the gold is. It's less than 1,000 separating these teams. 2 kills to 2, 1 tower to 3. At this point, I still thought we had 15 to 20 minutes of game left. But they completely caught us off guard. Let's roll the clip through. Peke, talk me through what you're looking at in terms of positioning from these teams.
Well, once again, it's not that bad, but they are giving up the Drake for free. All the team leave Kha'Zix and Kassadin alone. And now, like I said, Kha'Zix and Kassadin don't try to assassinate. They are just going in the middle of everyone instead of trying to pick people alone. So Thix is just doing AoE, and they still do better than I thought they would do, but the fight is over, and they kill only 2 guys. For 3 and for 4, and they lost Drake, so it's a really, really bad fight. I think Kassadin and Kha'Zix really have to split a lot, especially when Kassadin is so squishy. He never has to jump in.
That also led to the Baron. I mean, straight from there, they rolled up top, grabbed themselves a Baron buff, and ended the game. 2 minutes later, we had to run downstairs because I had no idea that Denial were going to be that decisive at winning the game.
Absolutely, that is something that caught me off guard as well. As soon as they had an advantage, they just went for an objective. They got a dragon, they got a tower, they pushed through. They weren't messing around. Something else I want to talk about is the Soraka coming in here. Dexter said yesterday, I think she's such a good pick. This time, though, in support, normally what she can bring to those long extended team fights, she just could never bring it here.
I'm not a big fan of her. She's not a bad champion. I think she's really good as well. But they had to play really... They need more poke if you want to play her, or something different than that. They had a really setup that cannot just poke that much. Like, let's say they had the Thix, for example, then Soraka is really good. You poke them. When they poke you a bit, and even if you lose the trade, Soraka heals you back, you kite them, but they didn't really have that kind of setup. They needed something to go in her, a Leona, or even a Morgana to try to bind someone, or Nami to go in hard with the Kassadin and Kha'Zix. Yeah.
As an aside, we've not seen Unlimited play Thresh. I think he's not a particular fan of the champion. Soraka was last pick for Copenhagen Wolves. They had other options if they wanted to go that route and wanted to go earlier. I've got a question. Have you scrimmed against Denial much outside? Because they seem to be very decisive.
Yeah, they had the area clear. They were playing good, and I never practiced them, so I had no idea what to expect from them. They play. I don't think they did anything extremely good. They just did everything like consistent. Correct. And Wolves didn't do anything from what they had to do correct, so they just took advantage of it, and you saw it. When Kassadin was going and suiciding, all the team was instantly turning and killing the rest of the team.
So Trevor, what do we take from this going into the next game? We know the Copenhagen Wolves, they had a rough time versus Gambit, and then barely making it, of course, in the playoffs. How do you think they will bounce back from this, can they?
Copenhagen Wolves have the ability to play aggressive early. And I think they're going to need to do that in this next game. If they let Denial set the tempo and control the pace, Denial could do to Wolves what Super Hot Crew did to Cloud9. They can just take the reins, grab control of the game. So for me, early aggression and laning phase in Game 2 is important for the Wolves.
XPK, what do you think has to change for the Wolves?
They have to be confident in their play style. They have to pick a setup like they just did and have their ideas clear. How do we play this setup? How are we going to win fights, and how are we going to lose them? And just go for what they think. If they think they have to play one way, just believe in it. Wait for the moment. If you think this is not the right moment to go in, just let them take a Drake. What is a Drake anyways? 800 gold, especially before minute 30. One Drake is not that much when you have a better setup, like I think Copenhagen will had. If they went equal to minute 40, I think they will have managed to just win. Easier than trying to fight early for a Drake.
So whatever they do, they have to do it with conviction. We're going to take a quick breather, but the action continues when we return with Game 2 between the Copenhagen Wolves and Denial. We'll be right back.
Can they get this one down? It's going to fall low. It's going to be Denial that picked that one up. Amazing Pops is also Unlimited is going to go down. Youngbuck is low. He falls as well. But there is Coutard and Amazing in the middle. Coutard falls down. Amazing trying to get those last bits of damage. He does manage to get Nick in the end, but that is a 4 for 2. Welcome back, everyone. We're on to game 2 between the Copenhagen Wolves and Denial. Denial has already notched up 1 win against the Wolves, but anything is still possible. Here, before we get into picks and bans, talking about what
every single team.
the 2 teams about to you think, well, we're going to win this series, and go with Denial, picking up the first game, you know. That was, I think, a little bit of a shock for everyone. What you need to do, get over to Twitter and use the hashtag DNLWin or CWWin in a tweet to us at LOL Esports, and we'll check in shortly to see what you guys have to say. Of course, the pre-game vote heavily in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, big time. And I think everyone expected Copenhagen Wolves to also win the first game. I mean, they were the favorites, but Denial came in very, very strong, and Copenhagen Wolves came in very sloppy. Didn't do anything actually in the game here. Nothing worked for them. I don't think they need to change up their bans a lot. I mean, I don't look at the champions from Denial and say it was this champion only who won the game. So I could expect to see the same bans here from Copenhagen Wolves, but possibly not the same picks.
Well, we're going to find out as we head into Champion Select then. What is going to be thrown away here? Denial Esports, you can see, have banned out Karma here as the first ban, and Karma, of course, was banned in that last game as well. Mundo, this time taken away by the Wolves. Babooni gets to play once, but no more, it seems.
No more. Very, very strong in the front line. Good laning phase as well. Kept up in farm with Youngbuck on Rise, so he did well, and now they actually decide to ban it away. Both supports, once again, from Denial. Target towards Unlimited. They feel like this is the only 2 things he plays properly, so they want to ban them away. Put him out of his comfort zone. We could see a Morgana pick for him now.
Well, let's see Nidalee going away there. Leona Lucian banned out against, well, I say against Forgiven, of course it was Woolite who had it last time. That means they're not going to first pick the Lucian, and they don't want to give it to the Wolves in their first round.
Exactly, and Dexter would be proud here because you never want to give away Lucian for free, and they obviously wanted to first pick something else. It's Jax this time here, wasn't banned away. Rise is the last ban for Copenhagen Wolves. So due to the Lucian ban, don't even have to think about locking it in, just instant going for Jax, 2 Babooni up in the top lane. He looks like a very happy man.
Well, what are we going to see for the Wolves then, Ian? Still a good few options open. Interesting that they banned out the Rise there after playing it so well. Would they have first picked Rise? I don't know. Well, we're going to find out, of course, now. But Jack's first team for Babooni. What will the Wolves go for? Ziggs early on the red side when you've got the possibility of the counter pick?
Well, Ziggs is a very safe laner. Nick played in the last game. He was very strong on it, so they want to get it away from him. Get it onto Coutard, who again, his game on Kassadin, it wasn't anything close to okay. Actually, it was actually a very weak game. His laning phase was fine, but team fights, horrible. Ziggs here is a lot easier to position well, a lot more focus on poking, so it should fit him a lot better. And of course now Kha'Zix over to Amazing, played last game. I would like to say he was one of the people in team fights who did his job, but when it came to like apply pressure on the map, he actually did absolutely nothing in this game.
Very true. We'll see if they can step up. Well, the Wolves need to step up. Going 2-0 down, pretty much the worst scenario you can be in, because then you have to win those 3 games in a row. Such a mental torture, I think, to put that 3 games in a row together. On the other side here, for Denial, of course, Thresh got through here, and we are going to see Super Ace picking that one up again. along with the Lulu for the mid lane. We've already got Jack, so that top laner is already secured in, and the support, so mid lane Lulu for Nick.
Mid lane Lulu here. Decent enough matchup against the Ziggs. Still, should be a lot of pressure coming out from Kautot here onto him. We need to remember, of course, Lulu won't be able to do her double glitter lance anymore, as the shield, the E, is now reduced down to 4 seconds, so can't do the same amount of lane poke we saw earlier from a Lulu, but still a very strong pick. And the synergy between Lulu and Jax is fantastic in a teamfight. Like, you got the wild growth for him, you can speed him up with your Whimsy, he can just run right through the enemy team and go towards the carries and just become this monster here. So I like this setup already for them, and a lot of disengage again, just like we saw in the last game here. Thresh, of course, and then Lulu for the disengage. Very hard for Copenhagen Wolves to chase when there's a box and a glitter lance.
And Nick has already played it on 4.5 in a big tournament. The last game against Reason in the 3rd, 4th place qualifier, which got them into this very game right here. He played Lulu and ended 6-2-7. On the other side for the Wolves, Vladimir. Youngbuck has been picking him up every now and again. We saw him in game 1 against Gambit, played Vladimir in the game that they won, and also Graves coming in for a 2nd time in a row for Forgiven with that Lucian got.
So Vladimir against Jax up here in the top lane, unless we see some lane swaps, of course. Both of them actually scaled well into late game, but Vladimir is a fine split pusher, but he wants to get into team fights. He want to be there with his team, of course, put down his ultimate, and then, for instance, land the ultimate for both Forgiven and Kautot here. There's a lot of burst onto multiple people if they landed on a lot of people here. Could work really well for Copenhagen Wolves. When it comes to the split pushing part though, Jax is just a monster 1v1 when he gets to play the Rune King, the Trinity Force, and he can bully out someone like Kautot or someone like Youngbuck up in his top lane. So Copenhagen Wolves looking more for the team fights and a lot of AoE damage already for them. So Denial Esports needs to be careful they don't get caught out of position.
So Twitch picked up for Woolite, a champion that we saw from him in the game against Cloud9 Eclipse in the Challenger Playoff semi-final. Actually played Twitch all 3 games in that one, including the single game that they won in that best of 3 where he finished 13-4-7. Had a brilliant game that time around. And Xin Xiao here for the jungle for Kikis. Another similar scenario, has played him through in those Challenger Playoffs.
So Denial here got a lot of potential to dive onto the backline of Copenhagen Wolves and then leave Thresh and Lulu back to help out the Twitch so they can defend him, make sure Copenhagen Wolves won't be able to get to him. Copenhagen Wolves don't have a comp which dives onto the backline here. I mean, yes, both Vladimir and Amazing can get towards him, but they don't bring any CC to shut him down, so it can be hard for them to actually kill him here. Where though, if they can just get the entire Denial Esport team with all this AoE they're bringing, even if the lock-in is Annie, it's even more AoE damage. Fighting around Baron and Dragon here can be very scary for Denial.
Well, that Annie does get locked in, and we said it before in the last game, when so much is focused on Unlimited in terms of bans, his fallbacks are obviously then a little bit more limited. The fact is that Annie's not being played as much anymore, but as you mentioned there, with that AoE comp, Annie kind of fits that to a T.
Perfectly. I mean, yeah, fits in perfectly. Land the ultimate from Youngbuck, and then everyone just piles down all the damage. Amazing goes into the front line to try and tank up some damage here from the Twitch, which of course with his spray and pray are gonna hit every single one if they're lined up from Copenhagen Wolves here. So going teamfight wise, I mean, Denial, they don't actually have to teamfight. They can focus on split pushing around. Twitch can move around the map with his stealth. Be very hard to actually notice when he's coming, and he can just pop up with the Jax and instantly kill you. So for Denial's side, they don't have to go into teamfights here. They can just kite around. And if Copenhagen Wolves want to engage, use the Thresh, use the Lulu to just disengage. Xing Zhao as well can knock people away. And you just move away, go back to split pushing. Never ever do they want a teamfight in small areas, because then it's only going to mean one thing, and that's a lot of AoE damage from the Copenhagen Wolves.
A lot of pressure on the teams in this one, specifically the Copenhagen Wolves coming in.
They need to win
as the higher seed. They were the team that got the first pick of the Challenger teams, and it seemed pretty black and white on paper, an easy choice when you saw Ninjas in Pajamas, Cloud9 Eclipse, and Denial. You were going to say Denial is the first team that you'd choose out of that one. Funnily enough, so far, it's the LCS teams that have come out ahead in both games.
In both games, and especially Super Hot Crew. I would even like to say Millennium. They looked like the strongest team. It was well-deserved. Super Hot Crew, of course, went 3-0. So for them, no real question here. Millennium lost 2 games, but if you look back at these games here, there was only one of them where NIP outplayed them, really won the game by themselves. The other one was the mistake by Creaton. The rest, though, was Millennium just dominating the games, and they really deserved to go in here. So, of course, their practice they get through a season here, their resources they have with analysts, coaches, everything to help them out prepare for these games. It's something most amateur teams don't have, and that's where we really see the experience and the whole split for these teams for Millennium and Super Hot Crew, and potentially Copenhagen Wolves, if they manage to come back from this one here, can shine.
Yeah, also find it for the amateur teams, there's a bit more secrecy to them as well. It's harder for the Wolves to research Denial than the other way around. Even though, of course, Denial, they played a lot of games in those Challenger playoffs. They've been playing in the Challenger competition all throughout this spring split as well. So they still have games to fall back on and look at. But the fact is, the Wolves have played 28 games plus playoffs. Like, if you're ever going to be able to research a team easy, then that's the position to be in.
Especially when you look at the playoffs where you know everyone is bringing everything they got. I mean, during the normal season, teams often pick some new things, try them out, see how it goes. But playoffs, it's where you pull out everything. Denial, of course, could have watched every single game from Copenhagen Wolves they played, seen what worked for them, what went wrong, like how did Alliance beat them, how did Gambit beat them, and made a plan against it. And we see them coming in for game one. Very fast rotations around the map, want to get towers down, and then every single team fight they just managed to punish Copenhagen Wolves for making mistakes. And one thing we have to say, looking back at the games yesterday, which was very long and drawn out, where we have two teams who didn't really want to try and go to finish the game early, didn't want to take any chances. Denial, as soon as they got ahead, they just went straight forward. There was no looking back.
You can't fault them whatsoever on that move because they made a split-second decision. Okay, we're going to push through, we're going to go for the win. And they didn't look back. They had Babunia stood there at the front, Dr. Mundo tanking up those turrets all day long. Easy to push through. One thing I want to talk about on the Wolves side is the pressure that they seem to have on them in these best-of-3 series. We all remember back to that Gambit game, very long games.
Yeah.
The player camera showing the strain, I think, emotionally on the Copenhagen Wolves players.
All their players actually show a lot of emotion when it comes to both winning and losing. So if they do drop this map here now, I think it can be very hard for them to pull it back up because they're going to be so down, they're going to be so disappointed. They came in here as the favorites. They knew they were the favorites, of course, coming into this year. And it was their choice to pick Denial as the team. Like, they had first choice of all the teams here. So, of course, that's why, again, I'm saying they need to win this game. I mean, for them, otherwise, they have these players here who can start arguing with each other, and it can hurt them so much going into the third game then.
Well, here we go. It's game number 2. Denial Esports 1-0 up over the Copenhagen Wolves in our best-of-5. As we head into game number 2, we'll see if the Wolves can tie this one up or whether Denial move just one win away then from their spot in the LCS. As I mentioned up until now, it's the LCS teams coming in, and look at that. That is a pretty much perfect swing in the opposite direction. 71% to 29% in favor of Denial.
Let's take it easy. We only had one game being played so far. Let's see how this game goes before we can start saying who's now the new favorite here. Denial, though, looked very, very strong. I have to give them the credit. If they do the same in this game, I'm not sure how Copenhagen Wolves actually want to respond. If we see the early pushing again, Xing Zhao is also a jungler who's very good at pushing down towers fast. Of course, he won't be ranged, but when he actually gets to a tower, he does a lot of damage to it and very, very fast. So we could see Denial trying to do the same kind of thing. They are going for the blue buff, though, and Copenhagen Wolves, they are very far away. They're waiting all the way up here at their own top turret.
And Denial have the Copenhagen Wolves jungle right now. It belongs to them. Again, we see the itemless start from Super Ace, just favoring those wards, actually putting the pink there by the blue buff. Are they going to set something up for this one? The Wolves actually are moving around, and look at that ward there. Very, very interesting. That's going to give them very early spotting.
Copenhagen Wolves, the sort of ward, they pinged it instantly as it came down, so they notice a ward here. It's simply so they can spot where the dual lane from Copenhagen Wolves is going, so they can either swap away or go for the 2v2 if they favor, if they want it. And that's simply why they put the ward. And Copenhagen Wolves are going to move down with their dual lane, again pinging the ward. Also pinging to make sure that Denial are not waiting around in this area here, trying to catch out either Forgiven or Unlimited. Look how scared they are.
Hanging back behind the wall. Now they will show themselves, though, so they know that that duo is headed down. Both Woolite and Super Ace have already left Kikis to start off that blue buff, and with the positions that we've got, we'd expect that it's a simple trade of these blue buffs. But we'll have to see about that. We see that Denial want this lane swap. They saw the Wolves duo headed down bottom. They want the 2v1s.
One of the 2v1s, very late swap by them actually, because both Super Ace and Woolite stayed at the blue buff with Kikis to take it, and then they swap up to the top lane, so delaying it quite a lot. Copenhagen Wolves, of course, know it's going to be a lane swap now as they see nobody around, and that's why they again should actually be the faster team getting towards the tower. Amazing can move all the way down there. Youngbuck though is in the top lane, taking some damage from Woolite. Won't be able to join with his team unless he teleports down to push the tower.
And that is Woolite saying, okay, I'm here now, you can go away. Half of Youngbuck's health just taken from that one. And actually interesting start because Kikis got the blue, went to his red. On the other side of the map, Amazing got his red. His blue's already gone and he's not crossed over.
He couldn't go for this one because the fact he didn't see the dual lane down the bottom lane. So there was a chance they were already waiting up there, just waiting for him to show him, and then they would stop him from taking the blue buff and he would have to back away. So Denial, even though they delayed a lane swap, they actually get 3 buffs away now. Amazing only got the red buff simply because he couldn't move for the blue when he knew the dual lane would be there.
And we'll see how the AD carries farm actually develops, but this big wave will pretty much bring him level, and that wave is never going to get pushed into a position where Youngbuck can do anything.
So it means Denial won't be going for the tower, at least not for now. That's also why Youngbuck recalled and now walked all the way down to the bottom lane. Amazing is in the base, seems like he's not actually going to join them. Youngbuck though going to push the tower. Both Xing Zhao and Babunia and also Suba is recalled, so they give Woolite all the farm all by himself on this top lane here, and now they send multiple members down to defend this tower.
Babunia and Kikis are on the defense, and Thresh will be joining them as well, so that'll be 3v3, and the Wolves taking a couple of hits here from those turrets. They got just less than half of the health off that tower, and actually we saw that Youngbuck decided to back away from it. In fact, he's going to TP now to the top lane.
So he walked all the way down to the bottom lane. Denial knew he was going to join in there, so they just sent multiple members to defend the tower and now forced Youngbuck to teleport up top. Amazing with the red buff here. Actually, the blue buff was not taken yet because Kikis had to defend the bottom lane. He's going to meet him actually in here. Needs to be careful from Amazing side.
One ward actually coming down, and Kikis a little bit late to come over to this blue buff, but you see how scared Amazing is of actually sticking around from that one.
Double buff Xing Zhao against the Kazakhs. Dexter talked about earlier today how Xing Zhao is a very strong pick against Kazakhs because he can duel him 1v1 here early on. So Amazing had to back away. Only got his red buff and now just needs to farm the jungle. So we do have now top lane fight between the Twitch and also a hook here from Super Ace that might be going for this one. Backs away though. No, but still. Now the lanes. The dual lane bottom is the support and the top laner. We got the AD carry versus the top lane up here in the top lane. Woolite is level 4 to level 3 of Youngbuck. Should be able to bully him out quite a lot. And Kick is also staying in case something should happen. Can always join in here. Bottom lane though, Jax is farming away for now. Being ahead of Youngbuck in CS, it's all that matters.
Yep, come out of that one with the advantage. And he's going to be happy as a Jax player or a team that has a Jax on it. Got stun coming down, actually decent damage there onto Babunia. Definitely don't want to be getting too low in that bottom lane because her recall will pretty much give up the turret.
Again, they invest so much into Woolite getting farmed, they might actually lose the tower for it. Maybe not this wave, but then the next or the next again. Good hook though from Super Ace.
And Unlimited not quite being hit by the turret there either though, so the hook would have come slightly earlier, maybe would have been different. Good damage again coming through. Youngbuck actually going low. That level up will certainly help him out, but he is struggling in this top lane. Only 12 CS to the 21 that Jax had from the bottom, plus their AD carry is getting that farm as well, is in fact just 6 CS behind now. So in the grand scheme of things, they might say, okay, we may lose this bottom turret, but in the end, we're getting our Jax farmed earlier.
Yeah, well, we saw a lot of poke on to Babunia. He actually decided to not return to the bottom lane. He's going up top here. Woolite is going to recall himself. Now he feels he can go up with double Dawn's Blade and go against Youngbuck in the top lane. And also, if he had gone back to bot, they would have lost the tower. We saw all the damage coming in. Yes, he could pick up some farm, but they would lose the tower. So they send him now. Standard lanes is what we're going to see. However, though, Twitch is actually not even going to be ahead in XP, so didn't get too much from it. Only thing they actually got was trying to shut down Youngbuck, deny him some farm. And in the end, they traded. Babunia being under-leveled now, and at the same time, the bottom lane tower took a lot of damage. So not really worth it.
Oh, actually dive in here from Babunia. That's going to signal his presence. One thing I liked there was that Woolite didn't just get that farm and leave the wave to push towards Youngbuck turret, leaving Babunia with basically no chance to farm. Actually, the stun going to be pulled away from there by Youngbuck.
Youngbuck though taking a lot of damage. He was already poked down before Babunia joined the lane from Woolite. teleport is ready very soon. That's what he's waiting for. Needs to be careful though. He just needs the teleport to be ready. Then he can recall, join back to the lane. That's what he's going to do now. Teleport is up in just a few seconds. He can teleport to his tower, which of course is the reduced cooldown. Unlimited though wanted to get the pink ward. Super Ace denied it. Put down a new one down in his own tri-bush.
That's
pink straight away.
Yeah, that's a sick game to play. It's like, oh, one more hit and I got this pink. Oh,
yeah.
No, not quite. So Babunia, as you said, did the damage that forced Youngbuck to actually fall away, just trying to deny him from as much farm as he can get. He's come back into the lane with those 2 amp turns, so of course, moving himself up towards the Revolver. First of all, we're also seeing the first blue buff of the game gifted over there to Kautard.
And Nick now moving towards the top lane. They really want to shut down Youngbuck. Babunia is not level 6 yet. Again, they want to give him enough help. And it's also one of the reasons they wanted to do this whole swap. They wanted to make sure Babunia could farm early on without Youngbuck just putting a lot of poke to him from range and giving him no chance or trying to deny him a lot of farm. Didn't happen. The Babunia got a lot of farm in the bottom lane. Just need his level 6 and he should be okay in this top lane. Remember though, Vladimir, around the level 9 mark is where people say he's become really, really strong in the lane, and that's obviously, I think Youngbuck is gonna hit before Babunia because of the extra XP he got.
Also want to mention that we're now almost 9 minutes in, so easier turret take in the bottom lane is now not really a factor anymore, aside from the fact that of course the turret is already very, very low. Makes it in itself easier to finish off, of course. This top lane Babunia still running the lead though. Double Doran's blade for him. Youngbuck trying to keep it there as Amazing comes around. He's going to be spotted by that ward instantly.
Pretty low
as he comes in.
Very low as well, like barely any mana onto him, 50% HP. Just wanted to go in and ward and then go back because Kikis, if he had met Kikis here in a fight, he would have been destroyed.
Would have died to that one, that's for sure. And Kikis now is in fact headed up towards this top lane. Both Youngbuck and Babunia having a little bit of a scrap in there, and we see how low Babunia has gone. There is a leap strike coming in. It's going to force a flash instantly from Youngbuck.
Taking absolutely no chances. The pink ward covering was actually pinged as soon as it was put down because they knew as the ward up there disappeared, a new one would be placed somewhere, and there was pretty much only one spot. So they went straight in there, actually killed it now. Denied Super Ace some vision at least. In general, very good vision for Copenhagen Wolves around the map, but the same can be said about Denali when it comes to the solo laners here. They got pretty good vision control, can spot Amazing coming in pretty much anywhere. Babunia though is actually forced to recall, falling behind in CS. So even though they gave him this early farm, still not enough for him to actually go one-on-one against Youngbuck, who's just bullying him out of the lane.
Oh, is this going to steal? No, it's not. That blew up. Actually it did, right? Or did he smite it away?
I think he smited it away. You know, I think he got it, Kikis. He actually has a blue buff now, but still they denied it away from Nick, which was the whole deal. And Nick is already very low on mana, so Kautard now can get a lot of poke onto him.
Very, very close stuff there. Kautard almost being able to steal that one away. Here comes Amazing onto that mid lane. Would honestly see level 9 Lulu. Your hope is that you're not going to have any mana really to be able to wild growth if you do decide to go in a little bit underneath the tower. Amazing though, not really going for that one. Down in the bottom lane though, Tibber's coming out. We're like down to half HP. No damage really back from Denial's side, but no kill. But will it be enough damage here to force them away from this tower that's, again, very, very low? The Wolves know that they can't go too close, though. And let's not forget, the last first blood in game number 1 was when they got a little bit too close, went a little too deep. When Limited got hooked, the hook was going his way there, if not for that minion that was in the way.
So they invested both ultimates actually onto them, and then Wula just took the Lantern to safety, didn't have to use the Summoner. So Copenhagen Wolves just want to get him down, but Babunia going towards Youngbuck.
Yeah, but he's got the pull, and that's the annoyance of this Vladimir. And Youngbuck knows he needs to be a little bit careful in that top lane after flashing that last time around, knows that he's a juicy target for Kikis to get involved.
Look how much time Kikis invests into this top lane. He comes up there every single time, trying to help out Babunia. They want to get him going, they want to make sure Youngbuck won't just get free farm in this lane. So far though, not been working out. First the flash and now the pull from Youngbuck. Hard enough to gank him. His teleport is ready, he can recall, come back to lane.
Amazing now, snuck down onto the bottom lane, actually not being spotted here. Super A is going to go forward, throws the hook out. Maybe better if Forgiven actually got hooked by that one just to bait things out. Amazing here, he's going to sink his claws into Super Ace though, and actually forced an instant flash from Super Ace.
Got the summoner down now. Copenhagen's got full control of this bottom lane. Amazing, doing well on farm. I mean, Forgiven, sorry, doing well on farm and always pushing the lane in, getting 1 or 2 hits on the tower. It's just a matter of time before it goes down. This time though, Kikis is near the bottom lane. Can try and set something up. Lantern from Super Ace, land a hook, and you see a dead either Graves or Annie.
Once again, is he going to go towards his top side of the map? He's been spotted by a ward already, so Youngbuck shouldn't have any problems whatsoever in avoiding this engagement. Well, you think he wouldn't. He's got the pull. We'll see if he can actually get away from it. He's going to get polymorphed up in this one. He's going to be popping his pull. Are they going to dive into it? There's the knockup from Wild Crow. Wow, and damage. He goes down. First blood. I'm not sure how that can happen when you've seen that Lulu is coming your way.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing again for Denial. They keep sending either Nick up there or Kikis up there to help Babunia. There's no flash on Youngbuck, and his pull, well, he came in time, but it just wasn't enough. There was so much damage coming in both Babunia and Nick. And Cutlass already here. He's going to go straight for Blade Throne King. And this kill, of course, the first blood is going to help out a lot towards it. Once he picks it up, he should be able to sustain for himself. Still though, Denial could invest a lot of time because the more kills you get on Jax, the better, right?
It's the better for Denial, that's for
true.
Sure. Not sure how that's going to work out for the Copenhagen Wolves. Here's another blue buff for Coutard. See an amazing tanking that one up a little until Coutard had finished off his wave in the mid lane. So let's take stock here. 13 minutes and 50 seconds into the game. 1-0 in kills after that first blood in the top lane for Babunia and Denial. And still behind though, if we look at the overall goal. No dragon attempt so far. 14 minutes, 5 seconds, and this is a very slow farming, passive even lane phases. Wow, Babunia dives in there. Youngbuck loses half of his HP instantly. Actually, he's got a flash available. There is the pull. Is Babunia going to go into the tower? He is, and he just kills him. That is real bad news for the Wolves.
Such bad news for Copenhagen Wolves. Really well played by Babunia here. He hit the minions twice, so the next one will be the extra damage from his ultimate. And then he just jumped onto Youngbuck, did so much burst damage to him. He didn't expect it at all, and then could just chase him up here. Cutlass again, giving some extra damage in the end, and just very easy kill for him, to be honest. So all the time Denial used to get him ahead, really paying off now.
Yeah, I mean, that combo from Jax, you can't really sustain it, doing it over and over and over again, but the fact is, you do it once, get your kill, push the wave out, go back home and chop, and then come back and do it all over again. That's certainly good enough. And actually, Merc Dread's picked up there by Babunia, got himself wards, another pot in as well. So he's going to come back into that lane, and Youngbuck's going to be finding it tougher again.
It's going to be very hard for Youngbuck. We just saw again how easy it was. There's no chance of Youngbuck to turn it around. We need to see how he decides to play. The flash is ready now, though, for Youngbuck. Same goes for Babunia, so could equal each other out. Meanwhile, though, bottom lane should be able to get this tower now. And Wulai, very careful here.
Staying a little bit too late on this one. That's a lot of damage. Is he going to stealth away? He's managed to get the stealth, but can Super Ace now get away? Actually, amazing and come around as well. Wulai getting into the ambush quick enough there to escape. And that top lane, here comes Babunia once again, and Youngbuck half HP. The Wolves, though, are moving towards Dragon.
Moving towards Dragon. Tibbers is there, can help tank it. Good hook onto Amazing, takes quite some damage actually.
Putting the box down, I think he should be able to do this one though. He will be able to get it. Kikis was too early, he's going to go for Amazing. Wild Growth comes out. Nick is actually falling low as well. There's the bomb flashed away from by Nick. His exhaust did come down. Gets a good glitter land slow across the Wolves though, and they can't chase out. Good try. There's Babunia again. He's looking for the kill in the top lane. He's put down his ultimate. Another strike. He's surely going to do it in the end turret. He comes down. That ultimate not really doing any kind of damage to it.
Oh, needs more AP, needs more levels for Youngbuck before the ultimate starts doing enough damage. Down the Dragon though, Copenhagen Wolves managed to deny Kikis from coming in there to try and steal it, and then forced him actually to just engage on. I think he went on to the Tibbers at first and turned it around, but then a very good lantern from Super Ace, who's playing really well on the Thresh here. He's always in the right moment at the right time here, so right moment at the right time. Right place at the right time.
That's it.
Right? The Lantern got him out to safety there and actually managed to disengage the wave. The Wolves though, they get the Dragon. Still need to worry about this top lane.
Still behind in gold are Denial, but Jax. That's basically my point from that one. He's only going to be getting stronger. Youngbuck up at level 10 now, and as you mentioned, that magic level 9 threshold for Vladimir. We'll see how that really affects things. We saw Amazing coming in there, but I think just realizing, okay, Babunia has already backed away. He's going to teleport straight into this top lane. Let's see if he goes once again for that similar strategy of, well, I think that's what we can call all in.
Yeah, very much all in. Twice in a row. Got a kill the first time, forced away the flash the second time from Youngbuck. Still got these flashing on Babunia in case something should happen, in case he goes in for bad trade and then get out again. Meanwhile though, on the rest of the map, Copenhagen's actually been doing a good job farming. Both Forgiven and Kautot is ahead of their lanes. Not by too much, but then they got the Dragon, got the bottom lane tower. That's why of course they are ahead, and it's gonna be up to the 4 other members now from Copenhagen Wolves, at least until Youngbuck becomes stronger and can join in for team fights.
Well, we did see that Sinjar was coming up towards that top lane, and this time not making that same mistake. If someone walks over that ward on the ramp into your jungle, back away, as again Babunia jumps in. The stun is once again going to be pulled away from, and Youngbuck steals a little bit of life back, but half of his health gone by the time the pull comes up every single time here.
And the only thing Babunia is doing is just stacking up his passive, or his ultimate's passive, and then as soon when it's ready, he jumps to Youngbuck, hits him in the face with his empowered strike, and then he wins the trade. Youngbuck needs to back away every single time. Cutlass wasn't used, Summoners weren't used by Babunia. No issues for him, he can just continue to do it and then sustain himself. Copenhagen Wolves though, moving 2 members to the mid lane. Forgiven gonna go back to bottom lane and farm. Not much is happening at the moment. Both teams seem happy enough just farming away Denial, of course, because Jax gets stronger and stronger. And Copenhagen Wolves because they're actually winning the other lane, so they can continue farming.
214 to 189 CS. In the mid lane, we have to say though, Nick has been around the map and Kautot has not really been anywhere. Is Babunia going to go on towards Youngbuck? There's a Hemo play going in. This time it's Babunia that has to flash away. It's surely going to fall. Youngbuck gets the kill back. That's what Amazing was there for. They get the job done. They'll probably have the tower as well.
Very good bait by Youngbuck, staying like he's been doing for the last few minutes. Every single time Babunia had the chance, he would jump him. Happens once again. This time though, Amazing was waiting around, picked up a kill, picked up a tower. Very well played by Copenhagen Wolves, and now pushing on to this mid lane.
That is the second turret going to go down as soon as the next minion wave comes in. Meanwhile, in the middle, they're going to flash Timbers in. Nick gets blown to pieces. Unlimited actually getting the kill from that one, but that is going to be 2 turrets simultaneously for the Wolves.
A lot of gold being picked up here, and we see Unlimited when he's playing engaged champions. He's always the guy starting everything. Didn't even think about this one, he just jumped in, Timbers onto Nick here and piled everything. Forgiven used his ultimate, there was ultimate from Kautot, he just got blown up.
We said it earlier on, the AoE potential that the Copenhagen Wolves have. If that all gets dumped in the right place in a team fight, you can take a lot of people down very, very low, very quickly. 1 minute and 40 till the Dragon actually is coming back into play. That was last time taken by the Copenhagen Wolves, actually. They got Dragon number 1 in this one. Also seen a few more items coming in as well, so let's take a look at them. Deathcap and Athenes for Kautot on Ziggs. Athenes and the workings of the Deathcap so far for Nick, who's just getting in blue. Look at the AD carries. The Warlight going for the Blade of the Ruin King first of all.
Very smart actually. I really like that pickup for him because he got all the solo lane farm, the solo lane XP, so it makes him very strong in 1v1s if you want to try and sneak around the map, and brutalize and now picked up as well. So full focus here on some early game damage from him, and if he catches out someone from Copenhagen Wolves, could be Forgiven, could be scary. Babunia onto Youngbuck though, Kikis is joining in.
Oh, this is bad news. They're definitely healthy enough to go underneath the tower. Kikis goes charging forward first. He's not going to escape this one. Kikis actually picking it up there, swiping away with his ultimate at the end, and Youngbuck got 1 kill back in the tower in that top lane, but Babunia wanting to stamp his authority back on that lane.
And very good timing by Denial actually. Oh, Amazing going very aggressive.
He's going to get stunned up here, and Kikis actually was there, but Amazing will have been feeling confident, but couldn't quite get enough damage down in time onto Babunia.
But good timing by Denial here, because they actually started the gank way before the Dragon would spawn, so they didn't put the jungle up top, and whoa, Amazing going in! Ha!
That's what happens when you're recoiling on top of a ward. A little bit unlucky there. That ward was about to time out as well from the Copenhagen Wolves side, but Amazing seeing that he had an opportunity.
They can do Dragon.
Yeah, gonna start it off. There's well, obviously there's no Baboonia for this fight. Woolite is alone on the bottom side. He's got no turret behind him there, so they can just force him to back away from things. They need to speed it up though. Baboonia's going to be up in 10, but I think the Wolves should be pretty safe on this Dragon takedown. Yeah, we can see that Nile are actually backing away. This is going to be the second Dragon for the Wolves.
Big plays by Amazing, getting the kill onto Baboonia so they could rotate to Dragon. He just spawned when the Dragon actually died. No chance for him to join in. I'm really looking forward though to see Woolite here, where he decides to go next with his build. And also how he decides to play with it. Is he going to focus on trying to find out one member from Copenhagen Wolves and gank them and kill them 1v1, or is it more for team fights? Where he's, of course, the Blade of Dawn King is going to help him kite around, it's going to help him survive, do a lot of damage as well to everyone. And if he goes for either a Black Cleaver, he's going to hit on every single member. Like every spray and pray he hits, going to apply the stack, of course. If he goes for the Ghost Blade, it could be also be more for his one-on-one potential and his kiting potential.
Not the usual Twitch build that we've been seeing, although that Blade of the Ruin King, of course, pretty much the popular choice these days. Baboonia again getting free farming that top lane, but Youngblood pushed it out, actually went back to his own jungle, cleared out a couple of camps and remains in the lead on that front. He's in a position now where 1 versus 1, I think he can deal with Baboonia, but if it comes to a 2v1, we saw it before, that Kikis, especially that added damaging from Xin Zhao, is just too much to handle. He
needs to be very careful though. If he gets caught out around this area here in the lane, there's very long to his own tower, and Baboonia will be able to chase him. Yeah, like now is a good example.
Nick's coming in from the side of this one. Youngbuck is already at half HP. Where's he going? He's going to try and go backwards. Blade of the Ruin King is going to steal all that movement speed. He's going to pull, but he's going to get stunned anyway, and he's going to go down. It's kill number 3 for Baboonia's Jax.
And again, Nick, whenever he has a chance, he just roams away. He sacrifices some farm in his own lane. Kauta can push out the wave, but he doesn't care. He just goes straight to top lane, gets a kill on Youngblood, who was overextended. That's a long way till his own tower there. So very easy gank for Denial, and no chance for Copenhagen Wolves to respond elsewhere. So good timing again.
Very, very good timing. And all those kills stacked on Jax pretty much. Obviously, there's a one single one for Xin Zhao. Kikis. See when we get to more team fighty stages of this one, if that's ever going to happen. I mean, we are 24 minutes into this one. The Dragons have been fairly uneventful going down towards the Copenhagen Wolves. The towers themselves all in the favor of the Wolves. They've not got a single tower so far, Denial. I don't actually remember if they've really done any damage to any of these towers either.
Very little amount at least. Maybe the top lane took a few hits. I don't even think so. They actually just killed Youngblood and backed away every single time. So for Denial's case, again, they're just waiting for Baboonia to become so strong, and then they can always send someone like Woolite. He can stealth up there, join in with Jackson, just get an easy kill and then push a tower. Or they can do it with Nick. We saw Whimsy himself run up through the river, get up there for the gank. So just been putting so much focus onto getting Baboonia hit and punish Youngblood whenever they had the chance. It means though, again, as we talked about earlier, the rest of the lanes from Copenhagen Wolves are actually winning out and farming really well, except now Forgiven actually fell behind here to Woolite. Earlier, it was though Forgiven and Kauta both winning the lanes.
I want to mention there was a Ghost Blade that came out in the end for Woolite. If we're going to the Brutalizer, Kikis and Baboonia again, a pretty woeful team. You don't want to end up in a 2v2 against that combination. Looks like they're going to try and come and have a go at the red buff, though. In the end, that buff will be taken away. Went on to Lulu.
And it's a lot of attack speed here for Woolite once he pops his ultimate in the fights, pops the Ghost Blade here. It's 40% extra attack speed. He's just going to hammer away on everyone. Copenhagen Wolves need to be very careful they don't line up for him. They are pushing towards this mid lane though. Woolite stealthing in.
This is the exact position that they want them to be in. Woolite trying to get forward. Obviously get some movement speed as well. There is a Pray and Spray coming through, and he's going to do a lot of damage with a bomb coming back there from Kauta. Baboonia is going to fall. Amazing goes low. They focus towards Kikis, who will fall as well. Slowly but surely, and that is a 4-for-1 here. The Wolves outmaneuvering Denial, getting the kills, and now they are going to turn to the Baron.
So Denial did the mistake Copenhagen Wolves did in game 1 when it comes to teamfights against something like a Ziggs here. They just rush in towards him, and all the damage from Kauta turned around on them. Youngblood was there in with his ultimate, and there was just so much damage from Copenhagen Wolves. Forgiven just managed to fire away everything before he died. What a hero move by him. And there's so much AoE damage we talked about. Whenever Denial in a fight, if they group up, they're just gonna get blown to pieces.
An AoE comp They can bring back Curse of the Sad Bullet time in the next one.
Give us some Mumu.
If we want to go that far. Let's have a look though at that fight once again. Woolite couldn't really do anything until this point.
Look here. 5 members together from Denial. The ultimate from Kauta comes down. Boom! 3 members get just blown up here. Kikis takes a lot of damage. But Bunia is left, tank away. But from here on, there's no chance for him to take anyone down. When all this AoE damage from Copenhagen Wolves get onto the important member, the squishy members. There was actually flash ready on Woolite here. Decided not to flash away from this one, just got blown up completely.
Not ideal, that's for sure. And of course it is spray and pray, not pray and spray.
I like pray and spray
Well,
more.
the good thing is I don't even have to care about that for much longer, do I? Because 4.6 will be coming along for us soon, and it will then be a long distant memory. Either way, it's 7-5 in kills to the Wolves. 3-0 still in turrets. I had a quick look through the outer towers. There's not really been much damage done at all by Denial onto those turrets, and we've got just over 10 seconds until the next Dragon of the game comes up. And with those kills, then the Baron, then the Dragon, that is a big amount of gold to swing in the Wolves' favor.
Copenhagen Wolves can just take all 5 members if they want to and just start walking down the mid lane, walk down the bottom lane, and just go straight towards the tower here. Force Denial in here to try and wave clear it. Actually, only Lulu has decent wave clear on Denial's side, unless, of course, Twitch will use the spray and pray, which he shouldn't do. So they're actually forced to team fight if Copenhagen Wolves just group up and push down the tower. And that's why Copenhagen Wolves with their comp is so strong. So
they just say ultimates go, and then see what damage is done after that. Funny thing is, with those ultimates, they can actually just disengage straight away after that. Throw the ult in and then just attack them from range. This is is Youngbuck dying to Babunia again.
This is why I don't understand Youngbuck moving to the top lane. Go with your team down this mid lane. Force Denial to recall, put all 5 members to defend, or they're gonna lose the inhibitor. Don't care about Jax in the top lane, let him take 1 tower if you take the inhibitor. Instead though, because Youngbuck went up to the top lane, Nick wasn't even needed there. I mean, he would have died one-on-one to Jax.
You can only do that split push if you're strong enough to 1v1 the person that's gonna try and stop the split push, which we've seen time and time again that Youngbuck cannot 1v1 right now, especially not right now against this Jax. And Babunia might actually get the first turret of the game for Denial.
Copenhagen Wolves can just dive as well. Like, they don't even care. With all this damage, if they engage with Unlimited, his Splice is ready very soon. Their target day stun is gonna die, and they can just pile or move on there against Denial. As long as Jax is in the top lane, who cares? He got 1 tower. Copenhagen Wolves took 2 turrets for it in exchange. With Youngbuck, could have been even more.
So the Wolves pushing further forward from this one. Actually going to rotate around to the middle. That wave, that lane is actually pushed up to the halfway point there. So not exactly easy for them to just turn around, but they're going to try and push out top as well. The top inner turret is the only turret outside of Denial's base that is still left standing. So I talked about that whole swing of gold with the Baron and the Dragon after the team fight, and now a couple of turrets as well. Leaves it over or just under 10,000 gold. A very comfortable lead here for the Wolves.
Looking very strong. The last team fight was just a perfect example of how to play the AoE comp and how not to play against it. For Denial side, they just came in all grouped up. The AD carry was in the middle of everything. Instantly blown up here. Needs to be very careful when they fight. And obviously for them, the best thing is if Copenhagen Wolves decide to split up in all the lanes, and they can use this Jax, they can use the Twitch with Blade of the Rune King and Ghostblade to find targets and kill them 1-on-1 or 2v2, and from there on just push on. But as long as Copenhagen Wolves stay together, they won't be able to do it.
There, amazing actually coming around the side. Denial were already waiting from him on that one, but there is the pickup from Nick, and now they're going to have a go. Amazing. No, they're not. They don't want to fight this one. Denial say probably the worst place to fight against this comp inside of a tight jungle area. Let's not do that.
Definitely one of the worst places. Kauta wasn't near though. Same goes for Twitch, was not nearby. And well, actually Youngbuck, he picked up a blue trinket here. I like the fact that teams start doing it here where it was buffed in 4.5. The range is 1,000 longer. It also lasts for a second longer here. So I like the fact they pick it up, especially coming into the late game where Vision means so much. And also you want to use it so you don't face check onto someone like Denial here.
Yeah, I mean Millennium used it brilliantly yesterday. The kill setup that they had with the Scrying Orb and then Cotton X's Nocturne flying through with his ultimate. That was pretty impressive to watch, I have to say, and always good to see that Scrying Orb being used more and more. Meanwhile, here in this one, the Copenhagen Wolves taking down that final inner turret of the game. That leaves them 6-2 up in turrets with 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes left on the Baron. Interested to see now, with the Copenhagen Wolves having such a commanding lead, how they finish off the game.
It's been the issue for them, looking back at the LCS season. Whenever they were ahead, they didn't actually know what to do or didn't feel confident enough just making one move as a team. We really need to see if they fix this coming into the relegation. They got very, very good vision control around the map, so they can set up this Baron, force Denial then to move towards the Baron pit and then just blow them up with the whole comp. Or they can just say, we don't actually need the Baron, we don't want to risk you guys coming in, winning a fight, taking the Baron, so we just decide to ignore it for now and group up towards your tower, force you to try and defend it with your lack of wave clear, which we talked about, and just poke them away. If the Ziggs can poke a lot, of course Forgiven, it's hard for him to get in and poke there, but if they engage onto Forgiven, he can do a lot of damage in return.
We're going to start to stack up in the mid lane. I think just waiting for Youngbuck to actually come around to this. Jax falls off in the bottom lane. He has teleport available though, so worst comes to worst, he can just TP straight back in. We see Coutard already starting that poke and zone as he throws in the bouncing bombs and laying those mines right at the front. The minions don't even get past the steps.
Just keep doing. Also 4 champions from Copenhagen Wolves can actually poke on the tower if they get the chance. Only Amazing is melee here, so he won't of course be able to do it. Means again for them, as soon as they land some poke, force someone to go back, they can just move in, hit the tower. Kick is taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful here. Woolite was looking for maybe an engage. Got the Whimsy from Nick and also the shield, but decided to back away. I think that was a wise enough idea. Don't want Twitch to be the first one going in.
And I said in the early game that they didn't run an Orianna, even though it was banned in game number 1. I think I was actually wrong on that point, because I remember them using Woolite as the man to stealth in that game.
Give him the ball.
Give him the ball, stealth in, and use the shockwave. I think that was in that game. I've written Italy down, but it must have been an Orianna, because otherwise that ban wouldn't make sense. There we go anyway, a Baron for the Copenhagen Wolves. They've got all 3 dragons of the game. Both of the Barons, a commanding lead now. 12,000 gold that they have. I said all the dragons, look at Denial. They're out of the base there saying, okay, we need something here, otherwise
they need to go back fast.
This game is going to slow down to the point where we can't do anything anyway. They are all trying to recall in here. The Wolves are already in position. Kikis is the only one that can really hold the Wolves away from this one, and Tibbers will be able to tank things up pretty long as well, and surely enough that they can actually take this. Kikis actually using his ultimate. The rest of Denial do get in, and they manage to hold on to that inventory, at least for now.
Because Denial went for the Dragon and they expected Copenhagen Wolves to either go top lane after the Baron or recall and shop, they were actually caught completely out of position. A lot of damage onto this last tower for them. They need to defend this one, because once Copenhagen Wolves get into the base, it's going to be an easy inhibitor, and then they rotate around to the other lanes. Woolite though, look at his position here. Very, very aggressive.
And they're going to try and fight this one out. Wild Growth coming in, and the Spray and Pray doing a lot of damage there. Actually, 2 men down for the Wolves, but we see Babunia very, very low. Youngbuck falls low. Woolite actually is going to be focused down. A good play comes in, but Woolite will drop. And Amazing is just ripping through them, getting those resets in. Can he finish off Nick? Good shield there. The slow as well underneath the turret. The Void Spike's not enough into range to get in, and that will be another 4 for 2. And despite those 2 initial early kills, both of which there's a Summoner Heal and 2 flashes still available there. You know, 4 for 2, showing the strength of the Wolves.
Copenhagen Wolves simply got caught off guard here by Woolite being from the side, just blowing them up and going on to Nick.
Oh, this is going to be an ace, because Nick not going to get away from it. It's actually Amazing that picks up that kill there in the end. And that is the inhibitor going down. Still 10 seconds until only Thresh comes up. I think they could actually go through and possibly win the game here. They're going to have to go quickly if they want to do that one. I think no, they're not going to. They take 1 Nexus turret down and they back away.
Back away here. Still a very good engage by Denial. Woolite from the side, popping his Ghost Blade, just tearing through people. He has so much damage onto Copenhagen Wolves. But then Youngbuck managed to survive. Amazing, of course, with his 50% damage reduction and Unlimited just staying far back here. Could turn everything around once the 2 members actually died, and there were still 4 members left from Denial. But still, everything was used. Went on to Woolite, got the kill onto him, and continued chase on, pick up the last few kills. Just showing as well how far ahead Copenhagen Wolves actually are. If they've been even in gold here, with the engage from Denial, instant killing these 2 members, they would have won the fight so easily.
That case for Denial though, they are not even close to being even in this one. Take 1,000 gold lead pretty much that they have on the board here. 37 minutes in, the Wolves have that in him down. The first Nexus turret already wiped off the map as well. Is it just a case for the Wolves of going down that middle lane once again and pushing straight through for a fight and a win?
Well, they can go for the 2 open, or not open, but the 2 last inhibitors here. Going straight for the Nexus, a little bit risky. They actually want the super minions to push down the mid lane while they are in the bottom or in the top. So the super minions always goes in towards the Nexus, gets a few hits on the tower, force someone from Denial to go back and defend it. That's why they can now go down towards this bottom lane. The top lane, though, should actually be pushing in favor of Denial. We'll be doing that for quite a while, so they can just go straight towards this bottom tower. And there's a Guardian Angel onto Amazing. He can go in as the first member, tank the tower if Copenhagen Wolves just want to dive. I mean, if they know where Vulat is, they can engage onto him and then just blow him up. Because he's the guy now for Denial who needs to do everything in these fights.
I saw the last fight that he was very effective. A lot of damage done, but not enough to finish off and really get through the extra stats that the Wolves had in that fight. With the Baron on as well, we should probably add in that one. So they try and hold on. Babunia himself has got a Guardian Angel. Wave's just been completely wiped out.
Every single
Super
bomb.
is catching the bombs there. Down to half HP. He's going to go straight back and regen.
Needs to go back here. No minion wave for Copenhagen Wolves though, so can't actually. No, he stayed. 2 more bombs from Kautal and he's gonna die.
Well, he's done a good job of catching them so far, and there is the bomb coming in. Super Ace goes down. Forgiven finishes off and thought he was going to go back to regen himself back up.
Probably should have.
He probably should have. I hate to say, but maybe called that one. Now the super minions are coming in. The Wolves, 5 versus 4. Are they going to try and win the game right here? Babunia actually getting stunned up. He's going to dive in. Wild Growth comes down. And Babunia actually surviving for a long time in this one. Unlimited is going to die to the poison of Twitch. Babunia gets his GA pop. 3 men are already down here. And the Wolves can just finish off the Nexus. Forgiven keeping Nick busy there inside of the base. And the Wolves will tie up the series at 1-1.
Well played by the Copenhagen Wolves. Jumbuck had some issues in the top lane, but the rest of the members did really well. Got ahead in farm, and then we had the big team fight in the mid lane where Copenhagen Wolves just exploded everyone from Denial. One hit took the Baron, and from there on, they were just so far ahead.
Amazing there, you saw on your screen was looking a lot happier after game number 2 than game 1. He finished 8-0-3 on that Kha'Zix. Definitely had more of an impact this time around. And you know, for Denial, it wasn't all bad.
No.
You know, we saw Babunia doing very, very well, but nothing else was really.
Yeah.
They didn't do anything particularly wrong. They slowly but surely just fell behind. There wasn't a massive team fight that really threw it.
They invested so much time and effort into getting Jax late. Like first, with the lane swap early on, we actually had down the bottom lane it was Super Ace and Babunia being a dual lane all of a sudden because they didn't want Jungbuck to bully him out early on. So they got him some levels, got him some farm in the bottom lane, then sent him top lane. Kikis came up there twice, Nick came up there twice. Like they invested so much into Babunia. It worked for them because he got ahead. He could one-on-one Jungbuck. He killed him multiple times. But the issue was they just fell behind the bottom lane. The tower went very low before they even switched down there. Mid lane, Kautal was about 50 CS up, at least around the 25-minute mark against Nick on Lulu. So the other lanes didn't do too well because they invested so much time onto Babunia. And then we had the big team fight in the mid lane where it really sealed the deal for Copenhagen Wolves because we talked about the AoE comp. Denial went in every single member together and they just got destroyed in the fight. 4 members survived from the Wolves, went straight for Baron, picked it up, and then they could just walk straight down mid lane.
Yeah, I mean the Wolves they slightly pulled ahead into that one. Then they had that fight which just jumped their lead, and then, as I said, they just went straight to Baron. They did Dragon after that. They pushed down 2 turrets at that point. That kind of comp where, to be honest, if you're going to fight it, you make it easier to land that AoE because they know exactly where you're going to be. Tibbers comes down, catches at least a couple of you. The bomb's got a massive radius. Vladimir can throw the Hemo Plague easier down there. So everything executed nicely by the Copenhagen Wolves. Finished that game in 39 minutes, which actually a decently fast game for the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, normally we've seen them so many times go 50, 60 minutes. Against Gambit, they did the same thing. So this time around, as soon as they got a big enough lead, went straight for Baron, went there for straight down the base. Jungbuck went top once, died again, and then he decided to join with his team. And from there on and out, there was nothing Denial could do in return. They tried. They had the team fight where Vulat from the side did a lot of damage to them, but Copenhagen Wolves were just so far ahead it wasn't enough. I still do. I like the tactic from Denial. I mean, you want to get Jax fed so he can split push. You had the Twitch building Blade on King and Ghost Blade. So, first of all, it works better in a team fight because you can pop it, get so much damage on your spray and pray, but also for the one-on-one, the mobility you get. So they wanted him to, you know, be able to catch someone out of position and then just win by split pushing around, never team fighting.
Well, that brings that series to 1-1. We're going to let me try that one again. We're going to send things over to Shox and Quickshot, and of course, Xpeke, to break things down a little further.
Thank you very much, Joe. Yeah, guys, the Copenhagen Wolves coming out strong here in Game 2. Not too phased by that loss in Game 1. What do we make of Picks and Bans? Denial this time on the blue side, first lock in Jax, and then the rest of their team comp. What did you make of it?
I want to be quite frank, and I don't know if I like the Annie pick. Unlimited did good work with it. He had a lot of good stuns, but I just feel like it's the second game in a row, Soraka and Annie, using supports that we're not seeing anybody else be successful with. So you have to ask, you have to question why. But at the end of the day, stuns were good, so he made it work. That's what matters.
Yeah, have we found the edge of his champion pool maybe as well? Peke, what did you make of both comps?
Well, exactly. It worked in the end, so it was a good pick. But I was worried like you at first, because he's not really a reliable engage. Only when he has flash, he can actually do good engage. Without flash, there is no way they can catch anyone. So I was a bit scared of that, but it worked out, especially in that mid-fight where he managed to stun them all and combo them with Fix ultimate and kill them.
Exactly, he did really well, and we actually have a replay of that fight and that stun. You can pull that up on the screen. It's beautiful when it goes out well for an Annie, of course.
It really is. Up until this point, Copenhagen Wolves had really only just clawed very small advantages. Let's roll this replay out, and things get very chaotic very, very quickly. Youngbuck manages to join in from behind. You actually see a teleport coming down from Babunya on Jax, and initially, I started thinking to myself, this is going to be very, very scary. But look at the stun there from Unlimited. He locks up both Twitch and Lulu and just gets all of that burst damage down with the Hemo Plague, with Ziggs, and they just melt absolutely every single member of Denial. Unlimited is the man of the moment in that team fight.
Yeah, big stun by Annie. The Jax couldn't do that much. Remember yesterday, Kevin having that 5-man stun, it was very, very well. But then here, even though they invested so much in the Jax, it didn't really pay out.
Yeah, they gave him 2 kills early, which is really good, but they didn't really get anything from that. He still lost the turret first. He was equal in farm. The Vladimir was still able to farm. Even if he was like 1-5, he was as useful as the Jax. Like, what are 2 kills when Copenhagen Wolves was taking Drake, turrets, even top turret, and they had... Vladimir probably had the same goal, even being so behind in kills.
And Jax can 1v5 in theory, but he needs to be way further ahead to pull it off when your whole team just gets instantly popped.
Yeah, I think also he should try to split push a bit more until he get a bit tanky, because at that point he had the damage to kill anyone one-on-one, but he was squeezy. He died, like, he did 3 hits, I think, a stun, and he died. So he had to wait until he had Trinity Force, maybe a Randuin and a Negatron or something, then he can go into a fight and do whatever.
Much like Denial in Game 1, Copenhagen Wolves really pushed their advantage when they could, and they actually went straight for the objectives and the inhibitor, and actually a good fight at the inhibitor as well, as we can pull that replay up on the screen where Amazing had some cool resets.
Yeah, so Amazing manages to get some very good resets. I want to ask your opinion on Denial's positioning on this one, because it felt to me like it was a little off. Let's roll this clip out, and Peke, talk to me about the 2 different teams.
Okay, well, right now that engage is a bit weird, but they managed to pull it off really good, because they one-shot the Thix and the Graves. They are not even able to flash away, which is a bit bad from them not to react. But then they let the Vladimir really low HP to escape, come back, and the Kha'Zix was pretty much full HP on touch, and he's full damage, he's not tanky. So they ignored him for too long, I think. They should have tried to kite him earlier, or not get so confident that they thought the fight was over, probably, when they killed the 2 carries. And they just went like moving around, they stopped focusing, and Vladimir kept hitting. Kha'Zix went on them and killed them, and yeah, he was full HP and touch.
I want to say, even though Denial lost this game, I feel like they did show initiative when they were behind, like that mid-game fight. They did teleport in, they tried to go for it, so I feel like with a few adjustments, the next game could be close.
If you actually go back and look at from the beginning of this game to the mid-game, it was Denial that were in the lead. They had the kills, they had a Jax that was looking like he was going to get fed, but there was some good map play around the 15 to 20 minute mark, where Wolves took 2 towers in quick succession. They got a Dragon as well, and it gave them that gold lead and that confidence they needed to push through and get control of the match back.
So we have to turn the question around. After Game 1 it was, what do Copenhagen Wolves have to do? Now it is, what do you think Denial has to do going into picks and bans of the next game, Peke?
Well, I think their picks were kind of fine. I don't really like the well, they really have, the Twitch is good, but he was so easy to catch there with Annie, Thix. He has no way to get in. Maybe, like I said, they will have pick the same but play differently. A split push, a bit longer. Twitch bottom, he can one-on-one anyone. Jack stop, he can one-on-one anyone. Wait until they are really fed, because you saw in those fights, when Twitch gets to hit and crit, he can kill anyone in 2 or 3 shots, but they didn't let him get enough items.
Completely agree. I actually feel picks and bans was pretty good from Denial, and it comes down to execution. I think they had a very good early game, but it just kind of fell to pieces a little bit in the mid game. So more decisive play from them.
Trevor, do you think that they might not necessarily know when to split push?
It definitely could be. I mean, it's one of the more difficult facets of this level of play. So it could also be the fact that Copenhagen didn't give them the chance. Copenhagen was grouped up, forced the reaction down the mid lane. It's something Deficio was saying during the cast. Ignore Jax. He is forced to either take a tower alone and then lose an inhibitor turret, or he needs to recall, in which case you get the advantage anyway. So it needs to be a bit of push and pull.
We'll see what happens in Game 3, but we need to take a quick break. When we return, it is time for that Game 3 between the Copenhagen Wolves and Denial, which is now tied at 1 apiece. We'll be right back to find out what happens.
Most of the challenger teams play for the last runner. They want to have this dream come true. and they put in hard work, put in hours, maybe more so than the LCS teams because they are quite confident, maybe in the comfort zone where they shouldn't be, because the challenger teams can really upset them, especially with new picks, different playstyles, and being prepared comes in handy.
Welcome back, everyone. The series is now tied up 1-1, and we're on to game number 3 between the Copenhagen Wolves and Denial. Let's have a little bit of a look back to game number 2. Amazing lived up to his name in this second game. Went 8-0-3 by the end of Kazakhs, and well, the 8-0-3 slightly inflated by the cleanup nature of Kazakhs by the end.
Of course, I mean, whenever someone got low in a team fight, he was there full HP. We saw it in the fight where Twitch instantly killed both Forgiven and Kautat, of course, but then full HP Amazing was left, cleaned up everything, got a lot of kills. He was the guy, though, who jumped over, killed Baboon before they went for the Dragon here, which actually was a big thing for Copenhagen Wolves. Get him a lot of easy objective gold, which actually was a big thing for them in the game. Getting the Dragons early on here, getting the lead, because both Kautat and the bottom lane did so well in their matchups.
Well, guys, it's time to turn to Twitter once again and let us know who you think has the edge in this tied-up series. All you have to do, tweet to us, #CWWin or DNLWin to @LOLesports, and we'll check in with the numbers for your in-game predictions. Of course, it swung completely from the LOLesports.com vote to the game number 2 vote, or to the game number 2 vote when he was 1-for-0 for Denial. I'm wondering if we're going to see a similar backpedal by you guys out there and back to the Copenhagen Wolves.
Very high chance, at least. I mean, Denial won one game. Suddenly they were the favorites. Now Copenhagen Wolves won. Very strong performance. Going into this game, I don't think there is a favorite, to be honest. I think both teams have shown they have different play styles, and it worked for Denial in game 1, worked now for Copenhagen Wolves in game 2. Also because Denial, the rotations they had in game 1, they didn't actually do the same here in game 2.
No, didn't really have a chance to get that going either. We're going to find out if anything changes here in Champion Select, though, as the bans come in. First one is Nidalee, a ban which the Copenhagen Wolves are sticking by. They've banned that now in the last 13 or 14 games in a row. So
a lot of games.
Basically, they don't let Nidalee go through, that's for sure.
Do not like to play against Nidalee. Again, I expect to be banned to win every single game here by him. Because again, Nick is a very strong Nidalee player. Now next ban coming in is going to be the Ziggs actually. Kautat was very strong on it in this game. Nick was very strong on it in game 1. So both the mid laners like him, and now Denial actually just banning it away. Don't want to risk possibly a first pick by Copenhagen Wolves.
Dr. Mundo taken away from Baboon again. We saw in game number 1. And I think it's always the same. You never see a particularly... Nothing special happens from a Dr. Mundo player. They are just, by the end, so tanky that you can't do anything about them. It's not like there's any big flashy Mundo plays usually, but they're always going to be a problem if they get rolling. Lucian also banned away here. One thing we should mention, in game 1 and 2, we saw 2 support bans from Denial aimed at Unlimited. That means that one's going to be left open this time around.
So I think Denial realized Unlimited on Annie did actually the same thing he would do on Leona here. Flashing in, getting the stun. We saw him do it against both Twitch and Lulu here, and that's where Annie is a very good pick against something like Twitch, because you're very mobile, you can flash tables, it's instant stun, and that's why they're not banning away the same amount of supports, because they realize he can just pick up the Annie, and it worked really well for him.
Final ban for Copenhagen Wolves is Rise. They did that in game number 2, and Jax taken away this time by Denial. They did that in game 1 before getting Jax as a first pick in game number 2. Again, it leaves Kazakhs open, and again, that's going to be in the first round of picks for the Copenhagen Wolves. Amazing. 2 games on Kazakhs. 1 not so impressive. 1 he ended up nicely after game number 2. We'll see how that one goes. As I mentioned, Karma left open. Denial thinking about taking it.
Thinking about getting the Karma here, of course. Can both be played in the mid lane, could also be played as support. She's very strong in both. A lot of good poke here from Karma, very strong laning phase, no matter where she goes. Same actually goes for Lulu. Strong laning phase, also both as a support and as a mid laner, so locking in both. We don't actually know who's gonna go where yet. We've obviously seen Bjergsen over playing Karma in the mid lane. Not sure why he's now Korea. Bjergsen playing the Karma in the playoffs here for TSM, and it worked pretty well for him. He got the pentakill as well.
Yeah, pentakill for Karma. We'll see if those get switched around. We've also seen, let's not forget, Lulu top. Hell, we've even seen Karma in the top lane.
Yeah,
so although only a couple of times and wasn't really all that amazing. Not expecting that to go in the top lane, that's for sure. Let's see what the Copenhagen Wolves go for this time around. Lucian banned away. Forgiven's been going back onto this Graves. Looks like he's going to do it again.
So the Graves pick worked okay for him in the last game. He managed to do his damage, but he actually died very early in all the team fights we had, where his flash was ready, he didn't use it in time, he actually ended up dying for it. Of course got some return damage before he went down, but the pick itself has not impressed me yet. I think it's an okay pick, but I'm not saying here that I think the Graves is the best AD carry for Forgiven to play. Still being locked in for him. Twisted Fate now for Cowtod was actually banned away in the very first game as the first ban here from Denial. Get through this time, and no, actually it was Copenhagen also banned it in the very first game against Denial. Cowtod though picks it up. It's been a very strong champion here in 4.5 because again you are so versatile, you have so many options, you can go different summoner spells, you can both split push, you can wave clear, and also your late game power is still very good.
What are we going to see out of Woolite? If you look back at his Challenger games, played a lot of Lucian that's banned away, Sivir and Twitch that he played in that last game. However, Cogmore, definitely an option. We saw Watch playing Cogmore today, not Watch,
Space.
Cogmore, Space playing Cogmore. There's a lot of discussion of how strong Cogmore is and whether he is really that strong. Might not even have to really touch on that one here because he's gone back over to Jinx and a possible Nocturne in the jungle for Kikis.
So like Nocturne, he is a very strong jungler in 4.5 with the Feral Flare. You can also go into Blade of the Rune King afterwards, and we saw Codnex yesterday on this champion. He was so dominant. NIP could never kill him in the team fights. As long as he got a good start in the game, he just became so strong. Of course, Denial is looking to do the same. You have Nocturne going in, you have the Peel, you have the Kite from both Lulu and Karma here to help out the Jinx or even to help out Nocturne. So far, Denial here, they can really start some fights. A lot of mobility around, so if Copenhagen Wolves are out of position, Denial can instantly go towards them, set it up, and it's going to be hard for Copenhagen Wolves then to respond.
Limited will be feeling now a little bit of pressure relief as he wasn't banned out of this game and he gets his hands on Leona. Doesn't have to think about where to go as a second option. They also took Trundle, a champion which we've seen so much of, and also a champion which of course Youngbuck has shown his skill and comfort on in that top lane.
And Copenhagen Wolves is probably the team who rely the most on Unlimited to play engaged supports. Like every single time he gets on Annie, Leona, something where he can start a fight, he's the guy setting everything up. Whenever he's playing Karma, whenever he's playing something else, you actually often see Copenhagen Wolves running around doing nothing because nobody's there to start it. He gets the Leona this time, was banned away in the other games. Trundle in the top lane. Overall, just a very strong pick. His landing phase is fine, scales well into the late game, and of course he can set up ganks easily with a Twisted Fate. Put up the pillar, Twisted Fate ports in, easy stun for him, and a good amount of CC.
So, final pick was Lee Sin, and we are going to be seeing moving into the top lane by the looks of things. Nick obviously taking that Lulu for the mid lane and Karma going down into the support role. So lane Sin for Babunia.
So damage wise here for Denial going into late game, they really rely on Woolite being very farmed and also on Kikis being very farmed because Lee Sin as a champion falls off damage wise. He becomes more of a tank going into late game, also the top lane is in. Very strong early on, very strong in the mid game. So but going in late game, Denial might be in a position where they're going to lack some damage. Over on the side of Copenhagen Wolves, Twisted Fate is good in the late game, of course. We have Amazing. We saw him before build Last Whisper on Kha'Zix. Very strong in the late game. Trundle, of course, is a good champion. Graves won't have the same amount of damage as a Jinx late game, but his mid game power is very strong.
So, interesting switch of things. We obviously saw Codnex playing fantastic Nocturne yesterday, and if Kikis manages to hit that kind of level here, then we're in for a bit of a treat. And, you know, this is an all-important game. When you look at a best-of-5, moving on to game point is so important here because it means that the team that loses this next match has to win then 2 games in a row. And if these close best-of-5s are anything to go by, they just go back and forth, and 2 games in a row is hard to pull off.
And we also need to see Kikis here on Nocturne. If he can set something up with his ultimate without Cowtod being able to join in, of course, everything is going to be dark here. It's very hard for Cowtod to do anything then, otherwise you want to blind teleport somewhere, and it's obviously not the ideal thing. So it means Kikis can set up a gank, get something from it the first few seconds before Cowtod can even join in. That could be a big deal here for Denial.
Well, we are going to be moving then into game number 3. The scoreline, of course, tied at 1-1 between the Copenhagen Wolves and Denial. Still 2 games to move through. Win this best of 5 and have your spot sealed in the summer split of the European LCS. Let's talk about level 1, because we've actually seen some funky moves. In particular, Denial in the last game actually got themselves all the way through the Copenhagen Wolves jungle. There is the voting as well, and as I exactly thought it would do, it swung all the way back. 69% for the Copenhagen Wolves. And look at this, we could be in for a big level 1 play. Here we go, Sun's gonna go out, Countdown has a flash away already. Is the first blood gonna come in? Kikis is super low, everyone's low on the Wolves' side. Are we gonna see more flashes? It will be amazing that flashes away. Have we got flashes to go in? Woolite's got a flash available as well, but the men that are lower at the front of things, and in the end, someone has burned across the table. No kills though for a crazy level 1.
Such a scary level 1. Kauta was the first guy to run in here. He was the target for Denial. Had to flash away instantly, and everyone just dropped so low here. Denial though did more damage in the level 1 and actually forced Copenhagen Wolves to back, so they can get some wards now in this area. And you see again the same ward here for Karma or for Super Ace early on, so they can try and spot the lane swap, and Copenhagen Wolves again ping it out instantly. Let's see what they do. Last time Denial delayed their lane swap until they spotted Copenhagen Wolves. Then they moved all the way to the other side of the map. Could be doing the same here.
Wolves are scared at this point.
Wouldn't you be?
Well, no, I'd probably walk straight out and face check into all 5 of them, but don't think the Wolves are going to quite pull that move off. Either way, even if they did do that, there's nothing to really face check at this point, because Denial have got their 3 deep wards down and they've backed away onto their top side of the jungle. Going to be taking the red buff for the start. One thing that's worth noting is there's no wards from either team towards the blue buff areas of the map, so we might actually see for once a start where red and blue on either side of the map is taken by the same team.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Joe. It looks like Kikis is moving towards the blue buff because they know the bottom lane from Copenhagen Wolves is down in the bottom side, so you can move there with Karma. Of course, we're gonna see the exact same thing from Amazing, just trading the buffs here. Youngbuck is still around this bottom lane. He could join in with the rest of the team so they can do the 4-man push we saw in game 1, where Denial instantly recalled, didn't even try and push the tower up top, they just recalled to go back and defend.
Mid lane, Kautar already taking big damage there from Nick. Nick hitting level 2 before him, gives him that extra power. Kautar, of course, skilling pick the card and the wild cards here, but struggling to fight up against Nick in the early levels, having to already burn through his potions. Both of them going for that Doran's ring start. We are looking like we're going to be seeing early fast pushing onto the towers. Lee Sin in the top lane, along with Kikis on Nocturne. They're going to, I think, group as a 4, and we're going to see at least 3 men down in the bottom lane. I think Amazing will join in with that as well and have a 4-man push on both sides of the map.
So both teams doing the same here. Could just end up trading tower for tower, or 2 towers even. Bottom lane should go down slightly faster, but Denial actually came to that tower faster than the Copenhagen Wolves. So even for now, Super Ace though recalling, it's always the support going back for him when they want to go back to defend. Of course, with Karma, he got a decent wave here. Looks like Denial though are happy just getting 1 tower. Copenhagen Wolves gonna get 1 tower as well. Let's see if they continue to push.
Very possibly. See though, 2 men coming in to that bottom lane. Babunia and Woolite still having to go at that outer turret in the top lane, which has taken them a little bit longer to actually get finished off. The Copenhagen Wolves, I think, seeing now that both Kikis and Super Ace had moved into that lane and start to back away. Meanwhile, this top turret not going down just yet, but I think once that next wave comes in, it will. Although, Youngbuck teleporting into that
only level 1.
lane.
Only level 1. Woolite should be able to take the tower and just ignore Youngbuck. Won't be able to do too much. Just a pillar in his face. A few auto attacks. Woolite. Nope, didn't actually get the tower yet. Took a tower as well because he hit Youngbuck.
This is
scary.
Potentially dangerous for him. And, well, I should not forget the get excited there as he just kind of runs around in circles, puts some more damage back onto Youngbuck. And that will be 1-for-1 tied in towers. Wolves, a bit of extra farm, are slightly ahead though in gold. Very slightly though.
Actually dead even now. Kautar though in the mid lane decided to go for heal. Normally you see Ghost and Flash actually as the 2 summons for Twisted Fate. Decided to take the heal though, so want to be more safe both in the laning phase against Lulu, who of course is a lane bully, and at the same time for the team fights, double heal is never bad. But Ghost on TF is normally where you get so much extra mobility and your ganks becomes so strong. You can just continue to chase up if there's no tower, for instance, which is the case now in the bottom lane for Denial. If you want to gank bottom lane, could be using the Ghost. And Babunia went very low from this one.
It's like, it's alright guys, I got it. I'm not going to die to anything in the jungle. It's happened before, but not today. There's Unlimited actually moving towards this mid lane. Needs to be a bit careful there with Nick and Super. There's a lot of poke damage between those two.
So again, they leave Woolite by himself to farm. They want to get him ahead in when it comes to both levels and also gold. And then they send... Midlane's completely missed the minion. However, though, they send Super Ace into mid lane again, so... They're rotating him around the map, trying to apply some pressure. Kick is coming in here. He's going to spot out Forgiven very soon.
Sees them going through that ward, actually forcing Unlimited to back away, and they managed to kill off that ward as well before it can go into stealth. And now they're going to push down on towards this turret. Only Forgiven there. Unlimited is going to have to walk the entire way around the jungle to get involved on this. That turret already down to half HP.
They're doing the exact same thing they did in game 1, where it was Soraka support. Whenever there's lack of wave clear for Copenhagen Wolves bottom lane, they just send the jungler down here, get a lot of damage onto the tower. He can go back now, do one camp maybe, and then come back to the lane and do the same thing. He did it with Elise. He just kept going back to the bottom lane to get the tower. Amazing, he's all the way up in this top lane here, but Babunia needs to be careful.
This could be bad news. He's already safeguarded away actually onto the minion. Flash comes in. They managed to get the slow down onto him. Babunia going very low. Can they get the kill? The no flash, as I said, for him. Both the Amazing and Youngbuck have used theirs as well. First blood coming in. Meanwhile, Kautar using Destiny to go down the bottom, but actually they turn a lot of damage now. Unlimited's gone very deep. There is a flash away from him. Exhaust goes on to Kikis. The zap didn't land, and now Nick is going to get involved on this bottom lane. Will they be able to pick up kills? Kikis takes a blast and he has to flash away as well. And now they're going to go towards Forgiven. Nick just got
flashed.
Yeah, he flashed away from that. Nick actually did get stunned up there against the wall and feeling a little bit of pressure from that one. Big fights down in the bottom lane. No kills, but have they got enough presence here for the tower?
They at least want to try and go for it. Super is landing the poke here. Kautar is very low on mana. Forgiven taking a lot of poke as well. Defending for now. And in this last fight here, the traps coming down from Woolite saved the life of Super Ace. Because both Kautar and Unlimited got stuck on them, so they couldn't go in together, they couldn't get the burst, combine the CC. Instead, Unlimited ended up going in way too late and had to flash away, so a bit risky move. But Denial, staying in the bottom lane, really want to get down this tower.
Here comes the teleport though, straight into the brush. Super Ace getting locked up. Wild Growth comes in. Youngbuck, where's the pillar? There it is. It slows down Super Ace. The shield's just about keeping him alive. But Forgiven with a buckshot will finish it off for the second kill for the Wolves.
And this time around, Copenhagen Wolves don't want to give up this tower for free like they did in game 1, sending multiple members down to defend it. Youngbuck now can recall and just run up to his top lane. The wave is coming down towards him. Blue Wolf, however, is going to be gone because there's so many members of Copenhagen Wolves in the bottom lane.
Rolling away, Kikis gets his hands on that one there. Blue Buff has respawned as well as a ward. Actually, he's just away from the Blue Buff, so they don't have the exact timing on that one. Actually, Amazing. He's going to be spotted out here by Kikis, and Babunia is just around the corner. Amazing going to pop his ulti. Actually dives back towards Babunia. The pillar comes in. Safeguard out though from Babunia.
A lot of early action in this game here. Both junglers trying to set something up. Amazing came in here, did a lot of damage. Mobility to Fleece in, got him away. However, it's very good for Copenhagen Wolves, the fact that Trundle can go even in farm here. Trundle, of course, going into Liquid is going to be very, very strong. So for them, it's fine. Also 2 assists for Youngbuck, being part of everything. Couldn't actually be much better. This bottom lane tower, though, is still very, very low. And Woolite, he should actually be able to get it with this wave coming. So all the effort they put into the tower should be paying off now for Denial.
And that will go down. If not, Nick and Super Ace are headed that direction. Are they going to go Dragon here? Nocturne's there, Lee Sin's there as well. And I don't think the Wolves are really in a position to defend in this one. That turret is going to go down. Woolite picks up that one. The Dragon already well underway. There's no way that they can stop this. They don't even realize it's going on, I think. And that will be Dragon and a tower for Denial. Brings them right back in gold.
Great rotations, like we saw again from Denial. First of all, Babunia, because the wave is so far away from his tower, could walk down with Kikis, make sure it was a safe dragon for them. And then with the bottom lane tower as well, which they put so much time into. Very good objective goal, very fast. And Copenhagen Wolves got no time on this one. They put down the ward afterwards, so they don't have at least the exact time of the dragon.
Kikis does have that Wriggles Lantern done, and let's not forget that we are on 4.5 here, so 25 stacks and not the 30 it takes to get that one up to the Feral Flare. Really well underway in getting that complete. So let's have a look down some of the other items coming in. The AD carry is pretty much identical, just the boots of speed for Woolite, the thing that separates the two.
Very even so far. Let's see if Denial decides to do the same thing they did in game 1, where they just start grouping up in the mid lane now, and just stay there, just push towards the tower again and again. Once this tower is gone, they got all the auto turrets away. Counter though, with some decent wave clear on Twisted Fate, but he's alone for now. Unlimited won't be able to help clearing the wave.
A lot of poke coming onto the back of that tower. Unlimited here, is he getting itchy fingers? Keep stepping forward, he is going to go for this one. They've got Kha'Zix moving in, Trundle is there as well. The cleanse used by Woolite, but the pillar is going to get the slow onto them, and they're surely going to be picking up kills. There's the first one, Super Ace is going to die as well, and the Wolves pick up 2.
So Denial felt very confident just pushing down here, but Copenhagen was already moved around the map, both Youngbuck and Amazing flanking around them, and Unlimited again the guy to do the engage. Meanwhile though, Babuni actually teleported to the top lane, so he wasn't even near this fight.
Not near the fight, and the Wolves now moving in to that inner turret, because Forgiven has already pushed that wave up, and he's already started off the damage, and they absolutely ripped through that, especially with Youngbuck there to fight down on it. That will be turret number 2 for the Wolves. So whilst Denial's rotations and pushes have been quite crisp and effective, the Wolves have just done exactly the same to them there.
They have changed up the way they want to play against Denial and the rotations around the map. Instead of just trying to wave all the time, they actually start the fights. They move multiple members to try and start them. Bottom lane they send Youngbuck down with teleport, Kauta with his ultimate to stop them from pushing there to get a kill. Meanwhile here in the mid lane, Kauta was there to try and wave clear. It wasn't enough, so they send in Amazing and Youngbuck to just start a fight. Like, they don't care about Denial pushing the tower, they just want to fight them now. And that's the way they can actually get them away from it.
I have to say, Babunia not having much of an impact on this game so far. We saw in that little fight that he chose to TP into top lane and get back to farming rather than joining with the rest of his team. Not ideal, that's for sure. And this middle turret might not be safe. There's a lot of damage to Unlimited and Kauta. Said it before, between Jinx, Lulu and Karma, there is so much poke to throw down.
And again, Denial, they're just staying around this tower as soon. This is the last auto turret. They did the same thing here, and they just want to push it down. Copenhagen was near with multiple members to try and defend, but the tower is very, very low. It just requires a few hits from Denial, and it should go down. For now, though, holding on to the tower. Meanwhile, top lane, both of them just farming away. Same goes for the junglers. Actually, pretty even in farm.
50-50 at this point. That Wriggle's Lantern well on its way to becoming the Feral Flare. Some other items. We could see that coming out, yeah. Going with the Vamp Scepter early here is Kikis. We also see Morella Nomicon, first item for Kautard.
So I like this against, of course, there's only one Summoner Heal though from Nick, which is where normally if there's multiple Summoner Heals you want to go for Morella Nomicon. But what I like about it is it's a good early spike item because it gives so much AP, it doesn't cost the same amount as an Athene, and also gives 15 more AP than Athene's. So it's very, very good early item, gives early power, gives cooldown reduction, mana regen, everything you actually want on a Twisted Fate. And you can see the healing reduction might actually end up giving an extra kill over to Kautard.
That turret, as we mentioned before, so very low. Look at this, that blue buff spawn. Of course, Denial stole the last one away. Kikis is still hanging around. Is he going to ult in? No, he's just going to watch. Amazing. Clear actually wasn't even watching because he was inside of the brush, so didn't even have full vision on that one. Couldn't have even ulted in the first place.
But still, Denial is staying around this mid lane. They haven't moved for like 5 minutes. They're just pushing it down every single time, waiting for something to happen. There's a big wave at the bottom lane. Someone from Copenhagen Wolves need to go and clear it out. Could be the signal for Denial then to just rush in for the tower when someone from Copenhagen Wolves is missing. But before this tower goes down, I don't think Denial is going to move anywhere else, except for maybe the Dragon coming up in about a minute's time.
Babunia and Youngbuck, they shouldn't be killing each other. It's no Jax in this top lane that's just going to jump on you and take away half of your life instantly. And as you rightly predicted, it's Forgiven that goes down to that bottom lane. That is a lot of freebie gold for him. Once he buckshots through the pretty much entire wave of minions, and as you also rightly said, Denial stepped forward in the mid lane to try and finish off that tower, which difficult. Yeah, difficult because even when there are minions, one wildcard comes through, pretty much wipes out that wave.
Yeah, same goes the other way though. True. I mean, minion comes in, instantly just dies, and full minions, won't have much of an impact, at least in this middle lane. Denial though backing away, don't want to take a chance also with Dragon spawning very soon. If someone had been caught out of position here, they would have died and wouldn't have been able to respawn in time to fight for this Dragon. 15 seconds, both top laners got their teleport, both are in the top lane area. Kauta gonna recall now, got his ultimate of course, he can join in from far away. Everyone else though, around this area here. If Copenhagen Wolves get the wrong position though, if they move towards the bottom lane and then Denial is standing up here towards the mid lane, then they can quickly rotate in, get the tower, and should actually come back in time for the Dragon. They did start it though, Unlimited is nearby to try and stop it. They're coming up on top of your screen here, Unlimited needs to actually be careful.
Oh, they're actually going to land here on towards Nick. The Chompers do come down now, and there is the ultimate from Nocturne. Actually going to be popped. Where is he going to go? Youngbuck here is going to get into Kick. Nice not quite finishing him off. Woolite though on the top side is all alone, and he falls. Now they're going to lock down Super Ace. That's 2 kills. The stun comes onto Baboonia as well. He goes off to the ward. Flashes over. Can they follow? Nope. No one's got flashes to go over there. Only Unlimited. Coutard moving in. Doesn't have his Destiny, and rightly so, doesn't have a ghost either to chase through. Either way, the Wolves pick up a couple of kills and they're gonna get the Dragon.
Yeah, a bit of a weird team fight for Denial here. They were very split up. I mean, Kikis went in here, went actually towards, I believe it was Unlimited when he engaged. We're gonna see it here in the replay. Look, Unlimited goes up here, Amazing joins in with him. The ultimate from TF didn't put in yet. Kikis then goes in first, then he has to jump back towards Youngbuck, and he's actually out of the fight. Meanwhile up here, 3 members from Super Ace is fighting against the 3 members from Copenhagen Wolves. But because Woolite is so much out of position, he's just an easy target. There's no mobility on a Jinx unless he gets a kill on an assist here. So he was an easy target to lock down and get a kill, get an extra kill for Copenhagen Wolves. So way too split up for Denial. They want to stay together so they can kite with both Lulu and Karma. Instead though, split up and nothing actually happened for them, except for maybe this mid turret.
Yep, they're gonna get that. No doubt about that one. All Coutard not able to clear out quick enough to stop that one from happening. So, where does that leave us? 6-0 in kills for the Wolves, 3-3 tied up in turret, but the gold is at 4,000, the difference in favour of the Copenhagen Wolves. As Youngbuck and Baboonia again going at it in that top lane. Actually, Tiamat, double Doran's Blade and a Doran's Shield. This may turn into a dive. In fact, it's definitely looking like it. Forgiven Coutard and Unlimited all headed up towards that top side. Baboonia needs to leave his tower. Kiki's actually stood on a ward there, so the Copenhagen Wolves know the position of Denial, but I think they just want this tower. See if they can force them away. Lulu and Jinx are coming in now.
Yeah, everyone is going to be up here. Jinx coming in with Lulu in the end. They're just going to join in for the next wave. Wasn't here for the first one. Didn't actually need them. Still, the Wolves got 50% damage onto the tower here, so they got something from their rotation. It's going to be hard for them now. There are a lot of waves on the side of Denial with both Lulu and Karma and, of course, Nocturne. Too late though, they don't actually go for the worst minion fast enough. Lulu's very far back because they took a lot of pokes, and Copenhagen Wolves getting some more damage.
Good poke coming back in for the Wolves, and Denial starting to step back. And they can come back in now though because the wave has been cleared out. And this is again just going to be that tug of war, which is so far looking good for the Copenhagen Wolves. Those waves not even making it past the turret itself at this stage of things. Trying to get some deeper vision there to keep eyes on Amazing. And if you look at the other 2 lanes, they're both stuck right in the middle as well, which Copenhagen Wolves will probably want to start pushing out, but they do get the tower in the end, and that's all 3 outer turrets going down. Oh, this is bad news for Kikis. In comes the Destiny. What's he going to do about this one? He's actually going to go off there, on towards Unlimited with his ultimate, but he's going to fall here. Amazing now on a killing spree, and he's a good solar flare that will lock to. A kick will knock Amazing back, but they get the kill nonetheless. And now it's Baboonia who will safeguard out to the ward, escape, but it's 2 kills plus that tower that go to the Wolves.
And this Twisted Fate pick here is really working for Copenhagen Wolves. Every single time someone is out of position, Kauta can join in, pick up the kill here with Amazing, who was the one who spotted out Kikis out of position. And also in the top lane, because Nick took so much poke and didn't have his flash, he could never go forward to wave clear. So Copenhagen Wolves got it, forced them away, could then rotate, get the mid lane now, Unlimited, very aggressive, that was hard to say.
That just works as well.
It's Danish, don't worry.
He got in there a little bit too deep, but didn't go down, so I'm sure he won't be too unhappy. Always the danger with Leona when you're like, totally going to land this. Like, oh, and he safeguarded it. Perfect timing just to bring me right underneath this tower. Doesn't go down, no problems. 8-0 for the Copenhagen Wolves. big gold lead. 5-3 up in turrets, looking very good from their side of things. Let's have a look down some items. Forgiven just picked up the... Actually, yes, he just picked up. It was before that fight that he got himself that last Whisper on top of his Bloodthirst, and now a Zeal as well. And Morellinomicon from earlier has now been added up with a needlessly large rod for Coutard. He's going to be building up there. We'll see exactly where he goes with that one. And they have just, that was the new addition to power as well. Feral Flare, we should also just know, is done now for Kikis.
That is Feral Flare. Soon the Blade of the Ruined King, and that's where he... That is 2 damage items. Could then from there on go for something like a Random Soulman to become tanky, and we saw Cornex again yesterday when Random Soulman into Guardian Angel, and he just never died. This time around though, Denial is so far behind, it won't be the same deal. I mean, Kikis, again, he's also so far behind himself, he won't be getting the tanking items in the near future, so whenever he actually goes in, Copenhagen Wolves can just turn around onto him and instantly kill him. It's going to be very hard for Denial here. They're forced to just try and wave clear and extend the game, while Copenhagen Wolves can take full control of the map. Can even force a Baron if they want to, because again, Denial, they just have to farm up and avoid the dive, the potential dive from Copenhagen Wolves.
Kills on the board either for Denial, which is always a worrying sign when you don't have any kills across the entire team. Unlimited actually has 2 kills for the Copenhagen Wolves in there, didn't actually notice that until now. 2-0 for him.
And not only are you behind in gold, your comp as well going into late game. You need these, you need your Jinx, you need your Nocturne to be able to do a lot of damage. Otherwise you simply don't have enough damage, and when you're so far behind, there's nothing. Look at Woolite here. 0-2, I mean, doesn't even have his Phantom Lantern yet. He's so far behind compared to Forgiven, so the damage from Denial won't be there.
Full item behind that last Whispering. We've just seen the Blade of the Ruined Kings making an appearance. 1 for Nocturne, 1 for Trundle. 1 apiece on either side. But now the Copenhagen Wolves are looking for their 6th tower of the game, pushing onto that inner turret in the top lane. The only inner tower that actually remains as Coutard gonna pull out the stone card. Actually doesn't even throw it out there in the end. But they want much poke here going through.
They're simply not able to wave through because none of them feel they can stand in the front before the minions, but they're going in here.
They're gonna go for the fight. Kikis has gone very, very deep on that one. Baboonia is gonna fall in the middle. He got the kick on Coutard though, who then flashed straight away from it. Destiny Pop to give them the vision. Forgiven's quite far forward, and I'm not sure he wants to be there in the end. Super Haze is also low. He is gonna go down here. Oh. There's a flash from Forgiven, gets him a double kill.
So Denial actually picked up 2 kills in the fight because Copenhagen Wolves decided to dive onto the tower here. And also Coutard managed to die all the way in the back from the last little ends from Nick here. Still, 3 members went down. They are so far behind. They did manage to defend the tower, however. And instead of trying to wave clear, they just went straight in for the fight.
Dragon is up as well here, so they can just rotate straight off to that one. And only the base left alive for Denial. Seen this before, where just the base has left and one team was able to turtle up that game for a good half an hour. Actually, more than that. If you look at the clock, there's only 23 minutes. I think that game was
72 minutes. I believe it was the longest game in the LCS history. Maybe it was the challenger game in NA actually, it was longer. Not too sure, but then the second longest at least. The longest game here in Europe.
Definitely, right? Quite the margin as well, I believe. As that Dragon does go over to the Copenhagen Wolves, the second of 3 that have gone down so far. And that leaves them 8,500 gold in the lead overall here above Denial. They've already got those wards down over by Byron as well. Not that they particularly need it, but could use it here to bait out another fight.
Could do it if they don't want to risk going under the tower again, like we saw up here in the last team fight where they were actually tanking the tower through the entire fight. And also Coutard then where Baboonia actually flash kicked him back into the team. He got very, very low and died from the last little end. So gave up some kills. Could maybe make them think a little bit, oh, we're far ahead, but not as far ahead as we want to. So we need to be a little bit scared or a little bit more safe in the fights.
Pushing up and getting full vision control. Actually, there's a red buff up for grabs here. And I was going to say Unlimited's on a ward, but he had done look right next to him. So this red buff is going to be stolen away. That'll be given to Forgiven. There's more deeper wards coming in. Always dangerous, this scenario. Actually, I told a lie. That top turret didn't even go down in the fight, did it?
Last, need a few hits.
I've been lying to you all, guys. Sorry for that. Forgiven's just gonna... Wow.
That was manly.
That was very manly. Quick draw towards it. It's like, it's alright, I got this one. Oh wait, no, I've not. Actually, I'm not really doing that much damage to it. They're moving in here. Lee Sin actually sat in the brush, lands a Q onto the minion. Not really the target he wants, and as he comes in, he gets blown to pieces. And that is just not the move that you can afford to make, to be honest. That will surely be this turret. Okay, the minion waves gradually being worked down, but Denial can't stand and fight this one at 5 versus 4. There is now finally all of the turrets outside of the base going down.
And Babooni here is supposed to be the tank, but he got a Tiamat and then he has the Warden's Mail. Like, that's it. He has Ninja Tabis, that's the tanky items. Warden's Mail and Ninja Tabis. So once he actually goes in, just dies instantly from Copenhagen Wolves. He needs Kikis to follow him. He needs the ultimate from Nick if he wants to survive this one here. They just weren't in a position to do it, but still, Denial, they're trying to fight, and now they're actually going towards this one.
And Amazing's going to dive straight in there, and this is the death of Kiki, surely. He will be the first one to fall. Will I actually be pinned down by Amazing on the backside? You're not going to get away from him and Trundle, and that is 2 kills with the Destiny into middle. Super Ace is stunned and taken out by Coutard. A 3-for-0. Great trap set by the Copenhagen Wolves. They go now, and they're going to get themselves the Baron.
And Denial is simply in the position where they don't feel like they can wave clear, they don't feel like they can defend towers, so they're just forced to fight. Same reason they move up for this Baron here. They're like, Copenhagen Wolves, if they're on the Baron, this is our chance. We need to go in, try and win the fight at the Baron, try and steal it, and then get back in the game this way, because they are so far behind. So they're actually doing pretty much the only thing they can do, and just start fights all the time and see if they can win them. They're just so far behind, and Copenhagen Wolves are playing the fights really well.
Get ready for some big items to come in as well. Randuin's Omen for Youngbuck. Last Whisper for Kha'Zix. Face of the Mountain for Leona. 3 big pickups there for them. And what we see for Twisted Fate, Zonya's Hourglass is now added in.
I like that.
On top of that Morella Nomicon. Means he can pretty much just Destiny in and be the bait for everything else going in. I mean, if Kikis ults him, he's just going to pop his Zonyas, and his ultimate's gone.
He can pour it into the backline of Denial, stun up Woodlight again, no mobility on a Jinx, stun him and then just pop his Zonyas so he won't be killed by Denial, and then the rest of the team from Wolves can just join in and blow them up. So I like the pickup for him, and also because, again, it's a perfect item when you are so far ahead, and no matter actually which item you had here, you would have enough damage to kill them, so getting some more survivability means it's even harder for Denial to get back in the game and win team fights.
So the Wolves here starting to get the vision control on Denial's bottom side of the jungle. The top side is already blue covered with wards. And Nick getting a little bit out of position there. The rest of the Wolves are moving in. They're going to split this 4-1 as Youngbuck pushes out that top wave. So at some point they're going to have to send someone onto that top side to deal with that one. I don't think Baboonia can actually fight him at this point, though.
We need to see the perfect ultimate from Baboonia. Here we go!
He's going to kick Coutard right into the middle, but there is the Zonya's used. He may still go down, though. The Zap will land. Super Mega Death Rocky comes through. Coutard actually staying alive. Woolite flashes in, get excited, and the Wild Growth won't be enough to keep him alive. Now Youngbuck's in the base. Amazing going through as well. Blade of the Ruin King was used onto Lee Sin. It's not really going to matter in the end, though. They don't manage to take him down, but 3 men are dead, and that means the inhibitor, there's the teleport from Baboonia. Definitely needed to do that.
Well, again, Denial, they just try and go in for the fight, try to do something, and it was actually a good engage by Baboonia, but then the Hourglass from Coutard really paid off. He could kick back, instant Hourglass, wouldn't go down, or took a long time before he died. But Denial just trying to do what they can, and they know we won't be able to defend towers. We just need a perfect fight. The idea here was they was gonna kill someone before Youngbuck could teleport down. Just didn't happen due to the Hourglass.
To bring back the deficit in kills, they need 3 aces.
They need some perfect team fights, man.
Without the Copenhagen Wolves getting anything. And there's more items coming in as well now for the Wolves. Void Staff for Coutard, that was there just before that fight, I believe. Infinity Edge for Forgiven, Randuin's Omen for Leona, Spectre's Cowl on Youngbuck as well. The difference in items, I mean, look at the gold difference.
The disrespect from Amazing.
It's just dancing with wolves. No?
No.
Okay. We'll get rid of that one for next time. 6 seconds until Dragon comes up, by the way. It's a freebie for the Wolves if they even want to bother with that one. They're going to go about this systematically. Oh, towards this top lane. Of course, the only place where Inhibitor Turret and Inhibitor are still standing. As they do that, take away everything from the Denial jungle as they progress. Denial actually doing the smart thing here and sending 2 people fairly early down that wave to push it out as quickly as possible. But they're going to have to move here pretty quickly as well because the Wolves are already on the steps of the base with another wave coming in.
Time to shine for Baboon here. He needs to land a perfect kick onto someone like Forgiven and just instantly blow him up before anything else happened in this fight. Copenhagen Wolves are so far, they can actually just dive if they want to, or they can just focus on poking the tower. The super minions are coming in here. They will take down the Nexus tower very, very fast. Some of them Denial needs to go back, or they just need to start a fight and hope for the best.
Super minions are actually, or super minion I should really say, is having to go at the Nexus turrets. There's a second one now joining in. That's something that they're going to have to think about clearing here in a moment. They're going to lose this turret either way. Not really been able to put up much of a fight for that one. There is a solar flare going in. Woolite's the focus. Woolite's down. Unlimited on a killing spree now at 3-0-12. They're going to turn straight in for those Nexus turrets with a bunch of super minions there already. Both Nexus turrets go down. The Nexus itself follows. The Copenhagen Wolves pick up game number 3 and move to match point. LCS Summer split point here. Yep. One more from the next 2 will seal their spot.
Second very strong performance by Copenhagen Wolves in a row. Last game was the same thing. They dominated the game. Doing the thing here again. The team fights are very strong for them, and they managed to respond to the early push here from Denial. The same thing they did in game 1, which worked for them. Now the Copenhagen Wolves respond to it well, make sure they don't lose all these towers too fast, or at least they pick up some kills in exchange.
Looking very much down here. Oh, Denial, that's not a good sign for them. Certainly need to pick themselves back up and find that game 1 that they did impressively. They were very impressive in game number 1. They did some great map movement in this game as well, but the Copenhagen Wolves, when it came to those team fights, they had the edge on them.
The Twisted Fate pick was very smart because it helped them move around whenever Denial was putting multiple members in one lane early to push it down. Then Carter could teleport down and help defend it. And also the teleport coming in from Youngbuck rather early on to defend the bottom lane tower, because it was all about delaying these towers going down as long as possible, and then just pick up some kills every single time, so they got ahead even though they would lose the tower here, and could then take a dragon in response, or could take a tower by themselves for Copenhagen Wolves, and it worked for them. So they really adapted to the level 1 or the game 1 tactic from Denial and shut it down here.
I have to just look quickly through the scoreboard at some of those scores. Trundle for Youngbuck again was a pretty flawless Trundle performance. 1-1-12 by the end. Amazing again on Kha'Zix. 5-0-11. Graves for Forgiven. His best game so far with Graves, I think we can safely say. 7-0-6. I mean, even Unlimited went deep a couple of times there again, but if you're that far ahead and if you've got 3-0-12, you can also afford to go a little bit deep. He's got a random in Zoman there by the end.
Got very, very tanky, and in general, again, looking at the game, the laning phase for Copenhagen has been solid now. Denial are not able to win 1v1 or 2v2 in the laning phase, so that's why they do these rotations, which are very, very smart of them, because they get these towers down, they get the objective gold. But then whenever they get to team fights, and now when Copenhagen Wolves are not picking this full late game comp where they weren't allowed to do any mistakes like they did in game 1, they're just looking stronger in the fights, at least for now. I mean, we had the Dragon fight where it was very split up by Denial, and all of a sudden Woolite was over on this side, Kikis was over on this side of the map, and it just ended up giving up kills and a Dragon to Copenhagen Wolves because they were so split up. So, in general, as long as Copenhagen Wolves can respond to the map movements from Denial, they are looking at the moment like the stronger team.
Yeah, I think these last 2 games is the Copenhagen Wolves that everyone expected to see right from the very get-go. I think that's why we've seen so many high percentage Wolves votes. The initial one, of course, after game number 1, it was a little bit different, swung all the way over to Denial, but came thoroughly back at 69% in that one. Either way, it's 2-1 now and looking good for the Wolves.
Quick thing to note, Medium Makers against Copenhagen Wolves in the relegation last time, Medium Makers won the first game, and then Copenhagen Wolves just adapted the tactic and won 3 games in a row. Looking to do the same here.
2-1 up, and 1 more will seal their spot in the summer split. But for now, we're going to send things over to Shox, Quick Shot, and Xpeke.
Thank you very much, Joe. Indeed, Copenhagen Wolves seem to be on a roll here, looking very confident in that Game 3. Peke, what do you make of the team comp of Denial coming into this one? They had to react, but then they came out with a team comp that was lacking some kill potential.
Yeah, pretty much they lack a lot of CC, I think, in team fights. They had good protection, they could go in, survive for a long time, but the other team could just keep kiting them and run back. Their support has no CC, he has seals. Mid has no CC, he has seal. No one really had any CC except either Insec on Lee Sin Insec or Nocturne Fear. That's all they really had to engage a fight, and that's not really reliable. So I think they were lacking some real CC.
I also feel like the champions that Denial locked in, they needed to be ahead early. They needed to get ahead in the laning phase. Lee Sin, if he gets some kills early and starts to build a lead in his top lane, is a monster. Nobody can deal with him. If a Nocturne gets farmed and gets a Blade of the Rune King and that Feral Flare, he can kill people. But they fell behind early. Copenhagen Wolves just had their number. They got early kills, got early towers, and the composition Denial put together, they needed to be ahead in order to win that game, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Copenhagen Wolves, once they got ahead, they obviously had that Twist of Fate, which was so central. They could kite around the map so easily. Whenever they saw someone, they could just go for it and kill him. We actually have a replay demonstrating that Coutard on TF. We can pull that up on the screen.
So before we start the replay, I just want to mention that Coutard on TF has had hit and miss games. I know we were talking about their matchup against Gambit, where it was uninspiring. I think I'm going to use that word. Let's roll this replay out. And Pekka, I want you to talk to me about like the positioning of Coutard. He comes in on Nocturne, and then Vision's denied. How annoying is that?
Yeah, that's really annoying, especially when they enter a brush, you don't see them at all. So, but they still get him, and like they are so ahead at this point, and they have so much damage that they can just chase them. Like, there is no way the other team can turn on them with no turrets close to them. So
I've got a question about the Twisted Fate. I was talking about earlier today about how TF is coming back into the meta, so to speak, because of split pushing, because Exhaust is now strong, you can run him. Ghost and Flash is really good. What else makes Twisted Fate a good pick now on 4.5 and 4.6?
Well, pretty much like you said, the Exhaust make him have an easy lane. Before the troubles he had is that he cannot one-on-one assassins really until some point or less he's ahead. But now with Exhaust, you don't need to one-on-one them. You just farm, split push. If they go all in on you, you exhaust them. You just stun them, and you even win the trade. So you are really safe. Your lane is going to be good. You're going to be farm. And when it comes to split push, he's going to be the best since you have your ultimate. If someone goes for you, you back a bit, group with your team to mid, take the turret, something like that. And you can just slowly win the game and snowball like they did with him.
What do you make of the summoner spells? This time it was Flash and Heal. We saw a lot of times that it was a Flash and a Ghost. Of course, if you can get on someone, you will kill him. What would you prefer to play with? Obviously, also that attack speed on the Heal.
Ghost will have been good, but they have so much speed with Lulu and Karma that it wouldn't really matter. If they seal themselves and run away, you're not going to catch them only with Ghost. So you need the Flash anyways. And yeah, they didn't need Exhaust because they had no real assassin, only Nocturne, and they had a good setup to lock him already with Trundle stopping the rest of the team and then gold cars and just not letting him go in.
As an aside, while it's not the same movement speed as Ghost, Heal does give you that 2 seconds of plus 30%.
Yeah,
so it's like a mini Ghost anyway. So if you want to use it offensively, defensively, you have that tool in your back pocket.
You can take it all. One other pick that I wanted to talk about is the Graves pick. We've seen him in 7 out of 11 games here already, 7 times picked. And it has worked out very well for the people we've seen playing. Forgiven doing very well. Why do you guys think it is that Graves is back, and how?
So I know I've spoken to a couple of the North American AD carries, a few of the guys here in Europe. And first of all, we know it's Forgiven's favorite champion. He loves Graves. Secondly, with the number of bruises that are being played that dive in your face and build damage, Graves' passive gives him bonus armor and magic resist. He's got an attack speed steroid on his E that gets lower cooldown when he auto attacks. So he gets free stats. And he's a bit more of a brawler. You kind of want to get in people's faces and you can survive a bit longer, especially if you put somebody with a shield with him. All of that bonus armor and MR scales with the shield that's placed on him. So I know the North American guys in particular were very outspoken in saying, right, he's a brawler, he's a bit buffer, he's like the toughest AD carry, and that's why we're seeing him picked up, and it kind of works.
Yeah, he does work. He's, especially now, people...
Will Reckless play him?
What?
Will Reckless play him?
Maybe yes, maybe not. I still think he's not like top tier. Lucian for sure is. I like Twitch a lot, even though he's not so mobile is the only problem he has. But Graves is kind of like a bit of a worse Lucian, no? He has a lot of burst, a lot of damage. The problem is his range is lower, and his dash is really doesn't remove the slow. So if they slow you or something, they can still catch you. But I think he has a lot of damage, and you will see it a lot more. I don't think Reckless will play that much because I prefer other champions, and I think he does as well. And anyone in the team doesn't really like that soaring champion that cannot siege that well. If you are equal or you're behind and you want to try to take turrets, it becomes really hard to push with such a low-range champion.
So guys, if we look at the series so far, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer for Denial, but they have fought back even when they were behind, and it just hasn't seemed to work out. Trevor, they were talking about maybe going for special picks. We haven't seen anything yet. Is that maybe their saving grace?
So I feel like I got a bit of pie on my face because the end of game 2, I said they didn't need to change their picks and bans. It was gameplay. They completely changed their picks and bans, and then they had bad gameplay. So I think they need to go back to game 1, go back to that sort of standard type of picks that we've seen from them, and play their game. Games 2 and games 3, Copenhagen Wolves set the pace, set the tempo. Denial needs to interrupt that.
Okay, any advice for Denial?
Yeah, exactly the same. I didn't really like like I said, the setup the last game. They were, I don't know, their setup was only about being ahead. At the moment they are equal or behind, their setup is not good. TF can just move around, do whatever he wants, and they were so ahead that they couldn't do anything. Even the first fight, they were not ahead, but you could see they could not finish people. They will get on them, put them low, they will just kite them a bit, then go again in and beat them. And I think they just need to make setups that make a little bit more sense. Exactly what Copenhagen Wolves failed the first game at, and they did really good the other games. They have to do that if they want to win Denial now.
Some adaptation needed going into game 4. As for us, it is time to step off the rift for just a moment, but we'll return with game 4 between the Copenhagen Wolves and Denial. Grab a snack and we'll see you back here in 3.5.
Get her. Noxian was... Nice! Good job. Get in, nice. Karma. Super, no flash, no flash. Yes! Nice! I got my ultimate. I'm coming to help. Karma. Heal if I get close. I don't have stun, Finish. Nice, guys, nice. Good job, guys. Nice. Good job. Shall we do it? One more. Vamos a la playa.
gentlemen, we're back with the Copenhagen Wolves versus Denial, where the series is now 2-1 in favour of the Wolves, and that means it's time for Game 4 between the two teams. And, well, game point here for the Wolves, and as I said before, summer LCS point.
Very, very important for them, and Denial are going to go into this game and think, what do we actually need to change here? Because the last two games been the same deal, fell far behind, especially when it came to team fights, and just wasn't able to actually come back after they got behind the first time. They need to go in here and really rethink the way they want to play. Either they can go full split push mode and say we never want a team fight because we feel Copenhagen Wolves are stronger in team fights, or they can go very heavy team fight comp and try and beat Copenhagen Wolves in their own game.
You have to say as well, Forgiven and Unlimited turned on the bot lane power, pushing those towers down, going 10-0-8 as Graves and Leona combined, which was a little bit of a difference, 5-7-24 prior to this game.
Very big difference. I mean, Leona was banned away twice against Unlimited. Now he finally got to pick it, showed why he's so good on it, and the first game for Forgiven where he really shined on the Graves. He's actually not been the big carry this series as we expected him to be.
True. We'll see if we can change that this time around. We're about to go 4 games deep. We want you to check in and see how you feel about this series. Now 2-1 in favour of the Wolves. Tell us who you think will win by tweeting hashtag DNLWin or CWWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll check in shortly and see what you have to say. I have a feeling that it's going to be a bigger vote in favour of the Copenhagen Wolves.
82% Copenhagen Wolves is my guess for now. I do, however, think Denial is going to pull out something special here, because again, they talked in the pre-movie about how they had these special picks. We haven't seen anything special yet. We've just seen very standard picks. This is the game for them to pull it out. If they got something they think that they can surprise Copenhagen Wolves with, this is the time.
It's probably revive teleport Karthus, right?
There's a chance.
I don't think there is.
I don't want to deny anything. If it gets locked in and you just predicted it now, that's respect.
I am a god.
Yeah.
Well, I would be. I don't think it's going to happen though, and I'll stay as a lowly minion. Here we go though in Champion Select for game number 4, Denial. On the blue side this time around, get first ban and first pick. Let's see what they go for in a must-win game for them if they want to stay in with a run-in in the LCS. Leona, first ban. They've gone back to it. They're going to try and ban out Unlimited again, and rightly so. He had a great game as Leona. Nidalee, another time, Nidalee here for the Copenhagen Wolves. Karma taken away as well, so really they are going back to that Unlimited banning out tactic.
100% back to the tactic of Unlimited. You're not going to play any of your favorite champions. Annie, of course, is still open for him. He can fall back to it. At the same time, for Copenhagen Wolves, why would you change your bans? Dr. Mundo and Nidalee, it's been working for them.
No need to change. Kha'Zix was banned out here as well. Had enough of playing with against Amazing on that one. Rise was the final ban again for the Copenhagen Wolves. This time it's left that Jax open, and we saw what happened. Babunia with the Jax doing great work in the lane against Youngblood, killed him over and over, but they weren't able to get through that big, massive AoE comp and damage that they had there by the time the team fights rolled along. Left the Ziggs and Lucian as well for the Wolves.
So Ziggs now for Kautot, the champion he actually used when they did beat the Jax earlier from Babunia. Very strong team fights, and also Lucian for Forgiven. So more AoE damage now over on the side of Copenhagen Wolves.
So for Denial, they pick in their second and third choices, and they are Elise and Annie. So Annie changing hands a little bit this time around for Nick.
So it means we won't be seeing Unlimited on a heavy engaged champion, which is again where Copenhagen Wolves sometimes actually struggle. When they don't have this guy Unlimited to do the engages, to start the fights, they don't actually know what to do. And this could actually mean for Denial, they're going to be the one in charge of starting everything, and then Copenhagen Wolves just needs to respond.
A lot of crowd control in there as well. We've seen in the past few days some big Jax counter-strikes as well. The 5-mans that we saw yesterday. Let's see though what the Copenhagen Wolves bring into this one. Kha'Zix taken away from Amazing, the man on your screen there. Will he fall back onto Xin Zhao? Looks like that will be their choice. And Morgana picked up for Unlimited. I said it before that, you know, Leona, Karma, Annie, and Morgana have been the supports that he's gone for. Of course, Thresh completely not even close to being in his champion. Will not play it once this year.
And Morgana versus Annie is actually a bit of a mix. Oh, I'm not going to talk about Annie support yet. If this Sona gets logged in, it's going to be Annie mid lane. And remember, she got some changes where her early game got worse when it came to her base damage, but her ratios got buffed quite a lot. So going into late game here, and any mid lane could actually be very scary.
I don't think it's going to be mid lane Annie though.
Well, he is smiling and laughing away.
Super A's has been hovering over Sona, I think, every single game up until now. And we'll probably, with a couple of seconds to go, change that pick. I'd like to see a mid lane Annie.
They talked about the special picks. This is the time.
Well, you could argue they've got nothing to lose here.
Yeah,
you could also say, if they can play their A game with a normal comp, and there it is. Last second switch. Who would have thought it? It's Twisted Fate this time around for Nick in the mid lane.
So the global pressure now over to Denial. Again, they can do the same thing they tried to do in game 2, where they put so much effort into getting Babunia hit up in the top lane. Twisted Fate can do the same thing. Teleport up, gank Youngbuck again and again. If he locks in this Vladimir, they can try and do the exact same thing. And then just try and win by split pushing, not team fighting against Copenhagen Wolves, where again they come from Copenhagen Wolves, a lot of damage, a lot of poke potential, and then whenever the fight actually starts, I would like to say though Denial and this time around still got a very good team fight comp, but they also got the option to split push if they get very far ahead in both Twisted Fate and Jax.
So the thing about that game, the Jax versus Vladimir, was yes, they got a lot of kills onto Youngbuck, but he drew so much pressure to that top lane that he gave the other lane so much free time to be farming up with that. And we know how much Youngbuck loves this Vladimir. And is he going to be locking in that Vlad? We'll find out here in just a second. It will be Vladimir for Youngbuck. He doesn't look too happy about that. If you look at Youngbuck there, he's kind of got a frown on his face. But at the end of the day, even if he doesn't want to play it and the team thinks that that worked for them the last time, you can't really overrule 4v1.
Copenhagen also just trying to do the same thing, and if Jax gets out of control, fine, we're just gonna start grouping up in the mid lane, run down, we have the Black Shield to stop engages, we can land a binding, we can land some poke, and if in case we want to dive onto you, we use the things out, we use the Vladimir. So Copenhagen also looking to try and do the same thing they did in game 2. If Denial Esport can avoid this very bad team fight they had, if they can avoid falling behind and focus on split pushing, they might actually be in a very good position to win this game, because Babunia was very strong on his Jax before.
Yeah, if you can get that. If he not get blown up instantly as they start a fight and has a few seconds to get some auto attacks off in there, that's when he's going to do the most of his damage. So interesting choices this time around. A must-win game here, of course, for Denial. They lose this one, it's the Copenhagen Wolves that will be going to the summer split. Would actually mean then that all 3 LCS teams that came to promotion will go back in.
For the first time. Always been new teams, but might change here. I mean, everything's looking good for Copenhagen Wolves. Need to be careful though. A very strong team coming out here from Denial Esport, and a lot of options. Even teamfight-wise, they aren't even weak. And with the likes of Elise here, with the likes of Twisted Fate, you can catch out targets very easily, Annie as well, and just instantly blow them up.
Oh, we see they look pretty chilled, Denial, for the scenario that they're actually in here, having to win 2 games in a row. Well, you've got to be. If you let that pressure get to you, then you're going to really struggle going forward, and they have to be calm and collected for these next 2 games. They need the wins. We're going to go into it here. Game number 4, the scoreline stands at 2-1 in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. One more victory here, and they've got their place in the summer split all locked in.
So Nick here actually decided to start with boots, which means, of course, focus on mobility. I like it against something like a Ziggs here. You want to dodge around the bombs, you want to focus on farming. And of course, Kautra can apply a lot of pressure, but both mid laners bringing the heal. Same goes for the both AD carries. So 2 teams with double heal here. And actually Ignite on Super Ice again.
Look at that vote. 59-41 in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. I didn't expect that you guys would be so even in this one. I thought with the Copenhagen Wolves now moving up onto that game point, that it would be a little bit more weighted towards the Copenhagen Wolves, but 53-47, certainly not a massive difference. And look at this, the Copenhagen Wolves here waiting. We saw in the last game a massive level 1 fight that, funnily enough, burned pretty much 10 summoners across the board, but didn't result in any kills. And look at that, Denial have been spotted. The Copenhagen Wolves, though, have also been spotted. So both teams now know where their opponents is. The Copenhagen Wolves are actually running or trying to run away from this one. Got to pull the right card here. Nick does get the right card. Where are they going to go? Forgiven is the target for this one. He's already been double, triple stunned. Is he going to go down? He surely will do. He's trying to stay alive, but the first blood goes over to Woolite on Graves.
So Denial here, they were actually a bit split up what to do. There were pings to go towards the blue buff, but they decided to just run down the river because they knew they could catch out Copenhagen Wolves, and they might not be done yet.
No, they're coming into this one. Super Ace took a lot of damage. The binding lands onto Babunia, but this is a 5v4 if it were to get underway. That's a good bomb once again. Nick pulling the gold card, and in the end, Denial say enough's enough. We got the first blood, we got the early pressure there. Let's back away and get to those buffs and into lanes because the minions are already there. The Copenhagen Wolves have amazing starting with the blue buff. On the other side of the map, it's a red buff start actually for Kikis, and this time around they're gonna get both of their own buffs.
Getting both of their own buffs for the first time, I believe, actually.
Yep.
There's always been something happening here, but still, first buff for Denial. Can be very happy about this level 1. Ooh, binding onto Super Ace.
This could be dangerous for him. Not quite got the damage there. Actually, the double auto attacks from Forgiven will put to the minions, so making sure that he gets the farm while doing some good damage to Super Ace as well. It actually means that we're going to have the 2v2 here in the bottom lane, and of course that will also see Babunia and Youngbuck in the top, both of which actually use their teleports to get into lane as well. And look at that, already Youngbuck being bullied out. Babunia got the level advantage.
Yeah, we need to see how this lane goes, because in game 2, where they played this matchup here, Denial did everything they could to remove Babunia from the one-on-one with Youngbuck, and then send him up first when he had the level 5, level 6 point, so they felt he was strong enough to deal with Youngbuck. We need to see how it goes here early on. Good start by Babunia. Big wave building up for Youngbuck though, should be pushed into his tower, where he can try and get some of his very, very big wave. He needs to be careful, he doesn't miss too many CS. Amazing coming up though. Same goes for Kikis, we could see an early fight.
Ward goes down, and that will spot Kikis, who just sees it happening and walks straight through. I know he throws his Spiderling out as well into that tri-bush and puts a ward down as well, so that rules out the junglers pretty much from getting involved now on this top lane. And there is Youngbuck soaking up that farm, doing a good job of not really missing much either. Of course, as I say that, he does end up missing 2 in a row, but that's still, considering the size of that wave, Youngbuck doing a fine job to make sure that he gets all that and catching right up to just 3 behind.
And we need to see also with this bottom lane here, normally Morgana is not the ideal pick against an Annie because the Tippers is going to be like instant stun. It's very hard to black shield it. Unlike Leona, where you can see the animation first and then time your black shield. And also the poke from Annie is very, very strong, where of course from Unlimited side he needs to land the binding, he wants the full amount of poke, where Annie with a long order attacks, of course also with a fairly decent base damage still, can do a lot of damage to a Morgana. We need to see how the lane goes. For now though, it is actually Woolite getting ahead. Meanwhile, though, top lane, a lot of action going on early.
Well, it's not often in top lane matchups that we actually see that much fighting and low HP, as Youngbuck going dangerously low there. Of course, no Ignite to really finish proceedings off for Babunia, with them both running Flash and Teleport.
And look here, Youngbuck wants to stay in the lane no matter what. Here he goes to the Golem, just tries to sustain on them once and move away, because his Teleport is not ready yet. He needs it to be up before he want to go back, so he can rejoin the lane instantly. And that's why he's staying even though he's so low, and actually amazing now. Gonna come up towards the side in case a dive should happen, he can join in very fast.
He's only died 2 times across 3 games. That's some pretty impressive statistics, and kind of following on to what we said in the pre-game, that Amazing has to hit his namesake, if you like, and do really well for the Wolves in this game. He's waiting, as you mentioned, in case Jax does decide to dive. With the pool for Youngbuck, it's always so dangerous to go underneath that tower. Babunia knows it, and he's going to go home. 37 CS, an assist to his name. He's going to come back in here. Will it be a Vamp Scepter, I'm guessing, for the start, if he follows on tradition? And there it is, Vamp Scepter for Babunia.
Going towards the Blizzard King again, of course, very standard on Jax. Blizzard King into Trinity Force, and you are just so strong in the 1v1s. And this early sustain here is very important for him. He's already pulling ahead in CS, doing really well in the laning phase. Let's see though with Youngbuck, also just gonna return to the lane with his teleport and just continue farming away. Level 6 point over Babunia is very close, and he's gonna be even stronger then.
He'll be hitting that here. Just a couple more minions. Youngbuck did just teleport to that top lane as well. And here we go, Counter-Strike back into Youngbuck. Stunned up, and a quarter of his health disappears. But
took a lot of
good
minion
damage back, yeah.
Yeah, and also jumped into all the minions here. They turned around and hit him in the face, so needs to sustain a little bit. Kikis though joining in. They really hope for some fights up here. They want Amazing to be here so they can start it, but Nick also, they could be dangerous.
Level 6, and there's no wall to actually spot him moving up to that one. He is in range there, and he is going to hit the Destiny. They're going to go underneath the tower for this one. Stun card does come down. It's Baboonia that's tanking up all the damage.
What?
But they don't follow through.
There was like, Nick was very low on mana, Baboonia was already tanking the tower before anything even happened. And once the flash came in from Youngbuck, he was just so far away. Kikis was not even near, like his Cocoon completely missed away, he wasn't close enough. A lot of summoners here, or, well, I say a lot, 2 summoners used by Denial, and also Youngbuck surviving the gank here, and ultimate gone from Nick.
I don't even want to say impressive from Youngbuck, it was just very strange from Denial how they went about that. We can see that without that mid lane pressure, the Copenhagen Wolves just turning this into a tower pursuit. That's amazing. You see there the damage from Zipchow in these early levels on those towers is significant, and it hangs on just by a thread. But that is a trade which Copenhagen Wolves will certainly be fine with.
Oh, more than fine. Yes, okay, he had to use the flash on Youngbuck, but still he's staying in the lane, he's farming away. Still behind to Baboonia, who's doing a very, very good job and can just continue to do it. Gonna back off now, actually, so he needs to run all the way back to the lane without his teleport. Bottom lane-wise, they're even. Mid lane-wise, very even as well. So all across the board, not too much is happening, except for the failed dive up on the top.
Failed dive. It wasn't even that much of an attempt either. They kind of half went in and half didn't do really anything for that one. Either way, that's all in the past now, but still, Wolves will be happy with that trade. Good tower damage in mid, and see the harassment from Kautard playing quite aggressively here against Nick, using those bouncing bombs, the satchel charges, and the minefields. Baboonia has now got that level 6 coming up to the top lane with his Cutlass. This bottom lane, we've not really looked much there, and since that first blood, it's been all about Woolite really having the control of that one. He's got a 10 CS lead, BF sword, and a long sword and Doran's blade compared to the Vamp Scepter and double Doran's blade over with Forgiven.
Yeah, so he's actually very far ahead when it comes to straight up damage, and with his ultimate being, should be up very soon, should be level 6 very soon, then he will actually force Forgiven out of the lane. But mid lane wise, blue buff for Nick meant the tower was already very low, but Baboonia going on to Youngbuck, never mind.
Presses W and says, nope, you don't get me at all. Yeah, that middle tower actually was good harass again from Kautard that forced Nick away on this top side, and obviously that minefield covers that entire passage, so you can't really come back in when the minefield's down and you're relatively low. Kautard just went straight to the tower, took it down. First one of the game, and that gives the Wolves, I was going to say a lead, but actually they're still a little bit behind Denial.
First blood gold for Denial they got at the level 1 fights actually, which again went in their favor. But just also the fact the tower was so low after the gang up in top lane, where Mason just came into mid lane and got it down to the 25%, so it was easy for Kautard once Nick wasn't in the lane to just go there and actually pick it up. It's gonna be a big deal. I mean, mid lane tower down for free, to be honest, it's never good. It's gonna open up a lot of options for Copenhagen Wolves to get some deep wards in the jungle of Denial.
Youngbuck is in possible danger, but Amazing is waiting, so they know that Amazing is there. Kick is already inside of that brush. The pink ward was put down by Amazing, clears that out and says, okay, they know I'm there, not gonna get in with a chance of actually doing anything. But this is interesting. Denial coming back around the other side. Kick is going to spot Amazing from this, puts a ward of his own over the top of the wall, and in the end they will back away. Yeah, Kautard keeping that pressure up. Twisted Fate not being able to stand and bang. We've got Amazing coming down as well. The minefield, those bouncing bombs, everything wiping out the minion wave very, very quickly. And that's going to be half pretty much of the health of the tower going down without any kind of reply here from Denial.
Yeah, big issues for Nick, losing the laning phase to Kautard. Already gave up one, now extra damage on the next one. Both junglers though, been very passive. Like, been moving around, we had the one gank again in top lane, and that's actually been about it for the junglers. They've just been focused on farming, where of course Fell Flare for Xing Zhao, or going towards the Fell Flares. So Amazing is going to be happy just farming away. At least though, he's also a very good jungler with some farm, very good in the mid game, so it's not like Kick is feeling he's behind or anything.
See where they decide to go next. Amazing is, as you said, trying to get those stacks towards the Feral Flare already with that Wriggles Lantern in there. He came down to that bottom lane, and well, there was a ward in the second side of the brush anyway, so they would have been spotted out. But this duo from the Copenhagen Wolves, I tell you what, it's not something that they're that used to is forgiven being behind in CS here. 104 to 93, solid 10 CS lead for Woolite.
Yeah, the first blood of course helps, give some extra gold for the BF sword, and then any support doing really well, poke-wise, zoning away as well. It's actually often though Woolite being in the front, he's feeling very confident at the moment. And again, there's been no sign of Amazing in the bottom lane, so there's no reason for him not to feel like he can just push up every single time.
Top lane now is somewhere where Amazing has got involved. There's a possible bait out. Actually, Amazing was already recalling there, and as that happens, looks like he will go back. And of course, as I say that, he stops it as well as Babunia goes aggressive onto Youngbuck once again. Youngbuck just getting that ward down on the bottom side, but actually it's the top side here where Kikis is coming through. 3-brush top lane now. A little bit more difficult to sneak through when the minions are pushed up. Babunia is again going to take a bit of a hit. They've actually seen, I think, Amazing in that one. Let's not forget, Twisted Fate has the possibility now with Destiny off cooldown to come top.
Kautar had to recall to base because he was out of mana. He actually pinged on Twisted Fate, telling his team there's a chance for him to pour it in now. They did try this one before, it didn't work for them. Could they be going for it? Again, it seems not. Nick actually just staying in the mid lane, getting some damage on the tower. Nobody's close, but they're going on Youngbuck.
Oh, face check from Youngbuck. He threw the ward down in there, but they're going to die for this one. He puts his ulti in. It's Kikis that gets the kill. Will simply just repel away. There's not enough damage from the Hemo Plate to get the kill, and that means that Denial get their second of the game. But the Wolves, as you would expect, jungler in the top lane, they go straight for Dragon.
Still a lot of damage for Denial here. They might be able to stop this one. Amazing is going to tank the Dragon. Took the cards as well, down to 50%. 10% ultimate.
Oh, he's going very, very low, and they blow him up. Super Ace, though, needs to be careful. I think he's going to go down. That will be a 1v1. The Dragon is actually not resetting here. He's killing Woolite, who's going to try and have this one away. This is going to be very interesting.
No!
Woolite actually dodges off in there, and he did get Dragon before he went down, but he did go down.
Worth, he got the Dragon. Sadly though, he actually wanted to flash over the wall and it didn't work for him. But he got the Dragon, so it was more than worth it for Denial here. Got got a kill and got a Dragon. Well played.
Funny thing is, if that flash...
He wouldn't have got the Dragon.
He wouldn't have got the Dragon, yeah, if he'd have not failed the flash. So it's not even a fail flash, everyone. That was actually calculated from Woolite. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. Meanwhile, Babooni here is going to go down and start off for blue and help Nick get his hands on that one, but he won't. Kautar, on the other hand, though, will be getting his hands on the blue buff. If you look down the gold, it's 1,000 lead here for Denial. After that, 3-2 up in kills. Still tied on turrets at 1 apiece, though. And there's a good 12,500 gold to spend there for Kautar in the mid lane. Once he's finished farming up here, now wants the Wraith Cap.
Babooni as well, he needs the 1,800 gold to complete the Blazethrone King. Should be getting it very, very soon. He can take the small minions here, for instance. Actually, you could just recall and buy it, unless his mid laner pulls it and stops his recall.
Yeah, that's what happened there. Won't mind it too much, though. I'm sure that that top lane, has a full wave of minions coming in there, and he does have teleport available, so he can just recall, finish off his item, and then go straight with the teleport into that top lane. Oh, his mid laner that stopped him recalling earlier on could go up there and get the farm as well.
Oh, Nick, so evil at the moment. But look at the items though. Blazethrone King, big power spike for Jax. You got Morello Nomicon early, large rod as well for Twisted Fate in the mid lane, so he's also becoming very strong early on. But first, of course, been completed for a while by Woolite. Had time to stack it up. Lost some of them when he died at the Dragon, but still had a lot of time to stack it up here. So all the carries actually for Denial looking very good this game.
Overall in the lead, and they need this lead. They need to keep that one going as they move towards the later stages of this game. But look at this, Twisted Fate is on the top side of the map. They're going to go for Youngbuck once again. He's going to have to pull here, he does, but there's 2 stuns ready for him when he comes up. He gets away from the counter-strike, but Babunia just closes him down. That's another kill against Youngbuck.
And again, yeah, Youngbuck is the target. They want to get kills onto Jax, and they want to shut down this Vladimir, and it's working for them. They're pushing on to the next one. Amazing, had to flash away.
Wow. And, well, the danger of Twisted Fate and Jax there's an easy target at stun. Babunia obviously has to stay a little bit closer to get his off, but if they use it, there's a double stun, which by the time you've actually come out of that stun, you're pretty much dead anyway. Look at this, rotations from the top to the mid lane for Denial. They're waiting for the minion wave to go through, and that will come now onto the tower, which means they can move straight in there and try and take that one down. Kautar Can't really get close enough to this one. He's trying to poke them away from it. In the end, though, that turret will go down. Second one of the game for Denial.
Great rotation from Denial here. And the issue for Copenhagen Wolves is in game 2 when they had the same matchup up in top lane where Babunia got ahead, the other lanes were winning. Now, Kautot is winning on farm, but look at the items here. Very, very strong start from Nick. And down the bottom lane, they're actually losing to Woolite and Super Ace. So they don't have the same... They don't have the same situation where they're winning everywhere else, where they get the dragons, because the dragon went over to Denial, and this could really spell issues, because if Copenhagen Wolves are not able to group up as 5 and win a team fight, that's where the split pushing power of Denial really comes in, and they can just put pressure on the entire map, then both Twisted Fate and the Jax up in top lane.
Kautot, though, almost has his Rabadon's death cap complete. Down in the bottom, the Bindings land onto Woolite. Here comes a teleport from Babunia. Actually, he's going to cancel that one, so decides not to come in. Youngbuck, though, is going to get involved on this one. Puts his ulti onto Super Ace. Kautot's ultimate was pretty much miles away from it. No flashes used from Denial. They simply just walked on out of that one, but they may lose the tower. This is a 5-man team from the Copenhagen Wolves trying to get this turret.
They have to do it without the minions. They actually decide to back away. The next wave is coming. Nick is joining in. Babunia is going to push this wave very fast. Youngbuck is forced to recall.
Recalling out. That leaves 4 of them there, though. There's 4 from Denial on that bottom side as well. Wave clear is strong, but good poke will be coming in. Super Ace catches the bouncing bomb, but their wave clear too strong. Well, that going very, very low. And look at the top lane. Jax already threw onto that inner turret. He's lost his minions, so he's actually going to have to go in between them. Now does have minions, but he decides to head off through the jungle. Meanwhile, the Wolves still trying to shoehorn their way in onto that outer turret.
A lot of poke though from Copenhagen Wolves. Woolite was already forced to go back. Super Ace is very low. Kickis is very low. They can stay here and try and force Denial away from this tower.
Well, the mana left for Kautot, but look at that. As soon as they get an opportunity to focus the tower, it goes down quickly. Second one of the game for the Wolves. Ties us up on tower kills.
It's a good point actually as well. Zhao very good at getting to the towers, doing damage to the towers of course very fast. Lucian is one of the better AD carries, and of course Ziggs with his passive as well, doing a big chunk of damage to the tower. So Copenhagen Wolves, as soon as they got to it, could take it down very, very fast. And Youngbuck now picking up quite some farm in the mid lane.
Well, Kautot's off, pushing the tower in the bottom lane, get himself some free monies as well. He's of course 0-2-0 right now, but holding up there in farm against Babunia. They have once again put quite a lot of effort onto that top lane to get Babunia going as we expected, as we saw the last time we had this Jax versus Vladimir matchup in the top lane. The next big thing coming up though here is the Dragon. They're actually going to go in up towards Forgiven. He's got no help for this one. They burst him down far too easily there. And with 2 seconds till Dragon, this is great news. Kikis also going towards Amazing. However, they managed to catch up Nick, knocking him backwards. The ultimate will be flashed away from a 3-man. Tibbers comes in from Super Ace for the disengage, and Denial can turn away and go towards Dragon. Babunia had to walk all the way here because he didn't have the teleport after cancelling it before. This means a 5 versus 4 fight, which I'm not sure the Wolves want.
A lot of ultimates gone though from Denial here. Wolves look to fight for this one.
Well, they are going to fight him, but Amazing's going to go down before he has a chance to smite. Vladimir ultimate is down in there as well. Babunia goes low, but they don't quite finish it off. Woolite up at the front. He gets burst down by Kautot. The Dragon, of course, didn't die. That got reset after they came away from it. Very risky for Denial to actually stick around. Forgiven's coming back in with the Culling, and that's something with his low HPs that he'll really relish if he can get that one off. Looks like the Wolves may have won out this fight for Dragon.
They seem to get it. Nick is going to recall. There's no ward on him, so he actually gets away. Copenhagen Wolves can get the Dragon here. It was Denial though who started the whole thing when Nick did a gang onto Forgiven. He was left all by himself at the tower here. The rest of Copenhagen Wolves was running from the base, so it's an easy pickup for Denial. But then all the ultimates invested, it opened up for Copenhagen Wolves to try and stop it at least, trading 1 for 1 and got the Dragon now to Copenhagen Wolves.
Bit of gold their way. Look at Babunia, he's got those Merc Treads which he went for before. Also, Megatron Cloak as well, so we'll be feeling a little less pressured possibly by Youngbuck in the top lane. He's picked up now a Giant Belt. Buff's also been traded out to the mid laners and the AD carries. Woolite, of course, having himself his red buff. Also, he's got himself that last Whisper on top of his Bloodthirster now, so
a lot of burst damage.
More damage coming out from him.
A lot of burst damage. We saw it before when the stun came in to Forgiven. He flashed in, just did his full combo onto him and destroyed him. So A lot of burst for Woolite if he can actually get close enough to the target without dying himself. Meanwhile though, it's actually again forgiven. He was the guy we talked about before the whole series. Yeah, he's the big carry together with Amazing of Copenhagen Wolves, and he had a good game in the last one, but that's same goes for everyone Copenhagen Wolves. They were ahead like 18-2 or something, so everyone had a good game there. But the other games, he's actually not been performing the same way we're used to seeing him in the LCS.
A lot of wards to Dragon, and look at this, Unlimited is going to join Youngbuck. Are they going to make an attempt here? Amazing coming in as well, getting a kill on Babunia would certainly be good for them. He's 2-0-2 at this point. Let's see if he makes the jump once he's got that third attack from the passive of his ultimate. Twisted Fate though has Destiny available. Keep that one in mind. Amazing. Actually going to show himself here. Has his Coutard in just a second. Unlimited already doing the same. Nick is now moving into range. Super 8 will have to walk up there, but the Wolves stepping closer in towards that turret. I've already said before, those bombs doing a lot of damage. Babunia though dives in and he's going to go down here. It's Amazing that's on top of him, but now they've turned it around. Amazing's going to fall. Nick uses the Zhonya's, but will he die? He gets stunned up from Morgana's ultimate, and that will be a 1-for-1 in the end.
The play of the Rune King from Jax just saved his life when Amazing came in, and then Super Ace with the stun, picked up a kill, traded 1-for-1 though. Coutard is here with a lot of poke. Forgiven is here with a lot of poke. They should be able to, or at least try to force away, but he has to teleport.
Here comes Jackson. He's full HP and he dives straight in onto them. Black Shield is down. Gets Forgiven away. Babunia down to half. Actually, he falls straight out of that fight as he came in.
At least they managed to defend it. Babunia now actually still on 50% can heal up here. Moonlight is full HP, staying around to try and wave the Copenhagen Wolves, so they're not backing away.
Bouncing bombs coming in. Kikis needs to be the careful one here because he's super low, and Mega Inferno Bomb not exactly on a big cooldown. Should be up for them in a second. And I like what the Wolves are doing. Sticking here, just trying to poke on through. Of course, as I give them credit for that one, they are going to just back away with the turret very, very low though.
They got quite some damage on the tower here. Denial though managed to defend it. Traded 1-for-1 in kills as well. It's a good defensive move by them, coming up here very fast with a lot of members. Wula was all the way in the base when the whole fight actually happened, so he wasn't even part of it and still managed to go 1-for-1 and defend the tower. So good move by Denial. We'll see though, they really want to just focus split pushing with Babunia. Oh, Binding catches onto him, Youngbuck going for him.
Oh, this is bad news. Well, look at this, he turns it around onto Unlimited. The stun doesn't go off thanks to the Black Shield, but he's going to get chased down here by Youngbuck. By Chase, I mean he'll use his Blade of the Rune King and just walk away. Leap strikes off to Annie. Safe.
And a lot of early magic resist onto Jax here, so it's going to be very hard for Youngbuck to actually kill him. Got the Sheen though, so we'll be going towards the Trinity Force as the next item. Not too sure though what's gonna be the deal for Copenhagen Wolves. I mean, they obviously want to just get up here, group up as a team and start poking away onto Denial. We've seen it a few times, but Denial, they're just gonna try to do their best of pretty much never having to just group up and defend. They can just, as long as they can be the one to start the split push and then force Copenhagen Wolves to defend somewhere and then gang around with Twisted Fate, it's perfect for them.
Stealing away the jungle as well. Youngbuck just came up there. Of course, got that Crystal Scepter now, so he should be able to control Babunia a little bit more, but that Blade of the Rune King basically negates the slow coming out anyway. Of course, he's always got the Leap Strike and a ward from his Trinket if he ever needs to really get away to safety. He's got 207 to 191 here, so good lead there. Woolite also in that bottom lane who continues to farm, also holds the lead. Mid lane though, as you'd expect with the Ziggs, especially as things go on, those CS numbers grow exponentially, up to 285 now to the 226 of Twisted Fate.
It's going to make it hard for Denial to actually push on the towers, also because he can use his ultimate to clear the waves. Whoa, Nick taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's probably going to die here. There comes the Mega Inferno Bomb. He's used the Zhonya's, but he's not going to be able to escape. Coutard actually landing the bouncing bomb afterwards. He's now on a rampage at 4-0-1.
Yeah, Coutard just landed everything onto Nick here, forced away the flash as well. They might be going towards this Baron or not. Seems to go back to the mid lane instead. Want to try and land some poke and see if they can get some damage onto the mid tower. Could also go top lane. The wave is actually pushing in there. The tower is very, very low.
They could. Or they could take the middle inner turret, which they definitely value more than that top lane outer turret. 4 men defending. Still 10 seconds until Nick comes into play. A binding here could change things, and he does come through. It's onto Woolite. The culling is going to come in as well, but not enough damage. He used summon a heal. They try and turn some damage back around, but I think this turret is a goner. It will be finished off. Good play from the Wolves.
Very good poke here. The binding landing from Unlimited, and the bombs, the culling, everything landed onto Woolite, forcing him away, and they can just go straight for the tower. Dragon is going to spawn here in just a second, and the Copenhagen Wolves are moving for it. 2 members from Denial are in the base. Teleport is ready though for Babunia, so he can join in. Woolite needs to run.
Needs to run. They're going to put a ward down at the back, so he could go in there, although it's not really the ideal position, and actually Denial decide not to fight for it. Dragon goes to the Wolves. That's the second out of 3 for them. And look at the gold. It's now swung in their favor at 1,000.
Really been playing the siege game here for Copenhagen Wolves. Every time they had the chance, they would just group up and go do a lot of damage to both Denial and the towers, and it's been working for them. Oh, Flash Cocoon though, missing.
No, it didn't connect whatsoever, and they're going to go in for Nick. That's amazing, using his ultimate, pushing Babunia into the rest of his team though. It's a good jump away from Kauton. Babunia is low, he gets picked up, that's 2 kills, and Kauton even gets Nick there in the back. Now they're going to focus towards Woolite. Not sure they'll be able to catch up with him. Well, Kikis is too low, he has to completely recall. Are they going to go Baron here?
Not sure, they're fairly low. Kauton actually cancels his recall to go towards the Baron area. They're teleporting there, they want to go for it.
They're going to go for it. There is the TP from Youngbuck to join in the party. Kauton needs to be careful that he doesn't get focused here by the Baron. That will be bad news and probably instant death for him. The rest of his team pretty healthy, but given, of course, with the Bloodthirster getting some of that health back.
Yeah, man,
Woolite minefields now to zone. Woolite's going to flash in. He gets the kill and the shutdown, but I feel that he's probably going to die straight after. Or is it? Youngbuck is getting destroyed. Has to pull away. The Baron has still not gone down. There it is. They turn to Woolite. He's going to get a kill, though, before he falls.
That's what I call a man. He just went in there, 1v5, got 2 kills for it. Baron, oh, amazing, he's going to die.
Yeah, and Unlimited should just leave him to it as well. He's going to try and have a go at Super Ace here. He's actually got no mana, which doesn't make it any easier. Well, look at that regen for him. He's going to get Kikis low from this, but he's surely going to fall. Cocoon lands, and there's a wild card from Nick over the side. Nice try from Amazing, though. Can't knock him on that, considering he had no mana.
So, due to the very nice play by Woolite, denied Baron buff and 2 members from Copenhagen Wolves, and now Amazing went down in the end as well. So actually only Forgiven and Unlimited with the Baron buff here. Still though, looking back at the team fight, the engage from Denial completely missed. The Flash Cocoon from Kikis didn't hit anything, and then they actually split up again and try and run towards the Copenhagen Wolves. Twisted Fate came in there first, then he teleported in behind actually afterwards. So it's a bit of a split fight, and it meant Copenhagen Wolves with Unlimited going in with his ultimate, with Youngbuck going towards the backline, all their re-damage, and then just Forgiven and Kauton in the back, who just do all the damage to both. First of all Kikis, then Babunia, and then last in the end it was actually Nick when he teleported in and won the fight for the Wolves.
So let's have a look at the big picture. We're about to hit the half an hour point of this game. We're tied with turrets at 3 apiece. All those the inner turret, of course, in the mid lane for the Copenhagen Wolves was taken. Still that outer turret in the top lane stands after they put so much emphasis on it earlier on. Leaves as though after that Baron and the kills for the Wolves with an advantage on their side of things. 3,000 gold it is, not a massive amount, that's for sure. A decent kill and then a couple of objectives afterwards could certainly work out for them. They're going to go for it. The Wolves has taken the outer turret. There's going to be a push to this inner mid turret, but there's no minions there right now for Denial. And look at that, they've seen Youngbuck coming in. Do they care that Youngbuck's there? No, they don't. They're actually going to go for this one. The inner turret goes down. What are the Wolves going to do? The Wolves aren't recalling. Only Youngbuck is there to defend. The Wolves are now onto the inner turret. The Denial are on the inner turret as well. Youngbuck going to pull. He's going to fall very low. Will go down. He got his Hemo Plague off. The Copenhagen Wolves are on towards the inhibitor. They've got the first inhibitor. They're now onto the Nexus turrets. Denial are going for it as well. The Wolves are faster here. The Wolves are going to win it. They throw down the ultimate. They're onto the Nexus. And a base race puts the Copenhagen Wolves into the summer split of the European LCS. What an ending.
What an ending here. Denial simply thought, we need to try this one. We just have to go for the base race, see if we can win it. But Copenhagen Wolves, they were there first. They were faster as well. Got all the way down, got the win here. Well deserved to the Copenhagen Wolves.
And you have to have balls of steel, to put it bluntly, to do that in an important game like this. The Wolves will howl for one last time here in Split. and they go into the next one feeling confident, and that puts all 3 LCS teams back into the summer split, which means they're all going to fight again. And after a close season here, can't wait to see what happens there.
There's so many things that can happen in the next season. Like, all the teams got better throughout the season. Super Crew, Millennium with Cotnex coming in there, new player coming in who did so well for them, especially here in the relegation. I can't wait to see him play in the next split. And of course, Copenhagen Wolves coming in. Very solid after the first game, which went in favor of Denial, but then they had full control of everything.
What a ridiculous finish. I didn't see that happening, actually. I really did not see that happening by the end. The Wolves, as you mentioned before, they have very fast tower killing team with the Lucian in there and his double hits from the passive, the Ziggs coming in, Xin Chao who just batters through those turrets as well. Youngbuck went back to try and protect it. Actually, he stalled out for quite a while there, using that pool and throwing down his Hemo Plague. Either way, it's a sigh of relief for the Wolves. Losing game number 1 didn't look good for them there, but they put it together, won 3 games in a row.
And we actually saw 2 of the same tactics in over this series. First game for Denial, where Copenhagen Wolves didn't know how to respond to the fast push early. They did in game 3, ended up winning it. Game 2, we saw the same thing here with the Jax. A lot of focus on getting Jax or Babunia fed in the top lane. Tried the same thing here. And once again, the way Copenhagen Wolves respond is by saying, we're just going to group up and team fight. You can split push all you want, we don't even care. We're going to go 5 members and just go down to the tower and start poking away. If you're not here with all your members, you're going to lose the tower, and we're just going to keep doing it again and again. So they forced Jax away from split push, forced Twisted Fate away from the split push, and into team fights where they were the stronger team.
And it's funny, we expected the pressure to that top lane onto Youngbuck. It happened for them.
Yeah.
They didn't get the free time like they had in the game before. Although I say that they didn't. If we look at the mid lane in particular, Coutard was left 1 versus 1 against Twisted Fate. He constantly bullied him out, basically took a turret without any objections whatsoever, moved straight onto the inner turret to do some good damage there. I also want to say from the Wolves' side, 30 minutes and 47 seconds. They've not had a long game so far in this best of 5. And that is not like the Wolves. They have not been a team that are strong at finishing off games, whatever the lead they've had, even if it's 10, 15, 20,000 gold. But this time, very decisive. I mean, it doesn't get more decisive than knowing that you can win a base race, let's be honest.
Of course not. I mean, even with only 4 members, there was 5 from Denial pushing up, but Copenhagen Wolves were just faster. They were, I even think they were they did kickstart a little bit before Denial was actually there to start. There's no minions as well for Denial when they came up at the first time.
Only thing is, they could have tanked it. There was no one there to stop them if they'd have done that. Of course, Youngbuck came across, but his damage, I think if the right people would have tanked it, they probably going to gone through. But that's all ifs and buts, and the credit has to go to the Copenhagen Wolves on that one. But also Denial, I mean, they were seen as the big underdogs. Of course, they were the choice for the highest seeded Copenhagen Wolves coming into this. And I think losing the first game probably made the Copenhagen Wolves think, did we make the right choice there? Are we going to end up losing this game? They kept it together, though, and that's the important thing for the Wolves.
And some of the picks they did in game 1, we didn't see them again. Kassadin, Rice, they were gone. Didn't go for them again. Decided for different picks here. Worked out for them. But yeah, Denial. Looking at them as a team here, I mean, they're not a team a lot of people know anything about because they've been in the Challenge Series with this lineup here, only in one of the Challenger splits here. It's a fairly new lineup still, and actually been doing really well. Babunia in the top lane impressed me a lot. I like Woolite as well as an AD carry, very skilled. We saw him here actually winning out on farm against Forgiven, something a lot of the LCS AD carries have a hard time doing because the bottom lane from Copenhagen Wolves are very strong. So there's definitely some members here from Denial who did really well. And as a team, I like the tactic for game 1, the fast push around. It's not something we see a lot here in Europe. The fact though that Copenhagen Wolves could adapt to it and then Denial didn't really have an answer. That's what you take when you are a young team coming in here. Of course, Copenhagen Wolves played the entire season. They've been together for a long time now.
Yeah.
So it was very hard for them coming into this match.
Well, still, GG's all around. It's the Copenhagen Wolves, though, that secure the spot. Shox is standing by with the Wolves as amazing and Youngbuck. So let's send it over.
Thank you very much, Joe. Whew. Congratulations, guys. You made it back in. And what a finish there at the end. We thought the game might go a little longer. And then the base race. Tell me from your perspective, amazing, how and what happened.
We kind of just wanted to finish the game because we're really tired, like every one of us. And we saw the opportunity They moved towards mid. We kind of expect that, and we just countered by moving top and pushing that down. And gladly, Youngbuck did a good ult and really forced them out, because otherwise we would have lost the base race.
Yeah, it was indeed very close. You're saying how tired you were, and Joey, I saw you tweeting yesterday in Dutch, but I read it, how hard you guys had been practicing, and tell me a little bit about how you stepped it up after, of course, a heartbreaking loss versus Gambit, and having to re-gear here for the promotion tournament.
Well, first of all, I think we put all our energy into the playoffs, and losing that was not only a mental problem for us, but also physical. I know that a few of us just had to sleep like 26 hours in Tuesday just to recover from that playoffs. So after that, we did feel a little bit better, at least I did, and I just started training mad crazy. And I want to give special thanks to Mimer and Odewamne for 1v1 training with me, and especially to Mimer because I know he doesn't like Vladimir, but he let me play the Vladimir Jax matchup a few times, so that came in really handy.
Yeah, tell me, maybe I just want to touch on it. I know that last game wasn't too good for you, but 2 times, first time it went very well. You still were a little behind, but how much confidence do you have in your own Vladimir play that you can always pull it out, even though you needed a base race right now?
4 games, 100% win rate. There you go.
There you go. That is pretty clear. And applause. Amazing. How was the series for you? Of course, you got MVP 2 times here in the spring split already, and then coming in here knowing that you have to play your best. Do you feel like you did that now?
Well, it was really hard for me to get into the level again because after the playoffs, I was just really tired. I just was mentally completely out of the game. Tried to take some time off, was only 1 day, but it was sufficient to actually reset my mind. And now, like playing versus a challenge team like D9, who has shown like really good performances versus C9 even in the playoffs. Like I just practiced, put in 12 to 14 hours a day, and really tried to prepare for the series and my Kazakhs play basically.
Yeah, that was very good of you. Youngbuck, looking ahead, you guys got another summer split. You guys were, of course, I want to say quite hyped coming into the spring split as the strongest challengers team. What do you think you can do in the summer split?
Well, we already proved that we're pretty close to the top 5, even though we just fell out of playoffs. And I think that this will be a great experience for us. Like we went into the split and said, okay, we're going to use this for the experience, and then we're going to try to compete with the top teams.
All right, Marisa, I know you're pretty tired, but your family is here to support you. Did that help you? Do you look up, or does it make you more nervous?
Yeah, it really helped me, because the thing is, like, when you have your family in the back, you always know you have support. And by seeing them, especially when you watch over the screen, like, and you just see them cheering for you, it just gives you extra energy, and I really enjoyed it.
Joey, how has the support been from your family and just the LCS experience you get to do with another split?
Well, my mother's here too to support.
Oh, there we go.
Great. I actually asked them to come because I was having problems after the playoffs. I was really mentally broken, pretty much.
All right, and how did they help you? Did they give you some words before the game that pepped you up, or?
Well, just a good hug, a kiss, and some Dutch food.
Some good food. So, guys, I'm going to ask you. You guys got another chance in the summer split. Realistic. I know I asked you in the spring split somewhere, where are you going to end up? And it was pretty high. How high do you think you can end up in the summer split?
We got to go for it again. Like, top 2 is the goal. We want to go towards, and that's actually realistic if we stay together and really put work into it.
Absolutely. You can't aim for anything less, actually.
Exactly.
Congratulations, Youngbuck Amazing, and the rest of the Wolves making it back in. Now let's head back over to Team Defishy Joe to look back at the squads that will be heading into the LCS and which ones will be moving into the Challenger Series.
All right, thank you guys. And with the Summer Promotion Tournament at an end, let's take our first look at the 8 teams who will represent the European LCS in the Summer Split. And the lineup should look quite familiar. Fnatic, SK Gaming, Roccat Alliance and Gambit all qualified for the Summer Split by placing 1st through 5th in the playoffs.
And thanks to their wins this week, Millennium, Super Hard Crew and the Copenhagen Wolves will all be returning to the LCS, which also means that Ninjas in Pyjamas, Cloud9 Eclipse and Denial will return to the Challenger Series.
On Saturday, North America begins their own Summer Promotion Tournament, beginning with XDG versus LMQ.
And on Sunday, Evil Geniuses take on Cloud9 Tempest, and then Team Coast will face Complexity Black.
And the All-Star event will kick off in Paris, France on Thursday, May the 8th, with 5 teams from around the world competing against each other and 2 multi-region challenge teams taking part in different gameplay modes at the start of every day.
And the All-Star Games will be for 4 days, full of League of Legends action.
And of course, we'll be there to bring everything to you.
Good that you know the name of the game by now.
I'm not sure what game it is.
We'd like to give, of course, very special thanks to you guys at home for watching and to our two guest analysts, Dexter and Xpeke, for joining us here this week. And from myself, Deficio, Shock, Steve and Quickshot, and the entire LCS broadcasting crew, we'll see you in Paris on May the 8th. Au revoir.
Caught out here. Impaler can jump on him. He does get the 3-time strike. There's the bounce in the air. That is a good cover off, but Solar Flare is going to stop him in his tracks.
He's going to go down. I'm not sure what the Wolves are thinking here. They've not got the power to fight this one. They're going to go down. And Denial are going to win game 1 of the best of 5.
Going in, Twitch, nice! Exhaust.